wanna try something new? Only I can make your wish come true. Maybe I can be your worst nightmare, or I can be your dream girl. Treat me good and I will take you right there. Be living in a dream world. We can be singing sweet harmonies. If you're lucky, you will get the best part of me. I get whatever I want whenever I demand it. I do what I like and I know that they cannot stand it. Hey, hello. Do you wanna try something new? Only I can make your wish come true. Maybe I can be your worst nightmare, or I can be your dream girl. Treat me good and I will take you right there. Be living in a dream world. We can be singing sweet harmonies. If you're lucky, you will get the best part of me.
Open-minded for the better. Had my share of changing weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I don't belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies follow my path. But life keeps going. I've been trying harder. Been a hater, been a lover. Wanna live up to expectations. Makes me feel I lose my patience. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I don't belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies follow my path. But life keeps going.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Got easy, let's take the kill back. Keep your eyes glued to the screen, people, because you are watching yet another day of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 MLBB Challenge Season, where today we're going to be witnessing yet another 4 best of 3 series to determine which teams will get the chance to move on to the Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Stafa, and today I'm going to be joined by none other than Gideon for all the MLBB action. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, and honestly, considering that the challenge season has been going as exciting as it has been, a lot of teams in the rebuilding phase of their rosters, we've been getting a little bit of tidbits, appetizers to what could potentially be coming throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we've already gotten a real good taste of what these teams are capable of. And we have to remember, 2025 has only just begun. We've got so much more action to look forward to, but for now we gotta focus, right? We still got 8 teams, but there's only 2 slots remaining to move on into the challenge finals.
Yeah, and that's why the LCQ is going to be really important for a lot of these teams. If they did start off a little weak in the group stages, obviously there's not too many opportunities to really recover from that. However, at least with the LCQ, they can actually try and put some varnish on top of whatever they've been working on this past couple of weeks. But hopefully that should be enough. But let's have a quick update on where we currently are at. For Group A, we've seen that Onyx is already qualified to the very end, moving on to the next stage. However, this last chance here, it's between Blacklist International versus Evos.
This is going to be a very important series, and we're going to get to watch the final series of every single group today as well, right? Only 4 out of the 8 remaining teams will get the chance to actually move on to the Last Chance Qualifiers. And even after surviving this very tense gauntlet, they'll still have to face off against one another because only 2 slots are available to actually join all the other teams that have made it so far. Blacklist International as well as Evos esports have both put up very strong fights throughout the challenge season so far, but have found themselves falling just a little bit short. And because of that, only one of them will get to move on to the next stage of the challenge season.
Shout outs to Lays, who was able to take off at least 1 game from both of these teams, but then we move over to Group B, where we already see RRQ making it to the very end, winning out Group B. However, other competitors weren't so lucky. TLPH unfortunately dropping to the lower bracket very early on, and even with Alter Ego, who's played RRQ many times in their own personal leagues, locally, having to face off against TLPH in the lower brackets, it's gonna be honestly a very tough tell to who's gonna win this match.
Yeah, I think this match in particular is going to be pretty difficult to predict for all of us watching, because both these teams have displayed pretty similar levels of ability throughout the challenge season so far. We've of course talked quite a bit about Team Liquid Philippines and how they've been having difficulty adjusting to the current meta. So hopefully the evolution that they've experienced here will assist them, because in Group C, their sister squad, TLID, a very unexpected result, having their direct ticket to the challenge final stolen by Evos Holy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was, really too, well, I mean, considering the names that were brought on for the side of Evos Holy, they were hoping for high results, and the fact that they knocked TLID down to the lower brackets basically tells them that they are ready for their own MPL Indonesia. If this isn't a confident boost, I don't know what is. But down in the lower brackets, I still think that there is a good chance that maybe even Team Flash, might be able to maybe shake things up. Although it's going to be a very big ask, especially when you're talking about the M6 finalist TLID.
It's the M6 runner-ups right here. Everyone was expecting them to go directly through, and yet they find themselves in this position. Still definitely going to be going into this series as the favorites, but we've already seen Team Flash eliminate the homeboys in a very one-sided fashion. So this is definitely a team that's still hiding a lot of hidden potential and a lot of growth that could potentially surprise us. The last thing any of us would expect would be for the runner-up of M6 to not make it to the challenge final. So we gotta keep a close eye on that one. But we of course cannot forget about Group D as well. Victron Alpha, they were able to take down Aurora to qualify directly to the Challenge Finals.
Yep, no surprises there with BTR. Every single time you see BTR, whether it's their Alpha Squad, whether it's their Beta Squad, they usually make it out of their groups, no problems whatsoever. Aurora, on the other hand, is where it gets a little more interesting, right? Because after taking down Todak, they did drop a single game against BTR, and with that, at least, they probably want to take their revenge, but they will have to face Todak once more after Todak beat AI Esports. And I mean, even for Todak, right, getting 2-0 the previous time, at least maybe they could have downloaded a couple of strategies to maybe take on Aurora, because even then, I would say that when they faced off Aurora the first time, their game 1 looked a lot better compared to their game number 2.
Yeah, Aurora definitely adjusted to their playstyle, and I think adaptation really is the name of the game nowadays, with the meta having a lot more possibilities in terms of hero draft that you can go for. And Todak, of course, had to play pretty late last night. It was very hard-fought series against AI, which I am sad to see go, but in the end, we are getting into the nitty-gritty. There's only so many slots open, and all of these teams want to make it all the way to the playoffs. And I'm sure you guys might want to check that out as well, right?
Limited tickets are available for $5 a piece. So quickly scan that QR code, head on over to esl.gg/SPSMLBB6 and, well, Season 6 ticks, and get yourself the opportunity to watch it yourself. Remember that this is all building up to a huge, I mean, now if you consider this an international tournament, the scale is only going to get larger from this point onwards.
Only bigger and bigger. Only a few of these teams are actually going to be able to make it all the way there, and I'm sure that fans of these teams want to be able to watch them live once they've actually made it through, right? So make sure to grab those straight away. There's only limited tickets, so you do not want to miss out on this opportunity. But now we gotta talk about what is going to be happening today, the final brackets of each group before the Last Chance Qualifiers. What are your general expectations, Gideon?
Honestly, I think, you know, a lot of these teams, some of them didn't get to show off everything that they're capable of just yet, while others, I definitely think that they are hitting a bit of a plateau and they can't seem to get over that hurdle. I think that some are a little slow rolling, like Todak for an example. I definitely think their previous matchup against Aurora is a little foretelling of what we should be expecting here today. But then we cut on over to like Evos esports for an example, where it's clear that they've got some pretty good players on their side, but they can't seem to really find the momentum in the middle of these games.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, right? We've already seen the ups and downs of many of these teams, some of which are having difficulty adapting, some of which still looking as strong as they were at the M series. But like we've already mentioned today, everyone, we have 4 best-of-3 matches coming right at you. The day is gonna start with Blacklist International versus Evos Esports, then followed up with Alter Ego versus Team Liquid Philippines. After that, it's gonna be Team Liquid Indonesia versus Team Flash Cambodia, and we will close out the day with Aurora versus Todak. Remember, every single one of these matches is elimination.
Yep, this is all just to qualify for the LCQ. So if these teams win, they still have opportunities to maybe make it into the main event itself. With that being said though, I don't know, I'm most excited for the Alter Ego TLPH matchup, because again, it's really tough to say who's going to be able to win that one, and especially in the best of 3 series. I would have hoped that it was a best of 5, at least we get to see the full scale of it all, but generally, I think it's a bit of a coin toss.
I feel like we can honestly expand that definition almost every match here, right? Now that these teams have actually battled through their groups, now that they're the final 2 survivors, with their fate still on the line, I think the total skill level between every single matchup is going to be as close as it has ever gotten. We saw a lot of clean sweeps towards the early days of the challenge season, but I think we're gonna have a lot of tight matchups here. All of these teams, they know how close they are to being able to qualify. They don't want to end their journey right before the finish line, and they're gonna be pulling everything out at this point. Any hidden strategies, any pocket strats, you can't really afford to hide them anymore. This is do or die.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not so sure. I feel like out of the 4 best of 3s that we have here today, The Blacklist International versus Evos Esports and the TLID versus Team Flash KH are the potential ones to be 2-0s. Like, there's a lot of momentum that goes into it, and I think a large part of those games in particular is going to be, well, I want to say draft, but I think the better definition for like draft diff has to be Aurora versus Todak.
Yeah, I mean, we both have watched Todak for a very, very long time. They can be a bit inconsistent overall, but we also gotta talk about consistency itself in our daily check-in, right? So far, highest KDA ratio is an insane 54.0 by Arins there in the mid lane. Not often you see that position getting so much attention, but hey, he deserves it. We of course have Erlan and Toy right behind, sporting very impressive scores of their own, and in fact Erlan having the highest kill score in the entire tournament.
It's looking good. I mean, that's to be expected for like for in terms of the data pool. It's not exactly that big, but it just goes to show that the games that they have played have been either super dominant and they've just been farming their KDA the entire time. But big shout out to Erlan though. Again, coming up from Evos Holy, making sure that he's making a statement in this squad. And I think, you know, a lot of these players who are absolutely fresh and coming to the SPS hoping to make a name for themselves, which the SPS has been known to do time after time, season after season.
It's an opportunity for players and teams who may not get as much chance on the international stage to really shine and build up that professional experience in front of a live audience, right? Now they know that they're able to play against teams that ordinarily they wouldn't get the chance to match up against very often and still demonstrate superiority in one way or another. I think the most banned heroes still remain the same, right? We got the Fanny, we got the Zeusin up there, but Fanny's win rate now is actually incredibly low, considering that the few games that she has been let through, teams have been specifically tailoring their drafts to counter her.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, Fanny as of right now is gonna, well, I don't want to say it's always going to be a hero that's like Claude, where it's going to be there because of how high the skill expression is, allowing you to do some pretty crazy stuff. But it makes sense, right? With the way that you can play with the cables, with the way that you can absolutely dominate your opponents, and not to mention that here in Asia Pacific, a lot of our players really know how to abuse Fanny in a majority of these drafts, even sometimes if it's a losing matchup.
But despite that, well-matched heroes can handle her really, really easily, right? We saw how specifically the Akai, Badang, and Cho were all picked up to counter Demon Kite. And then if we look at other games as well, I think certain heroes are definitely getting a lot more attention than we would have initially expected. Lucas, a lot of people had questions about this brand new hero, and now it is becoming a pain in the butt to deal with since the players are really settling on what the emblem setup is going to be. Zeusin, of course, still very, very powerful in terms of setup. Some players standing out, some players still finding difficulty with their footing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of it, well, I feel like a lot of it is because there's just a lack of information to work off of, right? You really just gotta, like, I've only played so many games in my ranked public games, so much in scrims as well. We're just gonna have to go based off of that information more than anything else. I do think that at the end of the day, Jushin is always going to be a quote-unquote problem. There's no direct counter to it, there are only soft counters to it. But Lucas, on the other hand, at least for those who've been keeping up with the SPS here so far, they've kind of figured out a couple of things. Number one, some of his best matchups, he absolutely destroys the lane, but against the Phoveus, for an example, we've seen a little bit of success. If not, the main core issue of Lucas is that he basically only has two abilities, one that goes off of 5 seconds, and if you're able to dodge that large power of burst, you basically win out the lane if you can out-sustain it.
But I think a lot of players have been figuring out that Lucas may be a little stronger than we gave him credit for as well, right? If we look at his win rate, it's actually not the best, 53%, which is kind of low for a new hero, because oftentimes when new heroes come out, they just completely dominate the land of Dawn. And a lot of that is because in the early days of the challenge season, when it was the first time we were seeing this hero on a professional setting, players were still trying out emblem setups and item builds to see exactly what stuck. But now we're seeing teams stick more with the Brave Smite or the Concussive Blast alongside the Vengeance, because Lucas is a very, very solid frontline. He's very good at catching people's attention and forcing them to deal with him while staying alive. It's a similar role to what Phobius does, except just having more AoE presence overall.
Well, I think, you know, his burst is definitely what makes him like really, well, honestly, I think his kit is a little devious, some people will say, because if you read it, you're like, why exactly are you putting certain like limiters on the mythic beast himself? For an example, his first skill already has like a 50% spell vamp ratio, and you're thinking, wait, what? This is not a normal thing to have on a hero, and it starts to make sense once you understand the numbers that are incorporated with him transforming, right? He again gives him so much attack damage, especially with the natural base damage that he has off of it. So that's why I'm curious to see whether or not teams are really going to truly abuse him by taking a more aggressive emblem setup. Maybe, well, still with the Brave Smite, but adding on to maybe a Flicker and then building into, hopefully, I'm hoping, into Queen's Wings and as well as Brute Force Breastplate to really show what a dominating snowball Lucas can be.
I personally feel like I quite like the item builds that we're seeing on Lucas right now. Just building into that tankiness to take advantage of the skill 1 max HP regen. But let's put that on the back burner for now and talk about our teams to watch for today, because we both agreed on putting up both Team Liquids on this list alongside Team Flash from Cambodia. I think a lot of us are surprised that both Team Liquids are on this list actually, because many of us would have predicted Liquid ID to have already moved on into the next stage and like saying, oh, sayonara, I'll see you guys there. But they're still around and fighting for their lives.
For sure. I think, you know, for each one of these teams, for me, Team Liquid PH, obviously both Liquids are going to be important to me because I like the organization overall. But I think that Liquid PH is facing an interesting problem where they're still living, I don't want to say completely living in the past, but they're struggling to adapt to the current future. And Team Liquid ID currently, quote unquote, would technically be the present, being the finalists in M6. And then there's Team Flash, which I think that they're still trying to find their identity, but I think that their skill cap is extremely high. They haven't hit a plateau just yet, but they just haven't had enough time to grow, and I'm hoping that the SBS can actually squeeze them out of their comfort zone to show us everything that they've got.
Yeah, what's scary about this is that Team Flash's next opponent is actually Team Liquid ID, right? So even if we want to see so much more of their potential, we want to see their growth, their journey could end right here up against the runner-up of the M6 World Championship. But if they're able to take them down, it would be a massive upset. It kind of plays into the fact that you have to remember, TLID, despite their accolades, despite their recent achievements, are still actually a pretty fresh lineup. Many of their players are still very new on the international stage. So maybe not having that experience just yet is causing them to run into some slight issues.
Yeah, well, let's focus on our very first match here. It's going to be Blacklist International as well as Evos Esports. We've been talking about showing their full potential, and I definitely think that Evos Esports hasn't hit their stride just yet. Blacklist International, on the other hand, it feels like they've got much better chemistry amongst each other, so they're showing a lot better adaptability, which is reflected by the team average kills and overall average player DPM.
Yeah, I think both these teams are very solid lineups, in fact, right? Blacklist International obviously has a lot of history, has a lot of legacy. It's a different lineup than that legacy belongs to, but the support system is in place. They want to play together, they have good synergy like you pointed out, Gideon, and I think they approach the game in a very honest mindset. Evos can be messy at times, but you can see the potential that they have behind things, and the way that they approach the draft is definitely novel. But is it going to be enough up against Blacklist International?
It's gonna be Jim Pinkman, MP, Haj, Perk, Visa, as well as Outplayed. Again, there's a lot of potential in this squad. It's a bit of a mix and match of plenty of players who had competitive experience, but I definitely think, you know, Outplayed, he's had his time in the sun. He really needs to kind of show why he's gonna be named Outplayed in the first place. I just think that it can be really, really scary once you manage to make it to these tier 1 types of teams and realizing that there is a significant difference between tier 1s and tier 2s that you have to start like teaching yourself, hey, there's some habits that I can't get away with anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gideon. I think my biggest personal issue with Blacklist International is the fact that they approach the game in a very, very honest way. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it means that your gameplay is typically quite simple and a little bit one-dimensional. I want to see these players stand out a little bit more from their individual playstyles. Because Evos esports, while they may not be quite as consistent, are definitely approaching that sort of target.
Oh yeah, Veldora, Annabelle, Clawkun, Tawny, and Nikki as well. I think that at least with Clawkun and as well as Annabelle, with Veldora in this lineup, Clawkun is a pretty intelligent player. However, it's just utilizing the tools that you have at hand, right? I definitely think that Annabelle is a very good jungler. However, I think the identity of Evos esports, unfortunately, they haven't figured out how they want to play the game exactly. They seem to continuously doubt themselves in terms of playing with the leads that they do have, and then inevitably fall into the trap of, oh, I'm trying to do too many things at once, not really focusing down on one and two things that really will help win the game.
Yeah, because of things like that, Evos esports overall lacks a little bit of stability. They have very high highs, but they also have very low lows. Their matchup against Lazy Esports a couple days ago, I'm gonna be honest, was very, very messy and a little bit hard to watch at times. It was just a complete brawl without too much thought being put into things, and the players just kind of trying to bounce off of each other regarding their personal skill. I like that Evos esports at the very least has the confidence of making things happen on their own, but they gotta be able to synergize just a little bit more. There's of course also a little bit of worry whether there's pressure on them, considering that their other squad, Evos Holy, has already made it into the challenge finals.
I mean, Evos Holy has been doing a very good job overall, even from last year, right? I think that unfortunately for Evos esports, they haven't really been able to find that stride just yet, but that's the beauty of these big organizations having the A and B squad in the first place. I mean, with that being said, Blacklist International versus Evos, it's going to be a pretty tough matchup overall. I think that Blacklist International, they've got some really, not only great players in terms of mechanics overall, but they've got chemistry even when things start to go bad. But generally, I think that Evos esports, I think that if they can like really focus down on one or two things, they've got a really good opportunity to turn this around.
Yeah, I agree with you. They just gotta focus it down a little bit, because Blacklist is not a flawless team either. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing them in this position. Let's have a bit of a head-to-head between their junglers, right? Both of these players have been leaning heavily towards the Joy pick. I think MP has had very few games where he hasn't been playing the Joy. In fact, in terms of average GPM, MP going to stand out a little bit, but Annabelle having a higher kill participation, though a lower KDA overall.
Yeah, generally both junglers very mechanically inclined. They know exactly what they should be doing and how they should be performing in these types of matches. They know how to access backlines, both assassin users. However, when it comes down to the predictions, it looks like for you, you're going with Blacklist International, respectable 2-1. I think that Evos, if they get momentum, this could really turn on their heads. I'm happy to be wrong on this one, but I'm rooting for the underdogs in a lot of these matchups.
I see. I'm gonna be a little bit frank here. I personally feel like Blacklist's gameplay is a little bit boring. But what's even worse than boring gameplay is messy gameplay. And I'm sorry, Evos, but their gameplay so far has been a little bit messy, especially when the situation gets tense. So I'm still gonna lean a bit towards the team that I feel is more consistent. But we don't really know what's going to happen here as we jump into the draft for game number 1.
All right, looking at the draft so far, it's going to be Blacklist International on blue side, Evos esports on red side. And the fun part, they're getting rid of the Fanny, the Loyin, as well as Harroth for blue side. Evos esports getting rid of the Joy, the Jushin, as well as Matilda. Very standard bans all across the board. However, it does mean that the Granger gets to go through. And funny enough, they're pairing both Granger and as well as the Yve. I personally like this a lot, and Blacklist International gets a winning lane matchup here with the help of an Irithel. However, the Suyo on blue side has been doing exceptionally well in the stats here at SPS.
Yeah, I think as long as Suyo is able to perform without having to worry about early jungle invades or overly powerful frontline units, and is able to play off good pick-off strategies without having to worry about something like a Joy, for example, you will usually have a pretty good time, right? The Joy being taken out here means that Suyo and Alpha are probably going to be the main junglers we see contested on both sides here. And then we see the Hilda come out for Blacklist to complete their first hull. And yep, that's gonna be the alpha for Evos.
Yep, I like that. Pretty standard stuff all across the board, but Evos Esports getting rid of the CC this time around, despite Hilda being shown by Blacklist International. Then again, there is a possibility of Blacklist International showing up with the Hilda mid lane all over again. High sustain, pair it up with maybe even an Angela, and then you might have some sick moves to go off of. Now, Blacklist International also getting rid of the Lucas on top of everything else, but yeah, coming back to the stats, right? I'm bringing up Suyo, or some may call it Blueyo, only because it's got a ridiculous win rate. Like, you know, last time where anybody who has Jushin wins games, well, Suyo has a 75% win rate on blue side so far compared to Granger at 60%. And this is purely just on blue side. It's something about that first pick that makes him so good. Oh, even the Phoveus ban as well.
I think the reasoning for this is that usually Suyo is not going to be first pick unless heroes that just directly deal very well with him are already banned out, right? Otherwise, you would typically see people prioritize the Joy, sometimes the Granger, sometimes the Matilda even. But if the Joy is taken out of the picture, if you don't have to worry about a Fanny or a Loi Yi, then Suyo actually has a much better time dealing with things. And because of that, I think the win rate does get skewed somewhat. I do want to highlight the Angela you brought up earlier because this is actually not a bad place for the Angela to come out. It not only works well with the Hilda in the mid lane like we saw on day 1, but it combos super well with the Iritel as well. So that could be something that Blacklist can consider going into this.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Evos Esports, they've got some really nice combos, and I love the fact that they're using the Gatot as their 4th pick as a good flex between you either support or even the EXP. He will go completely fine either way, one way or another. Oh, but Blacklist International decided to go for the Khalid as well as the Vexana. Vexana makes a lot of sense, right? Anybody who wants to dive towards their backline, at least she has ways to kind of peel for at least a little bit to buy that extra bit of time, and then maybe find a way to get into their own backlines as long as they can disengage from the RWM is the main point.
Once again, Blacklist going for a very honest lineup, with the exception of having both Khalid and Hilda though. These two heroes together means that they really need to play for early game timings. They gotta invade, they gotta gank as much as possible because both will end up dropping off quite a bit as we enter into the mid to late game phase. Plus, it also means that Blacklist doesn't have the most teamfight AoE to play around. So with Evos having the Gatot and the Eve, they're gonna have to figure out ways of splitting them apart. And then this Badang gonna come out as a final pick for Evos Esports.
I mean, you say Blacklist International were the ones coming up with the honest composition. Evos Esports, this is very honest. Truly, they just want to catch people, wombo combo them as fast as possible. I'm curious to see how elusive Blacklist International can be, because they would prefer smaller, faster skirmishes, especially against the squishier targets. Ideally, if they can punish Claw Kun early in the game, that would be great for them. But other than that, as the game progresses, it's gonna get harder and harder, and it will have to play around alt timings.
Yeah, I think Blacklist definitely has a tighter win condition going into this game because they just have to play for their early game timing, and if they're not able to get a sufficient enough snowball or stop the Granger from scaling up too much, then the game just kind of falls into Evos Esports' laps. They definitely have a lot more tools to play around, but it will come down to execution in the end, as ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the Land of Dawn for the first time today to see who will be able to get a head start to move on into the LCQ.
All right, it's going to be Blacklist International on blue side up against Evos Esports on the red side. It's going to be a purple start for MP. Annabelle deciding to stick on to the orange. They're going to be starting on the same side of the map, and they want to end up towards the gold lane, which I think makes a lot of sense for Evos Esports. On the other hand, I feel like Blacklist International, I want to see how they want to punish this particular rotation, right? Because inevitably what it's going to come down to is, hey, can we stop Granger from scaling too fast? If we can catch Claw Kun off of his rotation, that would be even more ideal.
Yeah, they already will have lane priority in the EXP lane with a Hilda versus Badang, so if they can get lane prio in mid and gold too, it'll be huge for them. MP coming in, gonna miss the stun on the Blade Surge, but Bergziva on top of Tawny, revitalized, gonna be forced out here. Blacklist not able to find the kill they were hoping for.
Honestly, this is pretty worth it for Blacklist, right? They've got 2 battle spells for 1 battle spell. Outplayed is currently running the sprint, so it's gonna come back a lot faster compared to the flicker, especially since Nikki had to use it pretty early on in the lane. It's not gonna matter for the upcoming Lord take, but in the meantime, just some good control coming in from Blacklist International. Oh.
Ooh, MP in some trouble here, gonna be ganked by 2 members, but able to dash out just in time. Perxiva and Hodge gonna make sure that Tawny cannot chase. Is gonna be forced to recall there.
No Punisher so far. Anavel's presence hasn't been felt just yet. I think he's considering maybe going for an invade at this point because they do have priority from EXP's side as the first technical pause gets called here. We'll see. We'll see. I want when Veldora hits 4, I'm curious to know who his target is going to be. Is he going to go straight for the jungle, or maybe is he going to maybe hit a frontliner to kind of disrupt and slow down the engagement to set up for Claw Kun?
Well, I think Evos definitely have a lot of tools to just play the game they want to. Their front to back is obviously very, very strong. They've got the RWM, they got the Gatot. Blacklist are gonna be the ones that have to try and force them to split apart, which is difficult to do if you don't have a lead, right? And right now, while they're doing a good job of still controlling the map somewhat, I don't think they've made quite enough impact to force Evos to be uncomfortable.
I mean, it's about small incremental wins, right? You get the flicker out of the Granger, and now you're looking for opportunities to gank him because you know that all he has is the Rondo as his last mobility option until he hits level 4. So trying to abuse those windows, yes, it's extremely tight, but that's kind of all you have to work off of. If you play on the opposite side of the map, we would have seen MP actually start on his orange buff and maybe change the way that he clears his jungle pathing to maybe give us an idea of whether or not he wants to try and get ahead of this alpha and then try to gank the Badang side of the map, or whether or not he just wants to stay ahead of the alpha the entire game.
I see. Makes sense. I gotta ask you though, like, we saw both of the junglers with their jungle pathing kind of leaning towards the gold lane, right? Which makes sense because you want to get lane priority everywhere else. But could there have been an option for Blacklist to actually hard focus the EXP lane instead to just render this Badang useless since Hilda was already winning anyway?
Well, yes, that there is a very high possibility of that, but let's keep in mind that they are going to be playing Irithyll. Irithyll does need just a little bit of help in the lane because let's say it turns into a 2v1 scenario, you lose a lot of that lane pressure that you were hoping for because, again, you know for a fact that Evos Esports is not just going to leave it alone. Oh, hold on.
Ooh, Perxiva in some trouble, already getting knocked back. And half HP, not level 4 yet. JM Pinkman on top of things, but Annabelle secures the turtle flicker from the Khalid, and now Hilda being knocked back with the Spear of Alpha. No casualties, but Evos comes out on top with the objective.
Interesting target priority. Annabelle decided to push back JM Pinkman where you could have gone for Perxiva there. Was that the smart? Could have been a better option, but still, Haji gonna get chunked out by the RWM very early on, and with the amount of pressure that they're having, all this just so that Nikki can have a double lane.
And right now, I do think that Evos Esports is in a pretty good position. They already stopped Blacklist from being able to get overly early kills with this Hilda Khalid combo. Perxiva actually behind in EXP because he's been very active on the map in comparison to Tawny, who's been given some time with the lane. And this could actually be bad news for Blacklist if they're not careful, but now we see the first crack right into the AOG on top of Perxiva, and Nikki gonna secure first blood. MP a bit deep there, gonna have to dash out. Blacklist not able to continue.
Hey man, it's the way of the fist. The wombo combos are really, really dangerous for the side of Evos Esports, and it's actually great that they're abusing the fact that Veldora has a pretty free lane of his own, right? The amount of pressure that he's been providing as soon as he gets that Thunderbelt, JM Pinkman is basically gonna be a free farm bot for him for stacks, right? And the best part, every single time you throw out that fist, it also applies your on hit. So he's gonna get these Thunderbelt stacks for free.
Yeah, I talked about this with some of my viewers, in fact, just how well Thunderbelt synergizes with Badang because both his first skill and his ultimate operate off of basic attack modifier. So they're able to get those stacks very, very quickly. And right now, Evos Esports commanding a pretty comfortable lead. 1K in 4 minutes is nothing to scoff at, especially when we've already mentioned that Blacklist is the team that needs to make things happen a little earlier.
Yep. I mean, Persada, he tried his best, right? The most that he got was 2 battle spells out of Evos Esports' bot side of the map. And now, with JM Pinkman going to be finding his own Thunderbelt timing, let's see how this is going to play out. Next turtle on the top side of the map.
Annabelle already on it. Perxiva trying to poke him out, but Veldora is there. AOG comes in, doesn't get the knockup, but MP comes in, steals the turtle with the retry timing. JM gonna be abandoned a little bit. RWM comes out to stop him from escaping, but Blacklist are actually able to escort all 5 members out.
Surprising that Evos didn't at least punish them, right? I mean, Perxiva was able to flicker out of the way. Same goes for JM Pinkman as well. But at this point, Evos, they're going to start paying, trying to get that tax from Blacklist International on the bot side, stealing away jungle camps at the very least, looking to try and set up this dive, but Blacklist International too fast!
Blade Surge connects with Tawny right into the Vexana burst, and Haj gonna punish the overextension, picking off the Gatot. Now JM Pinkman on top of Clockun pops the ultimate. The Cyclone Eye gonna allow the Eve to escape just in time, but Blacklist immediately transitions. They want to contest the purple. Veldora's appearance gonna stop them. Nikki in a safe position, but his tower not quite as lucky. 4 members of Blacklist still not able to get it though.
Really good stuff coming out from Blacklist International. They know that Perxiva is really fast on that rotate. They know that MP has a lot of mobility, but most importantly, is that Haji is able to just blow up the mid lane, right? Despite everything that's happening, Blacklist International can regroup a lot faster in comparison to Evos Esports.
Yeah, this is a Blacklist International specialty after all. They're very good at these 5-man rotations and engages. Even if their lineup may be a little less good at it compared to Evos, it's still their comfort play style. They're gonna start rotating as a 4-man, controlling the mid and bot since they know the next turtle is gonna be coming out down here.
I'm curious to see where priority is going to go to, right? Because the fact that JM Pinkman was allowed to leave that lane goes to show that Veldora was slightly behind on tempo because of that initial combo that he was having. Wait, hold on.
JM Pinkman on top of Nikki. He's able to dash away. Perxiva looking for him as well as Annabelle. A bit too distracted. Outplayed with the dash right in with the heavy crossbow. One last hit. Gonna be able to finish him off in the tier 2. AOG cuts him off though. Right into the path of Veldora. And they're gonna punish. It's a gold lane 1-for-1 trade. MP now on top of the turtle. JM still in the backline. Perxiva providing information, but
God.
Annabelle actually holding aggro because of Veldora's presence. Clockun gonna be targeted once again. MP gets the turtle, but they lose Eve in exchange.
Man, Blacklist International playing like a black mamba here, trying to make sure that they are slithering and finding interesting ways to pinch Evos Esports. Clockwood, you can't tell him that he wasn't out of position, right? They saw where exactly Mr. Pinkman was, creeping around along the right side through Tribrush, but you could see that Haji was taking full advantage of the scenario, right? He has to make Clockwood choose. Are you going to deal with the wave, or are you going to help out with this turtle? Either or, it's between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, it was a very nice layered approach from Blacklist International. In fact, having Perxiva to help out MP while Outplayed and JM Pinkman were in the back line, slowly taking off their DPS members one by one. Veldora gonna catch Perxiva right into the Spear of Alpha. Raging Sandstorm not gonna save him. RWM gonna set up the Death Sonata. Haji picks off in the back line. JM Pinkman now just distracting Evos to make sure that MP is still able to get his buff, is able to secure it. But the mid-tier 1 will fall to Evos Esports as they continue on the pressure.
All right, now this is where the game is going to get really tough for Blacklist International. Evos Esports, they evened out the gold a little bit, even more. But at this point, once they start moving around as 5, Blacklist International has to use their macro to kind of split them apart. They need to be able to kind of divert the attention of where the main fighting force of Evos Esports is going to be leaning towards to. As you can see here, right, now they're going with the 4-1 split, understanding that they can't be giving these turrets for free. Blacklist International have already lost their mid-tier 1, but at the same time, at least they're threatening side waves as well until they hit their next item power spike, which is probably when Outplayed gets his 4th item, which will be a little tough, so I'll say until 3rd item coming in from MP.
But they're still holding position well. Already forced out a flicker on Clockun as well. Evos Esports, I actually am a little bit concerned for them. They need to adapt their approach to these team fights, because so far they've been setting up with the fist crack into the AOG combo, but that doesn't leave any frontliners in the back line to help protect Nikki and Clockun from a potential JM Pinkman dive. So their positioning needs to be a little bit safer and maybe a bit more controlled now that Blacklist wants to force them apart from one another.
I think that's why Annabelle has been using the Spear of Alpha and really just pointing it towards Mr. Pinkman here. Let's see how they play this out.
Prexiva is in the turtle pit. Raging Sandstorm Flicker lands on Annabelle, but he still gets the turtle in time. Prexiva gonna be able to heal back out. RWM comes out. JM in the backline with Clockun and Nikki. Gonna be eventually picked off by the Sky Piercer. And Evo still keeps everyone alive. Crack going to TP and Flickers picks off Prexiva. And P gonna trade for Tawny in backline, but is not able to chase. He's too low on HP. 2 for 1 trade. Death Sonata just barely whiffs as well. Veldora still looking for him. Actually gonna force him off the purple buff as Annabelle continues escorting the Lord down mid.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that Annabelle gets to live that. He gets dove by MP. He dives forward with the Spear of Alpha, and everybody just conveniently is on their skill cooldowns. Annabelle gets to walk over and heal back off from the mid lane, thanks to Veldora slowing 3 members of Blacklist International with this Badang. Really showing that Badang is just quite the disruptor, right? Even if he is not one-shotting your targets, which everybody has been so used to seeing Badang as this, you know, nasty fighter who eventually scales up and kills multiple people in a single combo. Oh, next punish might come in here.
His crack gonna connect on JM Pinkman. This is a 4-man dive. Nikki secures the killing spree. There's no way Hilda's getting out of that one. Not even gonna try and Flicker.
Yeah, I wish we could see the stacks that Veldora has right now in comparison to JM Pinkman. Just out of curiosity of how many Thunderbelt stacks he's got working with him. Oh, Brute Force Breastplate from Veldora too. This guy's feeling himself.
Yeah, I like what he's doing. He knows what his responsibilities are. Doesn't really need to output the most damage. The goal is to control your opponent. Secondary front line, I like it. I think Veldora is playing the most efficient Badang we've seen so far this challenge season. That's actually making it very difficult for Blacklist International to engage. The off-tempo initiation from this hero is catching them off guard.
Wishing Lantern being purchased by Clockhood, so now Jam Pinkman can't just willy-nilly walk up and run at him. Outplayed himself, did get the GDS, so he's gonna have a little bit more movement speed when he does pop that ult. But for now, you can just see that Evos Esports, as long as the main fighting force is controlling that mid wave, they get to do whatever they want in the jungle.
Oh, a beautiful Fist Crocodile G combo, and Hachi and Perxiva just melt in an instant. Mega kill streak for Nikki. JM, you do not want to be there right now as Blacklist. They're not going to be able to stop this push anymore. It's a 3v5. And Evos are going to get as much as they can with it.
They've got to stop disrespecting the Badang. They really do. I mean, if they lose one person, somebody is able to kind of, you know, eat the full combos. That's 2 ults down and maybe they can look for some form of retaliation, right? But at that point, it really just isn't worth it. They've got to make sure that they space out a little better against Veldora here. Now that his flicker is gone, at least they can't guarantee the combo to land.
And at the very least, they have that timing to play around here. Oh, JM and outplayed in the mid lane, but Veldora has already scouted them out. No flanking here for Blacklist. Annabelle gonna continue controlling the Lord Pit as Tawny is providing vision. You can see that Blacklist, they're just not able to expand outside of their half of the map. JM Pinkman wants to be in the back line, but Evos is watching every angle so well. Sonata drops down Hodge and he's just gone. Nikki gonna be jumped on by AM, but able to flicker out to safety as now Outplayed chases him down, finishes him off. Annabelle not able to pick up MP. Outplayed still going. Wind of Nature comes out, double kill on Clockhood, but will finally be stopped as Veldora and Tawny jump on top of him, and even Annabelle finally able to finish off MP.
Honestly, not too bad, unless they lose another member here, then it would be really, really awful. But considering that Blacklist International has been struggling to get in on these sites, especially to threaten their positions, I think this is one of the better outcomes. They just didn't win the 50-50 on the Lord take, but they're not going to lose too much for this.
And both sides actually end up with their Roman EXP alive. Fist Crack connects, but no damage to follow up on. Eventually, the Lord will crash in mid. Veldora a bit too deep there. Has to flicker out to safety to make sure he's not punished for that. And despite their best efforts, Blacklist not able to stop the Lord from taking their mid inhib.
Yeah, they really got to stop. They really got to stop using the sand. I think that Perxiva, he is getting a little confident that he's like, I can basically outlive anything. I'm building full tank, but he's got to remember that Badang naturally is able to kind of punch him out of these states of minds. So he's got to space himself a lot better here. If not, at least trade cooldowns with JM Pinkman a little bit better. But still, regardless, Lord does find the mid inhibitor. That's as much advantage that Evos Esports is going to take. Not too big of a deal for Blacklist International, because at the end of the day, if you are going for a Lord take, you still need to push out that mid wave naturally, and it's a lot more manageable compared to the side waves.
Yeah, that is true, but with one inhibitor down, Blacklist is gonna have a much tougher time actually having control of the map. We are 14.5 minutes in, Evos Esports holding a clear goal lead, and the heroes on Blacklist side are really gonna start dropping off in terms of scaling. You can just see how easily JM is being melted down by Nicky, and he hasn't even reached his power spike just yet. I think the timing is really closing down for Blacklist.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So far, I think that the approach from Blacklist International is correct. The execution of it could be a little bit better here and there. But so far, I think that Evos Esports, they're playing a very tight composition right now, and Veldora is really making it work, right? All of the bad scenarios have been turned around by Veldora alone. Clockhood very much is the eject button. When things are going bad, drop down to RWM to buy you that extra bit of time for some of your frontliners to actually disengage from bad scenarios. But even his positions not being compromised as much in comparison to the earlier stages of the game.
In the early stages, JM was still able to walk back without being controlled too much, but he can't do that anymore now that Evos genuinely does enough damage to be a scary threat. And because of that, Nicky and Clockhood are being given free reign of the Land of Dawn. I mentioned before the game started that Evos can have messy gameplay, but when they're able to play these more comfort drafts, these default front to backs, and their opponent doesn't have the same tools they do, they become a different team entirely. They are very solid.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. Hopefully they're able to take this Lord, or hold on.
Conceal comes in, Flicker, lands the Raging Sandstorm, Nicky blows up in an instant, and even Veldora, stopped by the Blade Surge, cannot follow up on Outplayed, misses the Fist Crack, but lands the ultimate. So Outplayed gonna trade himself for the enemy Badang. Now Perxiva trying to buy some space for MP to get out, but Real World Manipulation comes in, and MP is stuck between a rock and a hard place. JM will trade one more, but he's the last one alive, and Clockhood just gonna chase him down with Point Crystal. Even the Oracle bought on the spot so that he's able to survive it in time, because he knows Annabelle is pushing down the mid lane. Will he be able to recall in time? There's a minion wave. The Alpha is all alone in the base of Blacklist. The minion waves will spawn just in time. JM gonna be able to heal back up, and luckily, because of the minion waves, Annabelle not able to get a cheeky backdoor.
Unable to get the cheeky backdoor here. Once again, Blacklist International, great stuff coming in from Haji here. He sees the angle to get the full fear combo onto Nicky with the Eternal Guard as well. Loses his flicker for it. Great execution overall, but still so close from turning it around. Had Outplayed survived just a couple more seconds there, they might have been able to turn that situation all around. But this just goes to show, Nicky, he's got to be really careful. If he is giving a free lane, not really a free lane, but line of sight for Haji to make these plays, to land that fear, he's gonna take it. Haji, of all mid laners, is not afraid to lose battle spells to guaranteed that he's punching above his weight in terms of hero rolls.
Ooh, Veldora in trouble here, walks into a bush with 3 people, but Blacklist doesn't want to engage. They have no vision over the rest of Evos. I agree with you, Gideon. We have to remember, Evos still kind of came out on top in that previous Lord fight, despite their main DPS dying first before he could really even do anything. So if he had survived just a little bit longer, just imagine how easily Evos could have ended the game right there. The opportunity is still open. MP already forced to dash back to base. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Perxiva being chunked out by the Lord, has to heal up with the Quicksand Guard. RWM comes in, traps multiple members. Outplayed, has to walk back to base to heal. Minions still pushing in. Top inhib will fall right afterwards. AOG comes out. Fist Crack actually misses. So Evos doesn't get the engage they want, but Outplayed being melted. Wind of Nature used already. Lord is gone, but a beautiful Fist Crack by Veldora catches 3. Nikki gonna finish off JM Pinkman. Veldora still able to dash away. Annabelle as well with the ultimate. Dev Sonata just barely missing the Sky Piercer proc on Art. He's able to whack off. He's able to heal, but another minion wave comes in. Nikki still alive. Annabelle holding on to the immortality. But Evos cannot break through.
What an incredible base defense coming up from a Blacklist International. They're playing a perfect push and pull, but at the same time, they're keeping in mind who deals the most damage to the crystal. In this case, it's going to be Nikki, and then there is Veldora, but Veldora is doing something else here. He doesn't want to walk up too far in these scenarios. So Outplayed is putting himself in a position where he's actually pulling the attention of both Annabelle and as well as Veldora, leaving Nikki and Clawkun in a position where they have to play on the opposite end. And this allows Blacklist International, people like Haji for an example, and even Perxiva to walk up a little more freely to not only focus on the waves, but to absorb damage from Nikki to space him out from the crystal. And they just keep on changing positions, right? If Nikki goes to the top side, they position to the top side. If Nikki goes bot side and Clawkun tries to split off to the opposite end, then you see Outplayed responding accordingly. Really great stuff from Blacklist.
And it's actually really difficult to do things like this. Normally, with a lineup that wants to split apart your opponent, you need map space. You just need actual physical space to be able to play around with your opponent's positioning. But because Blacklist doesn't have it, they only have their base. They're actually using their own bodies, their very presences themselves, to juggle around the aggro from their opponent and buy time for the rest of their teammates to clear minion waves while handling their opponents. It's very impressive, and we can see the experience of Blacklist International playing together as a team, but they still need to secure this lord. They have no inhibitors left standing.
We need to see a super play from Blacklist International because the inevitable is about to happen here. They're getting poked out from every single angle. They cannot deal with Clawkun with the Wishing Lantern. They cannot deal with the Death Sonata coming in from Nikki. Well, now that he's already got that Malefic Roar, your armor basically doesn't really matter in the first place. And you can see that Evos Esports, they don't have to do anything. They've got 3 naturally pushing waves on their side. They can just drag this out.
Yeah, they're just waiting until the minions give them lane priority here. Tawny actually gonna get poked out pretty hard, but that's all of Haj's cooldowns already expended. Eternal Guard gone as well. And like you mentioned, Gideon, top and bottom minion waves are pushing really hard. Evos are just waiting for Blacklist to go back and respawn. And this should be an excellent timing for them to actually start blitzing the Lord down. There's 3 members of Blacklist still here. Haji gonna join them, but they know that JM Pinkman is not around. Lord at 20%, Tawny making their way back. Death Sonata poking Perxiva out. Veldora gonna get bursted, but AOG lands on top of MP. He cannot get close. Annabelle secures the Lord, and now Tawny just buying space and time. Winter Crown comes out, revitalized, keeping him alive. Eternal Guard gonna miss entirely. Annabelle a bit too far forward, but RWM forces the flicker from JM Pinkman, and Haji barely surviving the Death Sonata once again. Somehow no casualties, but Evos got their Lord.
Oh, wait, hold on. The casualty might just come through. No, Tawny! He's still alive! Jim Pinkman, he tried his best, and now he might just end up dying for it here. Perxiva's got to block some shots. Thank God he covers that ground. Good choices coming in from Blacklist International, but now the inevitable is here, and the Lord is going to end this game.
Blacklist, they've whittled it down to 70%, but the rest of Evos have come back in. Perxiva gonna get caught in. Raging Sandstorm lands on 2, pops the immortality. Lord actually cleared up. Perxiva sacrifices himself for it, but the fist crack lands on JM Pinkman, and now the rest of Evos are wailing on him. Killing spree for Clawkun. The crystal is exposed. MP trying to stop them, but there's just too many as Evos Esports takes the final hit and the crystal to claim game 1 for themselves.
Really great stuff. Good showing from both of these teams. Some really good. I think what the real difference is whether or not that you were able to successfully pull off the micro, right? A lot of good choices in terms of overall decision making, but it comes down to whether or not you find that one kill. And I think that even for Evos Esports, they understood at that very end game scenario while they were taking that Lord that it's already 22 minutes into the game. Well, 20 minutes at that point of time. Anybody dies has too long of a death timer to actually close out the game. There's no point taking a Lord if 4 out of the 5 members of your team dies and they have nearly a minute to wait before they come back to life.
Yeah, I really like the discipline coming in from Evos here. Even though they have a comp that has so many tools for engaging fights, they're not forcing it. They understand that Blacklist International is a team that plays super well together and is very good at counter engaging and punishing you if you overextend yourselves. They want to split themselves up very little here to make sure that they're not playing directly into Blacklist's draft. And while Blacklist tried really hard, they actually did an incredible job of holding that game and clearing the Lord. It wasn't quite enough as their heroes had already started scaling off compared to Evos.
I mean, there's only so much they could have done. I definitely think that if there's anything that Blacklist could have changed about the way that they played the early game, once they realized that they weren't really getting as much value moving towards the bot side of the map, I think they needed to kind of split up their resources a little bit better. Maybe sending Haji down with Perxiva to actually focus on clearing those waves to keep outplayed out of a diveable position, and then maybe sending MP over to the top side of the map pre-level 4 against Veldora to hopefully get Pinkman a lead of his own, if not get a snowball going for MP.
Yeah, I think there needed to be a little bit more focus towards that EXP lane. They just expected JM to be able to win lane priority on his own, and he did, but it wasn't quite enough to punish Veldora for playing what should be actually a pretty weak early game laner. Because of that, Veldora ends up as the MVP of game number 1. His timings, his approaches with the Badang, so good at offsetting the tempo that Blacklist wanted to play for. They're just suddenly caught by surprise by all the CC that Veldora is able to apply. And even if he's not the one landing the last hit, him being able to create these opportunities for Evos is what allowed them to slowly eke out the victory.
But I do think that we need to relook at the Badang matchups now that he's building a more, tank-oriented build, because even his laning phase, I would like to see what the full emblems are going to be later down the line. I'm pretty sure if he goes for Master Assassin, hats off to Veldora, he played it extremely well, because when you're playing against the Hilda, the hardest part for Hilda is to close the distance to get consistent damage. Even if Hilda is trading life against Veldora, the wave push isn't that great. Okay, so he goes for the full tank build, takes support emblems, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Every single time Hilda walks up into lane to try and trigger that concussive blast, Veldora can actually walk up, push her out of position just so that she doesn't get maximum value on that wave clear. And not to mention that even if Pinkman wanted to trade against him, Veldora just needs to keep his distance, right? Either dash backwards or every once in a while, when the power wilderness is thrown against you, just push her back. You can stop the combo midway.
I think any EXP lane mains out there know that dealing with a good Badang on a melee hero is just a pain in the butt. You are never going to get on top of him. JM Pinkman still has lane priority because Hilda is just such an oppressive presence and there's no way Veldora is gonna get any kills. But because JM Pinkman had to be unlocked from lane and roam around to help his team a lot, it gave Veldora a lot more space to actually farm up to catch up to become a durable and sustainable front line. If he had tried to punish him a little bit more there, then I think Blacklist would have just had a lot less to deal with.
Yeah, they would. But it's tough, right? At that point, I don't know how many stacks he had by mid-game. I'm pretty sure he was like breaking into the 20s at that point. It's really tough to say. I would have loved to see his progression in terms of like his Thunderbelt stacks, because I'm guessing by the end of this game that he's like breaking 50 easily.
Yeah, that play as well, that was a huge mistake by Outplayed. He really underestimated what a Badang can do to you in tidy and closed spaces. You always have this subconscious thought, hey, if I dodge the fist crack wall, then there's no way he can stun me. But then you forget there's walls all around you. And if Outplayed had survived there, it would have been huge swing for Blacklist International. Evos, they were able to hold on, they had more tools to play around with considering the draft, and were finally able to close things out on their own terms.
Yeah, I know that, a lot of the Blacklist fans are going to be very critical looking into this team and saying like, man, they could have done so many things better. The draft was genuinely hard to pull off in the first place, right? You can see the different types of combinations that Evos is able to put together in this matchup. Their lineup alone was inevitably going to win if this dragged out for too long. And not to mention that they played a very tight game as a 5-man. You didn't really see the 4-1s happen too often, only happening towards the mid game when Outplayed actually had a bit of an advantage against Nikkei by getting that split push and even allowing himself to use his ult to speed that up. But even for Annabelle, right, he did play, I would say that he played a pretty weak early game. However, he started to get his bearings towards the mid game. His jungle pathing, especially when we're taking into consideration the full length of the game, heavily towards the top side, mainly because he wants to play for those turtles. But when the opportunity presents itself, that's when he starts moving to the opposite side.
I think a similarity between both these tiers is that they generally aren't gonna play too aggressive to try and invade enemy jungle and try to like steal camps away. They'll typically play it a little bit safer, and in the case of Evos here, it makes a lot of sense because you are dealing with a Hilda and Khalid. I'm actually kind of surprised that Blacklist tried to go for this lineup because it's just not their comfort zone, right? It forces very early rotations and very early snowballing that if you're not able to achieve, instantly puts you behind and forces you in a difficult spot. They still held on admirably well considering everything, but if they went for their more default like 5v5 front to back the same way Evos did, I feel like it would have looked a lot more comfortable from them.
Well, I mean, a lot of it just came down to the draft, right? I do think this is an interesting take coming in from Blacklist International, and honestly, considering, you know, all the variables, you mentioned it before, they've done impressively well despite their draft being so having such a tight win condition, but it does show potential, and I think that's what all of this whole tournament is about, right? To really test yourself, how far can you really push these compositions? And I think maybe for game number 2, we might see a different side of Blacklist International, you know, going back to the traditional front to back. I would like to see whether or not they want to respond to Evos Esports' draft rather than playing their own.
I wonder, to be honest, I think what happened with Blacklist in this game is that they tried to respond to Evos' draft. Because after the Suyo, Evos went for the Granger and Eve, right? And it's very difficult to actually deal with these two heroes if you're playing the front to back. So I think they tried to shift into the Hilda Khalid style instead to like go run into the back line. But, well, we saw how that ended up for them, right?
I think... I feel like they wouldn't have picked Hilda in that if that was the case, right? They already knew they already locked in the Suyo. They already knew that Alpha was most likely going to be the third pick before the second phase of the game. So at that point, you start thinking about like, how do I actually clear out the EXP lane and what exactly is going to be my flex? And I think that Hilda probably wouldn't have fallen into that position just yet. I think that even if JM wanted to play like a Terizla, that would have been totally fine as well, but they probably would have to wait until the second phase. So I feel like as much as Blacklist were somewhat trying to adjust to the draft, they had the Suyo in mind and were trying to build around it as much as they could.
I guess I can see where you're coming from there, but we also got the highlight, the Dang as the last pick, right? This is a hero that was never picked in M6, never seen in SPS Season 5. I'll do even better, just never seen before now, like ever since the old days, and has seen a huge increase thanks to the recent buffs overall to all of these more auto attack based heroes and his synergy with the Thunderbelt, allowing him to actually stay alive in teamfights more often since he doesn't actually have to rely on damage. He's able to contribute to teams through pure utility.
Yep. I think, you know, the way that, you know, Badang has changed now feels like he's a real hero. He's not like this gimmicky character that's like, oh, build the Trinity, one-shot your opponents, GG, well played, you know? I do quite like the way that he's played now. However, I feel like most people are a little uncomfortable with positioning themselves against him, right? They don't really know how much distance he needs, how much space you actually need before you get caught by that combination. And I think more so just disrespecting the fact that his ult has CC immunity. Most people just tend to forget that he gets a huge shield and it has CC immunity, so therefore you can't just like walk up into his face for fun.
Yeah, and now it locks you down for slightly longer as well, right? Since they buffed the CC duration, I think it was from 0.6 to 1 second. So that also would have caught, like, outplayed off guard in that specific fight. But I think a lot of it does come down to the fact that teams and players are not used to dealing with Badang. We have literally not seen him for what, years before this? It's not something that you would have a lot of experience or practice against. So the more like specific nuances, like exactly how far he can go with the flicker frizz crack, or how much shield or HP he can actually regen, will elude you until he remains in the meta for long enough.
Yeah, I just love the fact that people like found this tech, right? You know, Diablo was like theory crafting about it for quite some time, especially with the Badang. More so now that taking the support emblem is actually very, very powerful on the Badang. Not only does it give you like enough to survive the laning phase, but more so brings even more value later down the line every single time you throw out an ability. But now we come into game number 2. Evos Esports now on the blue side, Blacklist International on the red side. We have the Loi Matilda and, oh, surprisingly, a Yves ban coming up from the side of Evos Esports with the Granger Jushin and Fanny from Blacklist International.
I think it's understandable. The Eve gave Evo so much space to play around in the previous game, and they're obviously not gonna first pick it, so it's just better to remove it from the pool in general. I think it's also very smart of Blacklist to ban the Granger and leave both junglers open by giving Evos the choice. Hey, do you want Joy? Do you want Suyo? We'll grab whichever one you don't have, and we will have ways of countering you. The Joy going to be the choice here. Both NP and Annabelle have played a lot of this hero so far. And yep, the Suyo will be picked in response.
Yep, Suyo and as well as the Harith. Now, Harith win rate, not exactly the highest just yet, despite him being a pretty nasty hero. But without Granger on the field, he's just gonna shoot up in deadliness overall. Not a lot of heroes can actually deal with the raw output of damage coming in from Harith, and the fact that they've technically buffed him at this point makes him an even bigger menace to the Land of Dawn. Now, Evos Esports needs to understand a couple of things. If we're going to deal with the Harith, how are we going to do it, right? Are we going to try and maybe get Lucas into play? Are we going to consider taking the Phoveus instead? Or do we want to hold that for the second round of picks?
Yeah, Phoveus would be the most obvious direct counter, but if they pick Phoveus right now, then Blacklist can just instantly respond with like the Glue or the Lucas, both of which can deal with Phoveus pretty well. So I don't think Evos wants to risk that just yet. Looks like they're playing it safe. They go for the Farsa to give themselves some artillery to play around. The only artillery, since Granger is already gone. And the Gatot to make sure that Blacklist cannot pick it in response to counter with the AOG.
But this means that Lucas falls into the hands of Blacklist International. Okay, I like Evos Esports' approach to this, right? They're going to be locking in the Gatot because as soon as we see the Zaman Force get popped down, if he doesn't have Purify, it's a free Sky Guardian, Avatar of the Sky Guardian, right? He's just going to force him out of it so he doesn't get full value from that rune. However, I don't know whether or not this is going to be a Gatot into Lucas matchup. I'm not sure just yet, but it is a pretty decent flex. So either way, it's a strong third pick, but now we see the Badang ban for the side of Blacklist International. I wouldn't be too surprised if Blacklist International also gets rid of the Phoveus as well.
And they can get rid of the Phoveus, but another thing that we have to consider now is like the Tigreal or the Belleric as a way of countering the Joy, right? That's always something that'll be on the forefront of everyone's minds. Evos has to spend the ban on the Angela because that combo is just a bit too well into Harith and Lucas. Like you mentioned, the Phoveus will get banned out. Evos, they will only have one option to get rid of a roamer that could potentially disrupt the Joy quite heavily.
I think you take away the Tig if you had the option, right? I think Belleric is a little bit more manageable, but it's a lot easier to respond to Belleric if he takes Flicker instead of Revitalize in comparison to a Tigreal.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Tigreal just has more solutions overall. At Evos, what else are they going to be thinking about? Blacklist right now are looking for a mid as well as a roam. I feel like roam is going to be a slightly bigger issue because now mid is just left to the typical picks of like Vexana or Aurora. They ban out the Valentina to make sure that AOG isn't stolen. And now Blacklist can just pick the Tigreal.
Interesting. I don't think it's just the AOG. What else are they worried about here? Are they worried about something in the support sector? I guess they could go both ways, right? All right, let's see how they're going to play this out. First, Blacklist International needs to lock in. They can consider picking up their support right now, but Vexana, yep, is probably going to be their safest bet. They're able to kind of, defend themselves against this Joy, or somewhat defend themselves. I still feel like it's pretty hard to catch Joy, but maybe it's because of my slow hands and old brain. Evos esports. Now let's see the full composition.
Evos has the opportunity to steal the Tigreal away here, but I actually don't like it too much into the Lucas. He actually gets disrupted very, very easily with just some solid timing. We have seen a lot of combos of the Cho with the Farsa, which is still an open option as well. Could be an easy way to bait out Purify from the Harif. But they'll go for the CC and the Moskov.
Okay. I'm actually all right with this. The CC into Lucas matchup is it's a very skill-based matchup, but it's definitely slightly, ever so slightly favored to CC, mainly because of the recent patch changes to her overall range. If it was old CC, I think it would be a lot harder to do, but with the added range, definitely helps out a bit. I'm curious to see whether Blacklist International wants to go with the classic old option of Grok, just to deal with Farsa, but I still think that Tigreal is probably going to be their better option. If they want a little bit of both, I guess they could go for Cho, but even so, I feel like their lineup has some pretty decent self-sustain. The main issue is whether or not they can actually engage strongly.
I still like the Tigreal a lot here. A response to the Joy well, threatens the Farsa somewhat. I like Blacklist's draft. Lucas and Tigreal together is so much frontline and CC potential, and I have been mentioning this over and over again throughout the challenge season. There is one big problem with Evos' lineup. Gatot is the main initiator, and I really don't like that.
Well, I think, at least this time you gotta trust that Anavel is able to create some space of his own. Same goes for Veldora, assuming he wins his lane. We don't expect Tawny to be the one going in every single time. I think he needs to save his ult for some really important moments in this game, which will be made very obvious once Harith is done getting 3 items.
Yeah, but will they have the leeway to save that ultimate? That is what I always worry about. If you don't have a primary teamfight initiator, Gatot has to do it, so he can't save his ultimate, and then it becomes easier to dodge as well. But maybe Evos will prove me wrong right here. They have the momentum. They are 1 game up. 1 win away from eliminating a Blacklist from SPS Season 6. So let's just see what happens in game number 2.
All right, it's going to be Evos Esports on the blue side up against Blacklist International on the red side. MP once again on the Suyo, but he has to face off against Anavel's Joy. And this is where it gets really annoying, right? Because I think for Blacklist International, as much as we...
Ooh, JM Pinkman trying to take the duel. He actually wins it out with the vengeance. First blood to the Lucas. Do not underestimate that flash combo.
Yeah, why did Veldora purify? And second of all, they knew that the wave was about to collapse to hit his level 2 anyway, so a bit of a miscalculation there, unfortunately. But for JM Pinkman, this is great for him. Now he's got a guaranteed winning lane, and at this point, with a little bit of help from MP, I think they can truly tip the scales over.
Yeah, that was really nice timing as well. MP taking advantage of Suyo's level 3 power spike to immediately gank mid after Clawkun got caught off guard trying to gank the top lane. So 1 minute in, Blacklist already leading by 2 kills.
Hurry up. Doing some really good stuff here, and Blacklist International just maintaining some strong priority over that mid lane, right? Really disrupting the flow of the game for Evos Esports. It feels like they're playing on the back foot for now, but it doesn't really matter, right? It's about scaling into this game. Both Anavel and Clawkun with Nikki, all of them scale especially well into this matchup, and I want to see whether or not JM Pinkman can make the effort to disrupt Clawkun, because I think he's probably the only one who could do so other than Mr. MP, or if Haji has his flicker available to try and stop the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, I think once we get into the mid game when most of the cores have gotten their 2nd or 3rd item, then the big question will be whether or not JM Pinkman and Persada can survive the burst from Evos. If they can, and Evos actually is quite cooldown dependent. Oh, hold on, JM trying to jump the backline, doing a lot of damage to both Clawkun and Veldora already. Vengeance used early on, still initiating with the flash combo. Will eventually be traded off. Zaman Force comes out, Anavel trying to dash in, but not able to find the space. So MP gets the first turtle.
I think Mr. JM Pinkman was done dirty there. They told Blacklist International told him, hey, engage. All 3 members just working on the turtle. All this so that MP can get a lead onto Anavel. So they sacrificed an EXP-sided lead just for MP.
Whether or not it's worth it, we'll find out. Electrifying Beats popped. Implosion as well. Will it be enough? No! I'm going to miss. And Persada sacrifices his life for nothing in return.
Oh, pain. They didn't layer the CC well enough. They just needed to space it out just a little bit more so that MP could weave in 2 immortal auto attacks, and that would have been fine. But look at him getting chunked out here. Oh my goodness.
That was close. Spear of Destruction almost connected, and if it did, MP would have been dead for sure in that feathered airstrike, but he'll just barely survive. That's important for Blacklist. They have to stay even so that they can actually deal with Evos' burst.
Actually, I'm surprised that Clawkun didn't flicker forward to try and land at least one more of that feathered airstrike. I think that would have killed MP as well. Not sure if his passive had already been triggered off of the first one, but still, even so, he still can use that. He's still holding it up. It's better to save the resources than waste it for something that's unguaranteed.
We can see from EXP as well that Outplayed is actually winning out lane prio in the gold lane as well. So Blacklist still in a very comfortable spot right now. 1k gold lead for them. Persada still providing vision over Annabelle. They're gonna want to set themselves up for the turtle. It's gonna be up in another 15. The blade surge connects on Tawny. Revitalize comes out. AOG cancelled, but he's still able to survive it all.
Yep, Revitalize is all that he needed. He just needed to believe in the Revitalize. But now EXP laners going to get involved here as the turtle has spawned 2-2 current score line with a 1.5k lead for Blacklist International, but they have first position over it. And with first position, it's really tough for Evos esports to actually walk in for free unless Gatot.
AOG comes in, lands on one, taunts JM under the tower, but Vengeance keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Outplayed on the back line, picks off Veldora. JM Pinkman gonna finally be traded away, but they lose Clawkun as well as Blacklist just dives Evos between their own towers. Double kill for MP.
Yep, worth it. I think JM Pinkman understood that he was basically dead meat. He knew that he was going to be in a lot of trouble as soon as he got hit by the AOG. So at that point, you might as well maximize your damage, or at the very least find in enough places to sneak in your auto attacks, because at least with your first skill, you have CC immunity when you start channeling it through. Either way, it still works out very well for Blacklist International at this point of time, and not to mention that MP still maintains his lead level-wise against Annabelle.
Also, something we have to highlight. In game number 1, we definitely said that Evos esports had the easier lineup to just execute. Very honest, easier to play. In this game, that definitely goes to Blacklist. Evos has a lot more to achieve in terms of the team fighting because they don't have as much tools and utility to just lock down Blacklist. So we can kind of see that happening already.
Yeah, it's becoming very evident that it's really difficult to get in on these fights, especially when you don't have like tempo on your side. Always having to play one step behind Blacklist International is really unfortunate because you want to be able to set up beforehand. Oh, Conceal coming out from Persada just so that they can threaten position over the tier 1. Okay, they're sacrificing a lot here for the side of Evos.
Yeah, honestly, trading Conceal for mid-tier 1 is very worth it.
Whoa,
Annabelle being chased down up top lane. Oh, not able to dash away. MP able to follow up, get the final blow. And even despite having more presence in the mid lane, you can see that Evo's just not able to compete with Outplayed already. AOG used defensively.
Yeah, Blacklist International is playing really well with the tempo at hand, right? They're making sure that they are preemptively sending members in the right spots, knowing that when Annabelle is behind, especially when he's behind EXP, once his camps are cleared on the opposite side of the map, look for the long lane and then look to eventually punish him because he's going to look for a split anyways. And since Blacklist International control the timers for his buffs, they know exactly where he's going to be.
Annabelle is going to be completely zoned out of his jungle for a long time here because Evos just does not have map priority. Again, I really don't like the solo initiating Gatot. You can see that there's no way for Tawny to actually create any space for his team. And CC even went Purify instead of Vengeance, so Veldora can't even be a secondary front line for Evos.
Well, Well, to be fair, I would say a lot of the fault is really coming down to whether or not CC was winning her lane in the first place, right? Had CC gone even with Mr. J and Pinkman, technically she would have been able to kind of like lock him down in lane a lot better. And I do think that mid prio has been a big issue. I think that Evos Esports, unfortunately, Botanian as well as Clockhood needed to control that mid lane just a little bit better and then call Annabelle to cut off rotations rather than looking for these hard kills towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like Evos just weren't active enough with a composition that actually hits a pretty powerful timing at level 4. And Blacklist took very strong advantage of that. They're already setting up for this tier 2. AOG comes in, dodged entirely. Prexiva pushes Tawny back. Revitalize use Zaman Force as well. Ooh, Spear of Destruction does actually connect. Veldora chasing Prexiva down. The Conceal gonna allow Blacklist to get out quite easily. Now the Zaman Force re-engage on Tawny since he has no Revitalize. And JM Pinkman already targeting the backline. Instead, Nikki forced the back by Evil Quelling. Oh, MP! This is the skill too! And so Nikki's able to walk out. Purify used on Veldora. At least he's able to get the mega kill on Veldora instead.
Oh, the movement, a little unfortunate. It's still a winning position for Blacklist International. They can afford these misses, right? They got a 6k lead in the bag already. They've got Lord at their backs too. There's no real way for Evos Esports to actually find these big tempo breakers just yet. I think the only scenario we find, oh, there we go. The Holy Crystal is already in. We need to see Annabelle make a preemptive measure, right? Jump into the middle of Blacklist International, make sure that he has his CC immunity with the electrifying beats, and then allow the vision for Tawny to jump in with the AOG. But in the meantime, he's trying to buy as much time as possible, and it's clear that Blacklist International have figured out his habits.
Yeah, though Annabelle actually buying a lot of time. The rest of his team actually able to regroup now and start pushing down mid tier 1. So you can see Blacklist having to respond to that and Annabelle actually getting out safely.
Yep, he's doing a great job, but still Lord Empowered minions do start spawning now, and that's for the rest of Evos Esports. They need to drag this game out for as long as possible so that Clockhood and even for Nikki to actually hit their item power spikes.
Will it be enough time though? Prexiva already scaring Clockhood away, not even committing the implosion there. Mid tier 2 is gone, outplayed, just got Holy Crystal, so now this Harif is a major threat. We are 10 minutes in, Lord pushing, Evos, they only have their inhibitors left.
And they know for a fact that Clockhood, his Feathered Airstrike is going to take some time. It should be coming up in just a little bit here. They're gonna drop it down again, but it just does no damage.
And a beautiful two-man knockup on the Eternal Guard. Tawny gonna be sacrificed here, and Evos can't even get a trade. They only are able to clear out mid-wave. In the meantime, Annabelle in 1v1 against MP being chased across the map as the rest of Blacklist is wailing on the Crystal. Annabelle will finally fall. MP will be able to come join his team. JM Pinkman ends up killing Nikki, and the rest of Evos will just follow suit. A flicker by Clockhood desperately to survive, but the Crystal is exposed. And Blacklist will even things up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 3.
Good stuff coming in from Blacklist International. You know, after taking advantage of Evos Esports' initial mistake, they maintained tempo throughout the entirety of the game. There was no coming back for that unless Blacklist made an initial mistake, or we saw a super play coming out from Evos Esports, but they just didn't have the tools to do so, right? They needed to wait off of item power spikes, and their composition is heavily reliant on having a steady tempo, a steady build of power.
Yeah, I still stand by the fact I don't like the way that Evos drafted game number 2. Yes, it could have worked if Veldora was even or even winning against JM Pinkman in lane, but even if that Veldora was ahead, Blacklist just has way more tools to deal with them. I feel like Evos did not consider the possibilities of just having to deal with a like straight up 5v5, which is weird considering that's how they won game number 1. Like there just needs to be so much more thought being put into the draft.
Well, I think that the initial idea was okay. However, they probably they bypassed the fact that Lucas was able to get through in the first place. The Harith was definitely something they were going to give on over because they did lock in the Joy, which they highly prioritized. And even so, I think that unfortunately for Evos, they might need to rethink a couple of things. Number one, I think that in terms of the bans, it's hard to say that it's wrong, but I think that maybe if they want to look for tempo breakers to leave maybe even Loyi open, just so they can retaliate against Blacklist International if they do decide to play on the blue side.
I think they weren't really willing to risk that because even if you try to manipulate the draft somehow, picking Loyi first will end up giving quite a lot of power picks to your opponent, and I don't really think I've seen Clawkun play Loyi yet so far, so I'm not even sure if it's a comfort pick for Evos in the first place. I think they could have just tried going for a more honest lineup. Like in the beginning, they had the makings of it. I was 100% expecting some form of secondary initiation. I highlighted the Cho as a possibility, but then they went CC, which makes it a little bit harder to play for team fighting. It was basically a priority towards the lane instead of later in the game.
I suppose, yes, that is a fair point. I think they could have, if they could, I guess they could have gone like got.exp and then after that swapped out for maybe even Cho in the mid lane. I mean, it really boils down to how do you keep control over the mid lane, really. It's difficult to outpush Haji on the Vixana in the first place, and you already have a pretty tough lane in the gold. Harith into the Moskov, generally Harith favored 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the Valentina really needed to be banned out that much. Like we were talking about it, right? Just ban the Tigreal, make it so that Blacklist doesn't have an easy counter to Joy, easy setup with the Lucas. And I get it, you know, you have AOG, you have Feathered Airstrike, but I think that can still be played around somewhat compared to what Perxiva offered this game.
Well, I mean, I suppose yes. I do think that the Valentina does have a couple of benefits. It does generally very well against melee oriented compositions, especially if Veldora was planning on playing CC anyways. It would have helped a lot, but even so, that's just doubling down on the CC basket here.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm just really confused. I'm gonna be honest. I like how Evos drafted in game number 1. I think by now both these teams should understand that they're actually surprisingly similar to each other in that they approach the game from a very fundamental standpoint, which means that more easy, honest drafts are gonna end up working out with their style of play a lot of the time. And they're still putting themselves in positions where they have to play a little differently.
Or maybe both teams are just superior players when they're on the red side. Maybe that's what it is, right? Both games, red side victories. Coincidence? I think not.
I don't know. Another solo Gatot initiation loss? Also coincidence? I think not.
Yeah. Hey, look, these guys are trying to play like underdogs here. The overall stats for the SBS, red side is doing very poorly, 41% overall. But give it up for our MVP of the game going over to Outplayed. He had a really straightforward matchup, right? He knew exactly what he needed to do. And he even opted to go for Weapon Master instead of Bargain Hunter. He knows that he's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, and I think Outplayed was doing a great job in lane. He already is aware that he has lane priority against a Moskov and made sure to like make that presence felt within the laning phase itself. But if you consider how Blacklist played around this gold lane priority as well, they went ahead and ganked very early on, right? Even JM Pinkman here being able to get first blood should not have happened for Evos, but Blacklist made the most of it and were able to slowly convert more and more of this control on the map into just straight up victory conditions.
Yeah, and I mean, they played a strong game, right? There's nothing you could really do about it at this stage. I don't even think there were any like big plays that they could have made to really change the outcome of the game. Maybe if Annabelle, after he got his Holy Crystal, was able to find some isolated picks. But again, Blacklist International played a really tight game of their own, tried to make sure that there weren't too many holes so they couldn't lose tempo. And even so, I do feel a little bad for Mr. Pinkman, again, sacrificing like, you know, little bits of his lead to get MP ahead of the game. And eventually, luckily, it paid off towards the end.
I think it's a very like EXP lane of trend to have to kind of sacrifice yourself to set things up for your team, right? Even in game number 1, Veldora's performance on the Badang was a little bit of an exception. Nowadays, there's a reason people lean towards having tank/utility style EXP laners to just continuously control the fight. And in that sense, JM Pinkman was doing perfectly well. And a victory is more than enough consolation for any sacrifice he had to do there.
Also true. It's the score is 1-1, which gets me a little giddy, a little itchy for game number 3. I'm curious to see, because so far it really boils down to who's got the better draft. Any draft that's able to not only maintain tempo and also, oh, we look a little different here, but hey, don't worry.
A little bit, yeah.
Don't worry, a little bit of magic trick for you guys. Took off the makeup and this is how we look like. Now, with game number 3 about to happen, I'm thinking about whether or not the draft, if they do have a even draft on both sides, what would that look like exactly, right? Because inevitably, power picks do always get let through, and I think based off of the meta that we've been seeing here at SBS, it's very comparable to M6. A lot of the same picks and bans are still coming through with a couple of interesting takes on the EXP support flexes, but other than that, it's been pretty standard.
It's been pretty standard. That's why you expect these teams to have maybe a little bit more understanding of what they need to change. But the game 3 is the opportunity for them to show us that they've learned from their mistakes so far. Since it is going to a game 3 though, we're gonna take a short break as usual to make sure that the players have the rest and time they need. And we will catch up with you guys right after this.
That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand fear in the face. That only I give to me. All I need. All I need. Understanding when all the I'm the type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope we didn't keep you all waiting too long there, because I'm sure we're all very, very excited to witness the conclusion of our first match of the day. Will it be Blacklist International on blue side or Evos Esports on red side? Who moves on to the last chance qualifiers?
Alright, let's find out here because it's going to be Blacklist International on blue side, first pick, and Evos Esports on red side as second pick. Traditional bans are coming through, the Fanny, the Loyi, the Granger for Blacklist International, and Evos Esports thinking whether or not to get rid of the Joy. They've banned out consistently the Zushin and as well as the Matilda, but really, do they really want to give Mr. MP the Joy?
MP has had a pretty successful run on the Joy so far. Suyo is still open. Eve is open as well. Looks like Evo is gonna ban out the Angela instead. Just pose the question to Blacklist, and they just come up with a different answer altogether. The Harry first pick immediately trading the priority for the decision over to Evos instead.
Interesting. I think, you know, Blacklist International, they've dealt in the previous game with the Joy. It feels very manageable for them, and it also helps that Outplay was winning his lane very heavily on the opposite side of the map. At this point, I think that Evos Esports may need to pose some new questions and different problems, maybe considering looking for their flex pick early on, if not targeting that mid lane, because again, it feels like as long as Haji is able to get that support. Oh, an early Lucas pick here. That probably wasn't the way I was thinking of it that it would go. But yeah, if Haji gets his traditional clearing, strong clearing mid laner, then I think, you know, it's all about the side lanes.
I actually do quite like this Lucas being picked up early here. We've already seen that even if this hero doesn't have the best lane priority overall, he contributes very heavily in the team fight. Blacklist will instantly lock in the Phobius since they no longer have to worry about the glue counter pick. I was actually for a moment thinking whether Evos wanted to go straight into Lucas and Eve and then just let Blacklist choose their jungler again. But that would leave them very vulnerable to a Valentina, so I can understand why they didn't go for it.
Yeah, I definitely, I was thinking along the same lines, maybe go for like the Eve a little bit earlier, probably pair it up with the Suyo instead of the Joy. But I'm surprised that Blacklist International gonna avoid it entirely, right? This time, nobody is touching the Joy. They lock in the Valentina for themselves this time around, going blind into this matchup, and not to mention that with the Valentina, you can actually steal away the transformation from Lucas and honestly be a little bit more effective.
Yeah, this is actually a very good opening from Blacklist. Like you mentioned, Gideon, not only does Valentina steal the Lucas and have better use of it, it already pre-denies the Eve from coming out from Evo, since you don't want to give away a free RWM either. Not to mention that by not picking their jungler here, they are forcing Evos to ban out the Joy and the Alpha so that they have a bit more openings to decide who their roam is going to be.
Alright, let's see. Hayabusa gonna be so fast. No hesitation from Evos Esports. They're like, nope, not gonna let Hayabusa get through. We don't mind playing into Alpha, but Hayabusa, nah. Joy, let's see. We'll think about it.
Yeah, I think Evos is being a bit suspicious here. They're like, Blacklist is leaving a lot for us to ban. They might actually want to play the Hayabusa here. Let's just get rid of that. The Gatot going to be banned by Blacklist as well to deny more team fight for Evos, as Lucas and Eve is already pretty strong. Let's see if Evos go ahead and ban out the Joy here.
Yeah, let's see what is the upcoming ban coming in from Evos Esports. Joy definitely has its benefits in this matchup, and considering that at the very least a lot of the quote-unquote counter matchups have been in Phobius has already been taken away by Blacklist International, I actually, unless they are very confident in Lucas to stopping or at least disrupting the Joy mid-fight, they might consider an alpha ban. But oh, they are confident
actually
in it.
I suddenly started thinking this. What if they ban Alpha and then like first pick Tigreal in the second phase? Right?
They can. Technically
then
they
Blacklist just can never play Joy, right? There's too much CC.
Let's see what this next ban coming up for Blacklist International comes out first. They might be ahead. They might just be ahead of the game. If they wanted to, they absolutely can, because they're pretty much not going to get much value. Oh, they're really targeting the gold lane of Evos Esports this time. Okay. They want to make Nikki feel a little uncomfortable and dig deep into the gold lane pool.
I feel like there's still plenty open though. The Aerotel is still available. Even the Bruno is pretty safe into the Hare, so I don't think there's too much to worry about by banning out the Moskov. And now Evos have the option. Do they want to go for their road first or their gold laner first? And yup, they're doing it straight away. The Tigreal.
They get the Tigreal, Khalid gets locked through, the Joy comes on through as well. They're like, whatever. If you're going to try and lock me down, by all means go for it, but at the very least we have some strong initiation tools, and not to mention, that Valentina has got a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, like, Evos is going in the opposite way of countering the Valentina, of just having so many good ults that you can only choose one there, and the Joy is super confident. It's almost leaning into arrogance if you ask me personally. There's so many ways Evos can stop you that if MP is able to pull this off, I will have nothing but praise for them. But it also means that almost all of Blacklist's burst is magic damage, which I don't actually like.
Well, I mean...
Whoa!
Dude, Sun? Wait, then where exactly... Huh. Interesting. Sun Gold Lane.
Sun Gold Lane, yep.
Sun and Gold Lane. Yes, it's got the mobility. Does it matter too much against the I guess not. Eventually it will scale it. Eventually just like, you can basically just one-shot the Harith given enough time. This is, alright. Evos Esports is really risking it for the biscuit here, but it's about mid priority. If they can control mid, they can control the side waves. So good luck to them on this red side of the map. Very curious to see what the jungle rotation is for Blacklist. Now that they see the sun, how do they prioritize the lanes?
I did predict that that Evos would win when that Blacklist would win when this match started, but now I really like Evos' draft here. I kind of hope that it comes out on top because I just think it's really solid overall, and Blacklist with this Joy is gonna put MP under a lot of pressure. But it could go either way here. This is now a best of one to decide whether it is Blacklist or Evos that moves on into the LCQ. Loser goes home. Let's find out who comes out on top.
Alright, MP gonna be starting on his orange buff, and on the opposite side, Evos gonna do exactly the same. And at this point, contesting for Lethal Wanderer is going to be a little dangerous here, because Eva's going to have a slight advantage with this early game power, but let's not forget, Veldora is on this side of the map.
Look at how much damage Perxiva takes instantly. Veldora going for the Concussive Blast instead of Brave Smite here, so acting as that secondary tank. And I did notice Nikki went for Petrify Sun, so he fully intends to lean into the late game one-shot playstyle.
He's a dirty little boy. He's a dirty little boy this time, trying to cheese out his opponents. I do want to see how it's going to play out. He is taking common emblems, and he's taking tenacity as well as hybrid defense. It does some pretty decent poke overall, and that's all he really wants to. He wants to be able to have a decent laning phase while still being able to scale. I am curious to see whether or not Evos Esports are going to play a more split push heavy style of play, because again, in these team fights, I don't think Nikki's going to get much value.
Well, engages with the Blade Surge, but Blacklist has more burst right now, and MP runs straight into the tower, picks up the first blood and the double kill on Evos before the 2-minute mark.
What was the plan? They knew that Blacklist was rotating off from the top side of the map? Alright. I mean, if Tommy dies here as well, this is just going to be extremely sad, but they've lost so much space for that. This first turtle pretty much uncontestable at this point of time. Let's see whether or not Veldora is going to look for the engage. He probably won't. He's going to just, you know, keep track of what's going on.
Never mind, he is engaging. Vengeance comes out, already dropping Hachi to half HP. MP gets the turtle, but Veldora is just too far away from the rest of Evos. They cannot back him up, and he goes down the Blacklist.
Is nobody counting the timing? Is nobody... I mean, I feel like Annabelle is calling like, hey, we can contest for this. He's already moving towards his purple buff and will, you know, sacrifice actually taking it straight away to run over to Turtle's side of the map, but he needs to give a countdown at least to kind of work with Veldora to have a better timing of the engagement. If they're too late and they've taken away that Turtle, then sure, you can start backing off, go back to your buffs, go back to your lanes. Nobody loses tempo at least.
Yeah, we've seen in the past that Evos esports gets messy under pressure. And I think we're already starting to see the first signs of that. They definitely are lacking a bit of the momentum since they lost game number 2. And they're feeling the pressure, already losing lane priority in almost every part of the map. We're only 3 minutes in and Blacklist already has a 2k net worth lead.
Yeah, pretty fat lead for them, 3-0 into the matchup. I mean, for Nikki, it's a pretty dead lane for him. He's just going to be chilling for the most part of it. Every other lane, though, however, Clockhood and as well as Tawny do not have much control over this mid. And it's surprising that they don't. But this is just the beauty of Khalid, right? Able to kind of, you know, forcefully, even if Haji is a little slow on that wave clear, doesn't matter. Perxiva can cut the majority of that wave for him to really speed up that rotational process.
Yeah, this is what was missing from Blacklist's Khalid in game number 1. I'm kind of shocked that there's such a big difference in how active he is being on the map right now. And this is how you really push that advantage forward. They are not allowing Evos to control the riverside. Yes?
Nikki? Where is Nikki? What is happening to him? What was going on there for a second? Man's walking into walls. If he needs to call for a technical pause, I really hope he calls it before he loses more gold or EXP. But now for the very first turtle, next turtle of the map. Let's see how they're gonna play it out.
MP already on it. Oh, implosion on 1. Perxiva focus specifically. Nikki jumps in. Veldora gets the kill. MP still gets the turtle though. Artillery M comes out, but Haji's in the backline as the beast. And that's gonna be a double kill for Outplayed, as well as another 3 members of Evos picked off in quick succession. And Blacklist gets the turtle as well.
Very free for them. Very Nikki? Is he going to try and do something a little wild, a little crazy here? Let's get a little bit of damage, but losing this mid-tier 1, it's so good for Blacklist International, right? At this point, based off of what we saw in game number 2, they like holding that momentum. They like holding that tempo as well, and they play very well around it. Nikki in a lot of trouble, able to dodge a large majority of the damage at least, but even so, Evos Esports is forced to stick as 5 now, losing a lot of pressure everywhere else on the map.
We already knew with the draft that Evos is the better composition for sticking as 5, but the fact that they've been forced to do it so early is not ideal. Oh, 3-man implosion! Veldora comes in and knocks them all into Raging Sandstorm. Perxiva trying to distract them away. Despite everything, JM and Hachi are both still alive and healthy. And now JM is in the back line, forcing out Clockhood, dropping him to 10%. Veldora has to escape as well. They finally finish him off, but that is way less than they were expecting to get.
Yep, I think even for Evos, they don't mind the fact that they were able to get 1, sure, but then let's see what the conversion is for Blacklist International. They know that Veldora doesn't have his ult, they know that Clockhood doesn't have his ult, they could do something with that information, but unfortunately, they go for the full reset here, they check the jungle, realize that everything has been taken at this point of time, they don't find much back.
Yeah, that was like such a huge catch for Evos Esports. It was the perfect combo. But Annabelle was not there, the most important piece of the puzzle, their early game burst. So Blacklist was just able to walk out of it for free and continue snowballing their gold lead. Things are not looking good right now. We can see that Evos are not even gonna try and contest the turtle because they know they just do not have control over the map right now. I think that was implosion used up top. Yup, Sacred Hammer on JM. He is being surrounded 1v4. MP gets knocked off on 3 members into the Raging Sandstorm. And now the Salmon Force comes out, Outplayed with the killing spree. Punishing Veldora, getting a trade back for his fallen comrade. And even Nikki being chased away.
Oh my goodness. JM Pinkman, before he goes down, he goes out with a bang. He chunks him hella hard before the rest of the team comes by to sweep that fight up. Even so, Blacklist International, a very clean 5k gold lead. I'm thinking that this game is pretty doomed right now. Annabelle getting his second item is great, but MP has a Holy Crystal, so the timings are just way off for them.
Yeah, by now, with the lineup they have, I would have expected Evos Esports to be the ones in control. Like, their mid-game team fighting should be so good. But Blacklist took advantage of that and went for an unexpected early game aggression. Just rotating all over to stop them before their snowball even begins. Veldora using Unleash the Beast just to defend the tier 2. This is how much pressure Blacklist is putting on them.
Can't do much about it. Can't do much at all. You just have to take it. They're waiting for that big catch again, and I think the most ideal one is if they can somehow sneak Haji in. Haji and Outplayed ideally, but both of them have Purifies. It feels very unlikely that they'll make that mistake. And we've noticed that MP doesn't show himself very often.
Oh, Annabelle might be dead here. Just barely surviving. Able to dash out. Perxiva gonna be stopped by Veldora as well. That's very important. Evos cannot afford to lose any more bodies here. At this stage, this Harith is a massive problem.
They have no means of catching him as well. That's the big issue. Oh, unless...
Play commits the Zaman Force, targets the doppelganger, unlucky. Nikki still running away. The rest of Blacklist coming in to back him up, petrified to stop MP. Not for long though, killing spree for the Joy as the monkey gets taken out.
Alright. Interesting. Evos Esports, they're unsure of what their next steps need to be. I feel like they're just playing too reactive right now, right? Oh, they realize that Outplay could be by himself. Even though that 75% of the map is basically dark for them, with no information to play off of, and even if it's not like MP who shows up, or Perxiva with Haji, that would have been enough of an issue. Even if JM Pinkman showed up, they would have been having a bit of a struggle to fight.
And they just don't have enough damage right now. They're so behind on itemization. Outplayed has Holy Crystal before the 10-minute mark. That's how you know this is a huge problem for Evos. I'm pretty sure Nikki not even close to that third item yet. And already they have to play so defensively. This is a lineup that should be able to control the map, should be able to control teamfights so well. And Blacklist has just stopped them from being able to play it at all.
Yep, and again, this just goes to show how important priority is in a lane. With lane priority, your team can do a lot of things a lot faster than your opponents. You are able to make that first impact before your opponent can respond. Blacklist International seems to be doing a lot more with their priority in comparison to Evos, unfortunately.
Already, rotating up top, Raging Sandstorm doesn't even let Tawny use Implosion. Looks like he had no interest in doing so. Nikki trying to defend tier 2 mid all by himself, but outplayed in the backline. Look at the damage. Not even Veldora able to stand up to him.
Yeah, it's pretty unwinnable right now. It's pretty unwinnable. The shielding will go down on the mid lane, but at least they can just start... Honestly, they can start sieging the bottom side of the map as quick as possible. They need to at least get one inhibitor off of this.
Oh! JM Pinkman following up on the Veldora kill. Implosion completely whiffs as Haji just takes him out. All 5 members of Blacklist, they have their eyes on the prize right now. RWM comes out, tries to control them, but there's just no damage. There is no threat. Perxiva takes out Clockun in the backline and still buys space because he heals up more damage than Annabelle and Nikki can do together.
Yep, and at this point, second waves are going to be coming through. Veldora is going to get back up. Does he have... He died pretty early on. I wasn't sure how much of his ult charge is still available. It should be pretty high, yeah. It's pretty high. A couple of engagements, at least the first flash step should be enough to get him back up to transform again. But that just means that Evos Esports is at full fighting force, and Blacklist International with a single inhibitor on the long lane as well for when the Lord is spawning in 45 seconds. I think this is a checkmate angle.
MP is at 10k personal net worth with Wishing Lantern, Holy Crystal, and Blood Wings. 3 very expensive items completed before the 12-minute mark. There is a 10k gold difference between Blacklist and Evos, and we can see that even their cores have only just hit their 3rd item. It is as GG as it could possibly be right now, and even if Evos somehow get the miracle 5-man implosion into the full combo, I actually don't think they can end the game with it.
No, they can't. But they just don't have enough damage. Honestly, like, if we're talking about a 5-man implosion, that means there's got to be some significant AoE. Annabelle, sure, maybe if he's at like 6, max war stacks, goes in, blade surges, does the full combination. I still don't think it's enough because Clockun just doesn't have his 2nd or even 3rd item. Maybe with a Wishing Lantern, possibly. Divine Glaive would be kind of nice here. Now they're looking for the initial catch-up. Pinkman.
Implosion into Veldora. Nikki's coming in. RWM as well. Can they at least finish off Phobius? Yes, they will. But the rest of their team is now being dismantled as the Zaman Force just denies Clockhood any attempt at escape. Nikki able to recall out. Connie buying some time. Veldora being electrifying, beat down by MP. Blade Surge going to miss, and now Annabelle in some trouble as well. But MP will decide to back off just a little bit here. 3 members of Evo is just taken out in quick succession.
All for Mr. Pinkman, making sure that this is trying to keep this.
Oh, look at outplayed.
Nah, he's too strong. I mean, they're all too strong. With the 10k gold lead, it's really difficult to lose the game from this point. You are just stat checking everybody.
Nikki, even his damage is not really able to pet them Haji of all people.
Oh.
Look at Raging Sandstorm. Actually, really nice dodge by Nikki, but doesn't have much left. Zaman Force almost takes him out, and even Clockhood as collateral nearly. Blacklist are just so far ahead. Now Lord is pushing in bottom. All the inhibitors are going to fall instantly here. Nikki just barely defending the top one. Even if Tawny is able to find that implosion, like you mentioned, Gideon, they just don't have the damage. Annabelle finally has the VOD, but I still don't think it's enough.
Yeah, but however, this is dragging on longer than it probably should, right? They found those initial picks, but they haven't been able to actually close the distance again on this crystal. Well, here we go, Perziva looking for something.
Yep, Conceal used, not committing his ult yet, just zoning Evos away so that Outplayed can get a free inhibitor. And Blacklist back out after that.
Taking it slow and steady. I think that Evos might be able to hold out on this one. Their high ground seems to be doing okay, and honestly, Nikki on this Sun, if he had more items, would be a legitimate threat because he has been dodging some key abilities with his own ult as well. In the meantime, it's still 14-5. It's still a pretty doomed scenario overall because of the way that they scale. And so, Evos Esports, let's see how they're going to hold this out, because eventually they're going to need the Sun to individually push out of his lane.
Yeah, Nikki has a lot of pressure on his shoulders specifically right now, because without him, the rest of Evos just don't really do enough burst to remove problems like MP and Outplayed. And especially with a 13k deficit. Blacklist are still sitting very comfortably. Tawny trying to escort Nikki, giving him vision so that he's able to recall in time. Veldora is there as well. Looks like Blacklist will not overcommit to this, so the Sun is able to back up safely.
Yeah, and Blacklist International are fully aware of what Evos Esports is trying to do, to try and kind of pull their attention away. And I think that Blacklist International, at this point, yes, they could try and stop Evos Esports from pushing out to getting more gold, but inevitably, it's really hard to catch Nikki by himself in the first place. They gotta play for their objectives, look to close the game the traditional way with the power of the Lord. Yes, Evos Esports' high ground is pretty decent, but if they can bait this fight here, they can do so much damage.
4 members of Evos in the top jungle, Nikki at the bottom. Sacred Hammer used defensively as Perziva alone is enough to zone multiple members. Even Outplayed is willing to walk into the push. Zaman Force drop down, they're targeting Veldora. Vengeance use, Implosion only catches one. Great dodge by Outplayed. And the RWM comes in and in the back line. 2-man Raging Sandstorm flicker! Evos is completely locked down! And now Nikki is the only one left standing! JM will be assigned to make sure he cannot go home because Evos are about to send them there themselves. Blacklist International in full control. They're just gonna recall spam in front of the base. They know it is over. And even MP getting the godlike at the very end. Blacklist International take the victory and move on to the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Great stuff coming in from Blacklist International. It's very clear what exactly they wanted to do with the team. More importantly, at least they're looking a lot sharper. They know how to play with their tempo. They know their win conditions exactly, and they're trying to tighten up their games, which is looking a lot better compared to the other days of the SPS, where definitely it got a little bit more messy, but now really tight, really coordinated, trying to make sure that there are minimal holes in their overall attack or defense.
We talked about how we wanted to see these teams kind of adapt, adjust, and evolve their drafting style, learning from their mistakes previously, and I think this is the clearest example of it. The Hari first pick into the Phobius Valentina, no priority towards Joy at all, giving Evos this false security that they would be able to manipulate the draft against it. I said that MP going for this Joy leaned into arrogance. Surely he shouldn't be able to play this game at all, but Blacklist already thinking way further ahead than I am.
Yep, they're doing some good stuff, and I like the foresight as well. However, this is just one of the few times where they're finding these really big punishes. I do think that, unfortunately, locking that Lucas pretty early on didn't really get much value for Veldora, and I think that Evos probably, yes, they are confident in handling the likes of the Joy, but they need to remember that mid priority is what's been costing them a lot of this game. They found success in game number 1 because their combination of, yes, Veldora is able to clutch a couple of situations, but they had a moving mid trio that was controlling the rest of the map, which lost Blacklist International their initial tempo, and that's what we lacked to see from Evos in both game 2 and game 3.
Evos' early game was looking a lot more messy. They were playing a bit more reactive, a little bit too safe considering the heroes they had, because they were worried about being sent home here. Whereas Blacklist went for comfort. The Valentina was not just a smart way of deterring Evos, making them have some doubts of locking in the EU, but it's also a Haji signature back when he was the KDA machine of Blacklist International. And now he gets to relive those moments as the MVP of game number 3.
It feels really good to see Haji being back in that mid lane all over again rather than playing support. Perxiva definitely filling in those shoes very, very well. So give it up for our MVP Haji this time, because he still has those killer instincts, right? We saw it in every single one of these matches that if he finds the opportunity to punish his opponents, especially the roles that are, you know, more gold oriented above him, he doesn't mind punching above his weight. He's absolutely happy to trade his life to do so, and he will do whatever it takes to get them over the finish line.
I expressed previously, like earlier in the challenge season, that I wasn't a big fan of Khalid Rome, but when played well, when used to his fullest potential at level 1 and 2, this is the impact of it, right? Perxiva knew his job here and had great coordination with Haji in the mid lane as well, and this first play by Evos cost them so much.
Yeah, it cost them way too much, unfortunately. It's just really difficult to play at this stage. And I think even for Clawkun, right, he can't seem to find like an RWM that's really clean, because these front to backs are not exactly the best for the side of Evos Esports, right? They need to predetermine a couple of their positions if they are going to play into the Eve once more. There are some ideal areas that you want to kind of unleash the RWM, and more so places that you would ideally want to fight in just so that you can maximize that damage. Even so, Evos Esports, they've had a pretty decent showing overall. There is still potential in this in this overall lineup. I just think that they need to, number 1, figure out what types of comps that they want to play and how to draft to guarantee it. And secondly, how exactly the shape of the fight should look like. They've got chemistry, I'll give them that. They've got synergy amongst each other, but I think they need a blueprint of how these fights need to look like.
I also think that they just need a bit more experience overall. You can tell that they're not used to these high pressure situations. The threat of elimination just took too much of their mind space and caused them to make mistakes that they didn't do in the first couple of games. But we also gotta point out that Blacklist were able to break out of the trend here. Up until now, this series was just about who had the easier lineup to play, had better front to back. But Blacklist came out on top here with a slightly worse teamfight lineup, even picking the Joy into the Tigreal, which we said was a risky play, and coming out on top in a very one-sided way shows that there's still a lot of things a team can do regardless of the circumstances.
Absolutely, you know, that's why Blacklist is always going to be, especially with Coach Bonchan, you know, at the helm, trying to, you know, mold this next generation of Blacklist International members. It's great to see that all of them, they've all either played in the Tier 2 scene for a good amount of time, or have played overseas, and now the fact that they're coming back here to try, you know, especially at the young age that all of them are, a majority of them, they have what it takes to potentially, you know, turn into a super team. But until that point, I think, you know, there is still a lot left to be said, considering the landscape of the ecosystem is specifically in the Philippines as well. It's just really hard overall.
It's really difficult, and I think with a new year of MLBB ahead of us, we're already learning that we have to expect the unexpected, right? This is Evos' main lineup. They've been eliminated, whereas like their second string, right, Evos Holy, made it into the challenge finals. So, you know, anything can happen.
I mean, after what happened like last year and the year, and you know, maybe a little bit before that as well, the Evos esports lineup, it's tough to say what's their main lineup at this point, right? It's really difficult. And at any point, if they're underperforming, expect to see a switch at some point of time. I think that Evos as an organization know exactly what they're doing here. They've got talented players. It's just a matter of time until they reach that level.
And this is the perfect time to do it as well, before the MPL season has really gotten going, right? That's why SPS is always a very interesting middle ground. It's a place for teams to try things out, to experiment, to learn what new metas have for them, and what they can adjust and change before things really get going for a brand new year. But that concludes our first match of the day. We have our first team moving on to the LCQ, but we will have another one after this, which will be Alter Ego versus Team Liquid Philippines.
It's gonna be the big kicker here. Nobody really knows who's gonna win this matchup, whether it be Alter Ego or Team Liquid PH. It's a really tough call, man. It's a really tough call.
It's a really difficult one, so we're not gonna make you guys think about it for too long. We're gonna jump to a short break, and when we return, we will be able to see with our own eyes which of them get to stay and survive in SPS. We'll see you guys right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it, ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas, so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going.
Alright, we return to your screens once again, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the SPS Season 6 MLBB Challenge Season. And right now, 6 remaining teams are battling it out for 3 remaining slots in the Last Chance Qualifiers. Our second match of the day going to be between Alter Ego and Team Liquid PH. And my name is Stafa, once again joined by Gideon.
Yep, and I'm excited for this matchup. I'm a big TL fan here, whether from Philippines or with the Indonesians. Either way, I'm rooting for them, but Alter Ego also puts up a very good fight here. Overall, both have the same record, but unfortunately, I will say when it looks to the team head-to-head, they're more evenly matched than I would like to admit. 14 to 14 9.2, and the only big differences is when it comes down to damage per minute, which a lot of it has to do with the comps that they've been playing, but the GPM is where we see the biggest difference for Team Liquid. Now, although Alter Ego generally, I would say, is going to put up one hell of a fight against Team Liquid PH, I'm not entirely sure who's going to be able to win this match out. They have two very separate styles of playing the game. However, Team Liquid's biggest problem is that they haven't really found their identity from last year's meta bleeding in over to 2025.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid right now is playing a very safe form of MLBB. They're a very experienced team with many veteran players, so even that safe form of MLBB is actually very strong. But it's not quite standing out compared to some of the other squads here, whereas Alter Ego has definitely been popping off here and there. We got Nino, we got Gebe with Roundel, Dreams, and Highs eager to move on to the next stage of the competition.
Now keep in mind that Alter Ego, yes, they changed up their lineup just a little bit here, and they will be experiencing, you know, growing pains as they usually do, but I think their showings have been just a little bit more convincing, right? I mean, the matchups that we've seen them play against RSG, absolutely, they washed them out of the park, but then when they fought up against a team like RRQ, who naturally hasn't really changed the lineup at all, clean chemistry, really good identity in their ideals of the metagame, I think that right now AE are still trying to find their own and are very responsive when it comes down to the draft.
Yeah, they're very responsive. I think they're a bit more confident and willing to try different things comparatively to Team Liquid Philippines. But there are a lot of fan favorites right here. Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, JP, as well as Yuk TZ. This is a lineup that has won a world championship in the past and has had difficulty reliving those glory days and readjusting back to the assassin meta. They're perfectly capable of executing, but they're not really sticking out. And that can be a flaw that other teams can take advantage of.
Well, what was their recipe for success previously when they were in those, you know, big glory days of being that Echo Express and now turning into the Cavalry Charge? A lot of it just came down to whether or not, you know, Sanford was able to play high damage EXP laners, and then having a gold laner who is not only independent but can also be played through given enough resources with the support of Sanji and as well as Carl TZ. I think that's the biggest problem right now, because now that he's kind of shifted over to, hey, Carl TZ, we need you to play more of a carry role, it's really difficult, because mechanically speaking, I feel like Carl TZ, in terms of his signature picks, has not been as explosive compared to some of the other teams we've seen. Some of the younger teams, like younger junglers around the world, have been showing us.
Yeah, I think the better a jungler was able to adapt and adjust to the utility meta, the more difficulty they have of switching back to the assassin meta is because they've had such a successful change in mindset. I think because Carl TZ had already been starting to take a bit of a step back from the spotlight to give more space to his newer teammates, he's having a bit of difficulty clawing his way back up onto that stage. He's still a very solid player, don't get me wrong, his fanny was not bad. But not bad is not good enough nowadays. MLBB has evolved so much and requires so much from every single player that Team Liquid is having difficulty adjusting to it.
Absolutely. I think, you know, the hardest part is reaching for more, getting higher and more valuable conversions in general. But against Alter Ego, I'm curious to see whether or not they can hold their own.
Yep, I'm very excited to see as well, because I still did end up predict for Team Liquid, and looks like you agree with me. I think they're still a little bit more consistent as a team overall, even if Alter Ego may have slightly higher flashes of brilliance.
I mean, yes and no at the same time. I feel like we haven't seen the full extent of Alter Ego. Yes, they did wash out RSG, and then they really struggled against RRQ, but against a team like Liquid, who again, at this point of time, unless they've got like a really solid snowball, play off of that tempo, it's a very steady pace of losing the game when you're up against a team like Liquid, giving more opportunities for Alter Ego to really start thinking about, like, where are the cracks in the composition, where are the cracks in the gameplay that they can take full advantage.
That is true, that is true. And we can't deny that there are times when it seems like a team should be weaker than another on paper, but just happen to fit perfectly into that rock, paper, scissors weakness and then just dominates regardless, right? So gotta keep our eyes peeled. Let's talk about the gold laners themselves. I think Heis has really been showing himself here for Alter Ego recently, right? But his scores in the average GPM and kill participation per department are actually still a little bit lower than Yukizi.
I mean, if we're looking at average KDA, Heis has been doing like a much better job, right? It just goes to show that like generally Heis is a little bit more careful in a lot of these fights in comparison to Yukizi, who's more inclined to actually make these bigger plays and actually participate in them, knowing the Team Liquid playstyle where everybody needs to get involved. And even their marksmen, I think, you know, Benny QT has left a very long-lasting impression of marksmen need to be able to absorb a bit of pressure of their own to open up bigger plays for the rest of the team.
But I think, just from my personal perspective, Heis has already shown that he's actually capable of being more independent as a gold laner as well, right? His higher KDA shows that he actually does have the micro mechanics to be able to support winning out 1v1s. But now, let's get ready for the Land of Dawn itself. The draft for game number 1 is up on your screens. Team Liquid Philippines on the blue side, Alter Ego on the red.
Okay, this is going to be, ooh, all right. Very early Fovius pick here for the side of Team Liquid PH on the blue side. First pick compared to Alter Ego on the red. Very fast draft as well. Looks very similar to what we saw in our previous best of 3 here. So it's going to be Suyo, Fovius, and as well as the Khalid for TLPH, and Alter Ego going in with the Cho, the Harith, as well as the Alpha. They've got a couple of counter picks here and there, but a very strong gold laner for Heis on Alter Ego.
And very interestingly as well, the Joy just kind of being left open and ignored by both teams here. We're gonna see the Suyo Alpha matchup instead. And now we've got priority towards the late game carries. The Moskov being banned out since we haven't seen Yukizi's pick just yet, and the Cecilion just in case, since they're not going to have the Joy to rely on to be able to dive into the back line. Since Phobius and Khalid were both picked together as well, instantly we know this is going to be a Khalid roam. And we already mentioned earlier, Khalid roam needs to be able to make things happen in the first couple of levels, or he just ends up losing in utility compared to other roamers.
Well, this also begs the question, what exactly are they trying to hold back on for the side of Team Liquid PH, right? They want to have that Khalid to give a little bit of a leeway for the mid lane, so that the mid lane doesn't necessarily have to be, oh, I push waves, I join fights, I'm a utility artillery style of mid laner. So I want to see what exactly they're preparing for Sanji. They're getting rid of the Sicilian as well, which means that they probably want a matchup that's going to be a little bit more volatile there.
I wonder if they'll decide to ban out Farsa as well, if they're just generally worried about artillery. Nope, looks like they get rid of the Vexana. So if Alter Ego wanted to, the Farsa combo with Cho is not bad, but they'll lean into the Valentina instead. As of right now, there aren't any notably powerful ultimates for the Valentina to steal outside of maybe Raging Sandstorm, but I think Alter Ego is already predicting that Liquid is setting up for these bigger ults, so they're just readying themselves for it.
Yeah, I think this is the smart decision coming in from Alter Ego. You want a volatile matchup? Whatever ult you have, I will have as well. And the fact that we have the Cho, we can also contest for that priority once more. Now we're going to see the lock-in here. Ooh, the lock-in being the Farsa as well as the Claude. Interesting choices for the side of TLPH. It means that their front to back is not going to be as good because there's going to be a very big distance between the divers of Phovius and as well as Khalid. So now having that marksman being able to BMI into those fights to join them in that back line makes me curious to see how Alter Ego is going to play the match. Because once Alpha uses that spear early on into the team fight, he's kind of stuck wide out in the open unless you have a Matilda, which already got banned by TLPH.
Yeah, Team Liquid as well definitely have some thoughts about how they want to approach this lineup. Claude naturally loses lane to Harif, so picking it into the Harif can be considered kind of risky. And I think that means that Liquid wants to lean towards ganking the gold lane a little bit more often with this Khalid and Farsa to get that innate snowball going. With the CC now locked in for Alter Ego, they also have to deal with a potentially losing EXP lane.
Well, I think looking at the way that things are in terms of the draft overall, I feel like Alter Ego, they've got a couple of outs here, and I'm curious to see how Dreams is going to be playing this Cho, right? Because depending on where he moves across the map is going to predetermine where the early game is going to lead to. For TLPH, I think they have a more open solution to the lane matchups. Like, yes, both side lanes are currently losing as of right now, but when we really think about it, right, when you have that Khalid and their faster rotations, you could open up a couple of angles against Alter Ego in the sides, right? Blowing early battle spells, making sure that if CC dies at least once, the Phoveus is going to have a much easier time. And not to mention, their team fighting is very counter-engage heavy.
That is true, but it does mean that we're gonna need to see a bit more mid lane priority there to unlock the Farsa, because a little bit of assistance, both of these heroes can actually roam pretty quickly overall and dominate the side lanes like you mentioned. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the Land of Dawn greets us once more. Team Liquid PH is on the blue side up against Alter Ego on the red.
Oh, look at that, look at that. Instant trades from the mid lane as well. In terms of emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary here. We do see Master Assassin coming in from Yuktz in comparison to Highs, taking the Tenacity. Interesting options here, right? It does mean that at least for Yuktz, that even if he does try to go in the 1v1 against Highs, he's going to have just enough damage if he keeps on trading upwards within the laning phase.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised to see these Claude and Harif emblems, because I would have 100% expected it to be the other way around, right? For the Harif to just 100% zone in on trying to dominate Claude in lane, and for the Claude to try and survive a bit longer. And we see even the rotation from Gebe being disrupted, Spear of Alpha forced predominantly, and JP is doing exactly what we want from a Khalid at level 2.
Yeah, again, he's just man-to-man defense. He just needs to know where Gebe is going to be at all times of the map. I think that even for Sanji, he understands. Early on, he wanted to force out that regenerate coming in from Randall. Randall just needs to make sure that he stays healthy for as long as possible. Sanji hasn't needed to recall just yet. And with that control, getting an early rotation from Samford as well to eventually head down to the bottom side. They will hit 4 on time.
Yep, things are going pretty good so far for now, but I'm definitely eager to look at that first turtle timing, considering everything that both these teams are gonna be pretty powerful fighting at level 4.
Unfortunate direction of where he's throwing out the fans, but now this should be a free turtle for the side of Team Liquid PH here. Again, tempo, so important for this composition. If Team Liquid PH fall behind, Alter Ego will be able to set up early on, making it really difficult for TLPH to actually get into the middle of these fights. So far, mid trio been working out very nicely for the side of Team Liquid PH, and even the side lanes, the fact that they're able to unlock themselves early on thanks to the Sansan duo, this is making these turtle fights a lot easier to manage.
We can already see the synergy coming in here from Team Liquid Philippines. This has always been one of their core tacits as a squad entirely. That they're just like using mid lane, Kaltizi on top of Gebe, already dropping him quite low. Even the Retri baited out here. That'll allow JP to instantly invade. You could see the coordination from Liquid putting a lot of pressure on Alter Ego. Even at the top lane, the Zaman Force and High still loses the trade. Dreams comes in, gets the kick, Purify, use BMI. Yuktz, you're totally fine.
Yuktz is playing a beautiful lane. He is winning out his trades against High. Oh, hold on. Randall manages to dodge the Raging Sandstorm for now, but just look at that tempo control. You have mid control, you're stealing away the camps on the side, making Gebe's life so difficult.
And they're continuing to make his life difficult. In his face, but Spear of Alpha. Can he get the punish here? Quick 3-man gang.
Yep, a little overextension coming in from Team Liquid PH. Sanji understands what his role is. Can't be a part of every single fight. Oh, hold on.
That's gonna be a nice LTZ. Connect to it. Doesn't do enough damage yet at all. LTZ will also die there as a really.
Yeah, for now, things are they're losing sight of their tempo here. They need a 3-to-2 ratio in the middle of in these types of fights, right? They need to have 3 of their members ready to go, 2 on the enemy side, and if they don't have that, the 2-to-2s are pretty difficult. Let's see, Turtle again, highly prioritized by TLPH.
All 5 members are here. Karltzy gets it quite easily. Unfortunately, Dreams can't really provide too much outside of vision. Gebe tries to steal some farm. Not quite able to get it, and now he's being chased apart. Sphere of Alpha defensively. Groundale is here. Raging Sandstorm connects with the flicker. JP sets it up. Stolen Feathered Airstrike, dropping Sanford real low, but Infernal Pursuit keeping him alive. Dreams actually having to dive away as well. But Sanji going to be traded away with the Zaman Force. Highs coming in for backup. Gonna be able to trade 2 back for Alter Ego.
Oh, it's gonna be tough, and now with that 2-back trade, they're looking for the tier 1s as soon as possible. Is Alter Ego gonna take that space here? Oh, Sandstorm God, not even gonna do anything about it. They find another kill this time around. Alter Ego taking full advantage of the space being given to them and really punishing the overextensions coming out from the side of Team Liquid PH. As much as Liquid is trying to be as fluid as possible, it is costing them a lot. They need to be very clean on what they are trading exactly. Uh-oh.
Yep. Oh, Gavin in some trouble, but he connects the Spirit of Alpha. Purify used on Sanji to get away as well. Both teams trying to be quite active right now. Team Liquid had been successful with their ganks up until this point, but Alter Ego have finally been able to counter-engage. They even get some very important assists on highs to boost up the High Rave's gold. So because of that, the gold lead for Liquid actually isn't that much.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, Team Liquid PH are making sure that their rotations are faster. It's just that Alter Ego have been able to punish them a little bit harder. Most importantly, Team Liquid PH, they've taken down some pretty important objectives here. They were able to secure 2 of the turtles in this match. They also crack open the mid-tier 1 as well as top-tier 1.
And now we can see Alter Ego shifting their gameplay style, specifically focusing on snowballing highs as much as possible. They know that Gebe will just have to try and catch himself back up. Conceal on Dreams, looking for Karltzy. He gets the kick, not the direction they needed. Raging Sandstorm to cancel things out, but Spirit of Alpha on 2. Karltzy blown up in an instant. Sanford in the backline on top of Roundale, but with no jungler. Gebe gets the turtle for free quite easily. Sanford still trying to buy time. 1v4 almost picks off Roundale, but isn't quite enough. Gets picked off in the end as the rest of Team Liquid are forced to disengage.
The push and pull is happening consistently. When Team Liquid get first position on this turtle, unfortunately, they didn't have that much coverage over the entirety of the map, and Let Cho actually slipped through into the backline. And again, great target priority by Dreams, right? Making sure that he's hitting somebody who doesn't have Purify, and most importantly, can't secure the objective himself. Taking down Karltzy is really huge for the composition, considering that they initially had 2 turtles in their hands, and finally, Jebe is in a much better position against Karltzy now. Equal in level, stealing his camps to catch back up, and still has the top side to farm back up as well.
And just a few swift moves, Alter Ego have been able to trade the gold lead onto their side instead. It's still not very much. Team Liquid does actually farm very quickly, all things considered. But this is a good timing for Alter Ego to play around. Their composition is quite strong in the mid game. TL trying to engage on Nino, but Spirit of Alpha comes in, knocks up 2. Feathered Airstrike gonna be used as well, but Raging Sandstorm lands on double targets. Nino gonna be traded away. Gebe losing his health as well as Dreams now chased down with the blazing duet. Wave the Dragon connects onto UTZ. He's gonna try and get away, not gonna be successful. The rest of Team Liquid though has his back. They're looking for vengeance, they're looking for blood, and they will find it. 4 members of Alter Ego traded for 1.
Man, these teams are looking really, really equal when it comes down to the team fights here. it's really coming down to like these 50-50s. Who can hit more spells? Who can get more value out of the ults right now? The Feathered Airstrike, a very large component of it. And I mean, Roundel had the right idea initially, right? Start targeting the members down. You're looking specifically for the low targets like Carl Tizzy, but he gets himself out of that fight. So at that point, who else do you need to start beaming down? And they were able to actually punish Yuk Tizzy with the help of Dreams once again. But I think that Alter Ego also need to consider, hey, the main win condition is going to come through Highs. If Highs doesn't have that Zaman Force available and you can't fight around it, you need to calm down and pull back.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego definitely got a little bit too antsy there. They thought they could catch Team Liquid off when they started disengaging from the dive, but Team Liquid still had a lot of their resources, and Alter Ego were actually putting themselves out of position, so they cannot really afford to repeat that mistake, since the gold lead they had tried so hard to reverse instantly goes straight back to their opponents. Now TLPH setting up for the next Lord.
Been a consistent back and forth between the two squads. Despite Team Liquid having more goal. Oh, hold on.
Ooh, Dreams with the conceal. Carl Tizzy, but finds the kick on Khalid instead. They're gonna pop the Feathered Airstrike. Doesn't really find anyone, but now Sanford left all by his lonesome, trying to buy space and sacrifices his life for it.
Man, really good stuff coming in from Dreams, right? Again, I would have liked the kick to actually go on to Sanji's side, but I think he got way more value out of it. The Purify coming out from Sanji for free, so it's like it happened anyways. Oh, wait, no.
Ooh, Team Liquid playing on the edge right now, but they're taking so much damage. Purify Force, BMI as well. Yuk Tizzy almost exploded in an instant from that Spear of Alpha. Lord dropping low, Gebe gets it. Raging Sands entirely, and another Way of the Dragon onto Carl Tizzy. He's not able to finish off the backline, and Roundel is buying so much time and space. He will lose his life for it with the Blazing Duet, but his job is done. 1 for 3 Highs. It's on trouble. Commits the Zaman Force. Dives the tower. Not just the Infernal Pursuit, but will he be able to keep it up? This is a 1v2. Sanford jumps back in. Able to finish him off and actually trades, but it's still favored to Alter Ego.
Dang. Sanford, he tried to save some lives there, but unfortunately all he could get was the trade with 4 down as well as the Lord on their side. Alter Ego take a well-rounded fight. Honestly, big props to Roundel there. His target priority has been exceptional in these fights.
Ooh, Dreams caught out as well. Team Liquid literally chased him across the entire mid lane. Nino has to be a bit cautious here. So Liquid fights back a little bit. They're able to clear up the Lord down bot side, but they are still losing most of their towers for it. Only inhibitors left standing for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yep, but this back and forth between the two teams, right? If it's very brawly right now, right? It's a coin toss every single 5v5 we've seen in this game. And the lead initially going for TLPH, then falls into Alter Ego, and then it reverses, and then it reverses again. We need to see some concrete leads coming up from these sides if they're looking for an endgame scenario.
Yeah, but it does go to show that these teams are about as evenly matched as we initially suspected. Alter Ego likes to play for that aggression, but Team Liquid has the superior synergy and experience here. And still, we are seeing a lot of trades happening. Highs finally hitting that Holy Crystal timing. Very strong power spike now for Alter Ego. We are 12 minutes in. Lord still 60 seconds away. No real reason to fight just yet. But Alter Ego poised to contest the purple. Geve dropping low. Docks up 2 with Spear of Alpha. Winter Crown comes out. Sanford gets picked off and Dreams with the knockup. Flickers away. Zaman Force uses well. Blazing Duet defensively. Team Liquid able to get out with 4.
They need to respect their positionings at this point. I think that Nino with that curtain call has been getting way too much value in these fights. And I think that's been the big deterrent here because Team Liquid, hold on.
Ice jumps back in with the Zaman Force. Yuk Tizzy way too greedy. They're not even able to jump back to the BMI. Purify will not save him from that one.
I'm sorry, what was the plan there? You already know that 2 of your members are down. For majority of Alter Ego is going to be on the side of the map where they know that has some form of gold. Happens to be on the bottom side because they were initially contesting for the purple buff earlier. So what was the plan there? There was no retribution from Carl Tizzy even, so like, I don't think this was a necessary fight. I think that Team Liquid PH now biting a little more than they could potentially chew here, hoping that Alter Ego drops the ball.
Yeah, we're reaching the point where you really just cannot afford to lose your gold laners, and Yuk Tizzy just jump forward for no real reason without his team backing him up. Got a bit antsy there. Dreams once again looking for a target, not able to find JP, actually dragged out, loses immortality straight away. Zaman Force comes in, Raging Sandstorm lands on 2, but JP is being melted away as Roundel being 1v1 by Sanford, who comes out on top, flickers away. It's now a 4v4. Dreams has to recall. They will let the Lord reset as neither team is ready to fight anymore.
Yeah, they don't want to do this. They definitely don't want to do this. I think for Alter Ego, the onus is on them because it is JP trading up. Oh my god.
Fear of Alpha connects on Carl. He's able to iframe his way out, but Sanford may lose his life for it. He's still buying a lot of time. Vengeance used on Nino to avoid Yuktz. Sanford finally picked off. Blazing Duet comes in, but Purify used. Yuktz cannot continue.
Ooh.
And Hai's being targeted by Sanji, but he survives on a tiny sliver of HP. And Sanji is punished for it. Team Liquid trying everything they can, but nothing is working.
Oh man, Team Liquid PH just keeping it messy, right? And Alter Ego are starting to get caught up, getting lost in the sauce, but now that they've got that concrete lead that we were talking about, it's a lot simpler for them to make these decisions as they blitz down the Lord and are looking for at least 2 inhibitors off of it to get some mega value. At this point, I do feel, wait, does Roundel, whose ult does Roundel have right now? Roundel doesn't have anybody's ult. Ideally, he would like to either take the Raging Sandstorm or at the bare minimum have that Feathered Airstrike. They need to start sieging down Team Liquid PH because in terms of their high ground defense, all they've got is Sanji. Everybody else is going to struggle a little with these Lord Empowered minions.
Yeah, Yuktz is still able to contribute somewhat, but I agree with you. The rest of Team Liquid is not actually that good at holding the base defense. Alter Ego, I feel like is pushing mid a bit too quickly compared to the other ways, but I think they actually do want to stagger them just a little bit so that they can get every inhibitor. Mid should fall very easily to the Lord. They're connecting. Dreams gets a knockup, not the kick though, so he's gonna have to dash away. He'll probably die for this, and he will. Kaltizi picks him off. Summon Force used. Heist actually commits to it. The rest of his team is running away. There was no reason for that. The Harif dies, and the push just stops right there. And oh, Yeve, you don't want to be here. You really should not be here. He's getting knocked back. He's getting locked down. Alter Ego losing bodies where they really shouldn't be.
This is unreal. This is unreal. The amount of miscommunications that are happening. It's really wild. It's really wild. I'm guessing that Highs knew that his flicker was about to come off a cooldown. He was hoping to bait out Team Liquid PH into an unwinnable fight, but Gebe already used the Spear of Alpha to create some distance down by the mid lane, so that was not an option anymore. And this turnaround is looking great. Oh,
Dreams taking a lot of damage, but he's actually eating it just fine. Nino actually becoming a threat to Liquid. As they've taken too much poke, they're not actually able to finish off the mid inhibitor at all. So they'll back off and play it safe.
Nino's been playing a very strong game right now. He's been creating angles for Alter Ego. He's been able to lock down the correct targets and getting maximum value with the curtain call. At this point, it's just about whether or not they're overheating or they're just not communicating the right ideas to each other. At this point, Alter Ego just need to calm down for a second, rethink the plan, and wait for Team Liquid to try to make the play.
We have the Dragon onto Kaltizi, right into 3 members of Alter Ego, and he is gone. Raging Sandstorm will not save him. Feathered Airstrike to continue zoning, and in the backline, Nino with Vengeance, making it so Liquid cannot retreat safely. Stolen, the Feathered Airstrike comes out once again, this time from Sanji. Going to try and zone Alter Ego. They only have 1 minion, so it's unlikely they can push and end this right now, and yep, they will agree. They'll go back and set up for the Lord.
I'm surprised that Alter Ego even bothered walking up that far to try and contest it, but at least now that they get to stagger themselves back, JP is going to have to try and open the map as much as they can. At this point, we're hoping that at least for Yuktz, he's able to get some value. Oh, that's a very early Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, Sanji tried to burst Roundel but was unsuccessful. Zaman Force comes out and he's gone. He's just melted away. Blazing Duet comes out, but Dream's still alive. Doesn't even pop immortality. The rest of TLPH having to expend Flicker to get away. Backline focused by Kaltizi, but he loses his life instead. A nice dodge from Hyde, but not quite enough as JP flickers in with the Raging Sandstorm to trade for him. It is 3-4-2 in favor of Liquid, and the Lord is still pushing down mid lane. Can Yuktz and Sanford hold this?
Might be a little hard. I think Sanford could buy some time, but I don't think UTZ can get into this. Yeah, he's in trouble.
Pair of Alpha connects. Yukizi doesn't have Purify, but he can BMI out. Lord on top of the crystal, and they're just gonna target it. Alter Ego wants the win, and they will get it. Team Liquid, they put up a strong fight, but it was not enough as Alter Ego takes game number 1.
This was a really wild game. Both sides just egoing on each other, really trying to maximize it. But I think that Alter Ego had a better feel for the ult timings overall. Again, the rotation of spells is so important. I feel like TLPH are willing to throw resources at the wall to see what sticks, while AE are just getting a little more value every single time. I gotta get up for Dreams though. His target priority has been phenomenal and really game changing towards the mid game, which got them that initial concrete lead that we were looking for. And from that point onwards, it was dependent on the performance of Roundel and Highs, because Nino was doing God's work already, so Roundel and Highs needed to just stay alive and make plays individually.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before the game even started, right? TLPH is a solid lineup, but are still playing a very safe form of MLBB that relies on playing off one another. While Alter Ego is a little bit more willing to operate independently with aggression. And well, if you have two teams attempting to ego challenge one another, then who's going to come out on top but Alter Ego themselves, right? I think, like you mentioned, Gideon, very clean gameplay. They have the tools and very good heroes for just diving the Team Liquid backline, for which they don't actually have a lot of answers for.
I think that TLPH, they still have a couple of similar ideologies to what they had last year, which is even if we fight, blow as many resources as possible, especially if it's the earlier stages of the game, because when we spawn back with the death timers are pretty short, we have a window of opportunity to hurt our opponents. But the game just doesn't work like that right now. I think their game sense is just a little off with the way that they've been taking a majority of these team fights. I'll give it to them. They definitely got fingers. They've got mechanics for sure. Like Sanford and Kaltisi have found some great opportunities. However, being able to, dance around the Lord isn't as easy anymore. And I think they need to understand that at least when it comes down to like the sustainability of certain heroes like Gebe, he can sit under that Lord for quite some time as the alpha, while Dreams and Highs are looking for plays to be made.
And in the end, the MVP doesn't even go for any of them. It goes to Nino here on the CC because of the amount of control and damage he was outputting through that curtain call. TLPH has a lineup that really relies on Sanford and JP jumping forward to create space for the rest, and when they're locked down together with those yo-yos, it becomes very difficult for them to actually create that space in the first place. I think because of Nino's excellent positioning and presence throughout most of these team fights, TLPH were forced to get kind of desperate and creative. We even saw Sanji trying to fly into the backline just to trade himself for Highs and not really succeeding.
Yeah, I think well-deserved for Nito, to be honest. It's hard to get a lot of value from CC, but his curtain calls have been very big game changers in this match, right? He made sure that he's able to not only kite around, but he minimizes the damage he takes. He doesn't want to be fully committed, but with the curtain call, locking down at least one core and literally anybody else. Ideally, you get two cores, a core or a jungler. Those are the most optimal targets for the curtain call. But as long as you get that initial slow, it makes the retreat extremely difficult, but it also makes Dream's job a lot easier to isolate his targets.
Yeah, because they're already kind of running in a panic to make sure that they're able to survive in the first place. Oh, there you go. Definitely were still messy at some points though. There's a reason the game ended up being kind of a back and forth in the initial stages. There were fights like this where Alter Ego got a little bit overexcited and engaged without the full team being together. But still, they were able to hold themselves well. I think Highs came in at good timings as well. Roundel was trading really well by himself. Alter Ego came into this match very ready.
Yes, they came into this match extremely ready, and I think it's something that TLPH is going to have to answer in this upcoming game if they want to make this a full series. Because right now, I think that Alter Ego just feel a lot more comfortable with this type of draft. If you want to brawl, by all means, let's brawl. They're down to clown if necessary. And I think unfortunately, this just isn't the meta for Sanji to try and hard carry the team. His value is there. He is saving members, but he's just unable to find those kills. He needs to be able to find value.
Yeah, I think nowadays mid laners are still among the highest DPS overall, but they're not really the same kind of finishers they used to be in older metas. Now you really want to set up for your jungle, you want to set up for your gold lane, and we saw a lot of that from Alter Ego. Again, I really like the way that Roundel was approaching these team fights as a bit of a DPS support. His positioning so clean, able to survive most of the time alongside highs, and that slowly built up Alter Ego snowball until the degree that Team Liquid could no longer handle it.
Hey man, they were cutting the team in half, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. They want to accentuate some of the weaknesses in TLPH's comp, which is, hey, if people are diving into the backline, there's going to be a huge gap between the front line as well as the backline, and that's why they wanted Sanji on an artillery mage in the first place. But let's look at the heat map for Gebe this time round. It was an 18-minute and 45-second match, but his priority was towards the bottom side of the map. And despite dying that first initial time and the majority of the game, well, I wouldn't say the majority, it was pretty long, but the majority of the early game, he was actually behind an EXP once they were able to find the turnaround towards the top side of the map, and then eventually bleeding down into the enemy jungle, which should be happening right here. He eventually was able to actually get a full clear on the bottom side while clearing his entire top side to catch back up in EXP, taking away Karl'Tez's initial level lead.
I think we have to remember that, like, at level 2, we actually praised the Khalid gameplay from Team Liquid for being active and being kind of bullying towards Gebe so that he wasn't able to rotate and farm as comfortably as he would like to. But I think Alpha in the current meta is actually starting to settle into an interesting position where, because tank junglers aren't really around anymore, he's about as close to utility jungle as you can get. Being able to stand in front, sustain, control lords well, and having a very spammable setup in that sphere of Alpha. And Gebe understood this. He knows he's not gonna really be the finisher. He wants to be the follow-up, and Alter Ego played around him very well too.
I think that Alter Ego, they allowed for him to actually catch back up, and they found opportunities to actually give him the lead back into this game. I think the mistake coming out for TLPH is once you've already tracked down where Gebe is across the map, you don't need to man-to-man defense him. They gave up a lot of that mid pressure, and that's where Alter Ego took full advantage, because Sanji can only do so much as Farsa. If you're talking about a one-to-one trade, yes, Farsa is going to outrange and out-damage the Valentina overall, but in terms of raw pushing power, if it's a 2v1, unfortunately Farsa isn't exactly the greatest clearer in the world, especially if her first item is going to be the glowing wand.
Yeah, that's why you do see the Farsa being paired up with more setup-based roamers like Cho to be able to help clear that mid lane and set up easily for feathered airstrikes. I think early on, again, Team Liquid were actually playing very well. Their rotations were clean. You can really see the synergy between the way that they balance and juggle aggro by invading the enemy jungle. But because there was a lot of pressure being put on Gebe specifically, we kind of saw the side lanes being neglected a little bit. Both CC and Harif got a lot of lane priority and a lot of safe space to farm, which eventually contributed to even bigger snowballs when they were able to join fights earlier and get a lot of kills and assists.
Yeah, and I think, you know, at least for Alter Ego, they're still, again, very flexible with the movements that they see on the map, and they played a lot better in responses to Liquid's more fluid style. I mean, in the early game, we did see initially that the mid lane wanted to rotate towards EXP side, and then they noticed that Dreams was actually getting information on where Karl'Tez was on his purple, and they instantly had to shift back, turn away to actually protect the buff alongside with Karl'Tez so he doesn't get too disrupted overall. It's motions like that that tell me that Team Liquid, as of right now, are willing to sacrifice the side lanes to find the initial leads for Karl'Tez and then convert it later down the line. And I think that Alter Ego took full advantage of the fact that JP is following those orders.
I think there's nothing wrong with trying to hard focus on your jungler in order to create more space and snowball, because neutral objectives do give you a lot of farm and EXP, but you gotta be able to adapt on the fly. And I feel like Team Liquid are still sticking to a one-trick sort of mold in how they approach the game that other teams are really starting to figure out. There's a lack of willingness to really take a risk or go outside a certain playstyle that is kind of punishing them.
Well, I don't think that it's wrong. I think that right now they just need to have better reads on their opponents, right? Because once you see Alter Ego adjust to that initial playstyle, you should always either figure out a way to find tempo for yourself, and knowing that like your composition is struggling in the side lanes, we're going to have to see what the adjustments are in the draft to kind of alleviate that pressure, so that Team Liquid are able to kind of play in their truly liquid form, their fluid form of being able to find multiple win conditions on all sides of the map.
I agree with you. I want to see that. I used to love watching that from Team Liquid and when they were Echo as well. So hopefully they're able to find that growth and evolution, because they really need it right now. Once again, to remind everyone watching, this is an elimination match. Alter Ego are one win away from moving on to the LCQ and sending Team Liquid home. A fate that I'm sure they don't want to have to encounter. So let's see what changes in the draft for game number 2.
Looks like Team Liquid PH want to play the Joy into the Suyo matchup. They got rid of the Alpha, realizing that Gebe is a little too comfortable on it. Let's put him on something a little bit more volatile, but they're also being able to secure the Granger. I'm rather surprised so far. Based on what we've seen in these matches, you would have expected it to be banned out by blue side. And I think that Team Liquid PH pretty happy with this. They don't have to lock in the Joy right now, but they're going to secure the Cho.
Yeah, they're already expecting Alter Ego to go for the Harif in this phase, so the Cho is the counter it, and they already know that Joy doesn't do too badly into the Harif as well. So immediately challenging Alter Ego to switch up their hero pick, see what else they have in store. Looking at what other power picks that are available here. The Harif does get locked in, but ooh, the Valentina gonna be picked very early on once again.
Not too surprised with that. Overall, I mean, Roundel has done a very good job in game number 1 with the Valentina, and it allows Alter Ego's draft to be more flexible. At the very least, whatever mid lane ult you have, I will have as well. That's not that big of a deal. The real question is what the supports are going to be for the side of Alter Ego. I am curious to see whether Team Liquid is opting to play Cho as a flex. I know for a fact that Sanford has shown off that he can play Cho EXP, full tank concussive blast as well. This could allow JP to go back on that Khalid, but not gonna go for the Joy. Instead, gonna go for the Hayabusa instead.
Okay, so Team Liquid can play for more of an early snowball style composition here. With the Hayabusa and Granger, they already have potential early and late game scaling. They can pair it up with a potential Barca in the mid lane if they want to lean towards earlier priority, or they can go for even the Sicilion to just completely outscale Alter Ego once you reach the later stages. They're gonna get rid of the Tigreal since they want to play for more river prio and just generally more space on the map.
I like it. I like it a lot. I am curious to also know what the EXP matchup is going to be like, and I think Team Liquid PH are more aware of that. I think they're not going to reveal, they're not going to do a double flex just yet. Oh, but Alter Ego get rid of the CC here. Huh. Fulvius is still open. Lucas is also still open. They don't want to show the EXP first because each have their own difficult counter matchups. Mid has already been shown by Alter Ego, so the Team Liquid is more confident in saying, hey, no matter what you pick, we have the direct counter. If you go for Lucas, we have Fulvius. If you go for Fulvius, we have Glue.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid can definitely leave Sanford's hero pick for last, since they already know what the mid lane matchup is going to be. They're probably banning in that direction as well. They could get rid of things like the Khalid if they really want to make sure they have early game prio, but go ahead and ban out the Fulvius instead. instantly leads me to think they probably want Lucas.
Oh, they want Lucas for sure. They want Lucas for sure. Banning out the Phoveus, especially seeing like 3 dashers on the side of Alter Ego, it's pretty funny, I have to admit. Now let's see what Alter Ego is going to respond with. They see this, there's nothing much they can do about it other than banning out the Lucas right off the bat, right? That's all they gotta do. But no, they get rid of the Farsa instead. Okay.
Okay, so Team Liquid can either go for Lucas right now if they want it 100%, or go for the mid lane matchup since they already know it. Looks like the former was the choice. So now Alter Ego will have to have a bit of a harder time since the more obvious Lucas counters in lane like Phoveus and CC are both already banned out.
They could go for like Gatot, play like a very pillow fort style, just clear waves, let Lucas rotate first if necessary, and then come in with the AOG. If they want to win out lane, they could go for something wild and crazy like Dyroth, but even then, it's still a little risky considering how easy it is for TLPH to actually attain a snowball with their current 4.
It's probably Hilda, yeah. I think that's the last real good lane matchup against the Lucas. And now they're gonna be looking for a roamer. We've already seen like the Hilda Khalid as a way of dominating early, but the chip going to come out for Alter Ego here. Very, very interesting. And then the Vex as a final pick for Team Liquid.
Okay. Alright. I'm actually okay with this. I feel like Alter Ego's composition, I want to say the power spikes are going to be a little interesting, right? Because if they take fights too early, especially not on winning terms, like they can't just throw out the chip shortcut willy-nilly. They really have to consider a lot of factors in this match. And I think that TLPH, if they can avoid the initial power spike of TLPH on this Hayabusa at level 4, they might have an opportunity to actually take control over the mid game.
Yeah, I think Chip gives them the opportunity to invade the jungle very early on to stop Hayabusa from hitting this power spike too early. But you are right, Gideon. It's gonna be risky to go too hard for the dive initially if you don't already have some priority in your lanes and in the map as well. So right now, we're gonna see how this does work out for them. Team Liquid in a tough spot. They do not want their journey to end here. They're gonna play like their lives depend on it as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
Yep, game number 2 here. Gebe going to be starting on his orange buff, Karltizi on his purple. He's going to get a full leash just to kind of speed things up. He wants to be able to hit level 4 on time, but Team Liquid PH will need to make sure that their whole team moves as a unit, especially the mid 3, which was the big problem in game number 1. They weren't able to find that space and time.
Yeah, Team Liquid tried to play a bit too aggro in game number 1, which ended up splitting their mid trio, but at their core, they're actually quite good at doing that. We can already see it. They're targeting for Dreams to get rid of the chip. Sanford gonna get first blood. Gebe chasing the back line. Sanji will be traded. It is a 1-for-1.
I'm surprised that the fight turned out that way. Like, Dreams was expected to die there. Keep in mind that, like, Hayabusa, despite not exactly being the earliest of early game junglers, with Warcry, he does a surprising amount of damage. Nino, on the other hand, playing the strong lane, but here comes Karltizi.
The 1v1 against Sanford, actually a little more difficult than you would expect, and Nino has to play it safe now that Karltizi is up here. Alter Ego gonna try and engage on JP. Oh, the evil quelling, dropping him though literally 1%. He will be able to get out there.
Oh boy, this is not looking easy. The gang comes through. I don't think he'll find the kill.
Yeah, unlikely here. Nino, they're gonna be able to survive on that one. And actually, baiting Sanford into thinking he wants a fight just to delay him in lane a little longer.
Good movement, very good movement. But Alter Ego know for a fact that, hey, with the Ogi Shadow kill already done for, we can get this turtle for free. Oh, hold on.
Ooh, they're trying. Evil quelling the 1% again! Pepe has to get out! But Sanji picks him off and Karltizi escapes as well.
Wow, that was actually kind of worth it. I'm surprised that Alter Ego wanted to take that fight in the first place, but hey, close call, very, very close call, and Sanford's also got to be careful himself.
Ultimate committed on Hilda, trying to set up for Roundel's arrival, but Sanford will be able to keep himself topped up with the Unleash the Beast here. JP gonna immediately rotate to provide vision over the turtle. Both roamers right now are still level 3.
Yep, but Team Liquid is the one who has the tempo, right? In level, Carl TZ currently at level 6, Gebe at level 5. Because of how fast the initial early game was, let's see how it plays out. Oh no.
Nino targeted instantly. The full 4-man collapse the moment they saw him engage on Sanji. But they will trade the turtle for a kill on the Hilda.
Yeah, and that's fine because Team Liquid PH, they understand that it's like turtle or not doesn't really matter to us. What we need is money.
And they are giving as much money to Highs as possible. Dream specifically zoning out Yuktizzi, forcing JP to respawn too. He's gonna get the kick in. Purify used on Harif into the Zaman Force. I don't think anyone's dying down here though.
But they did get the Purify out of Highs, which is good enough. Yuktizzi at least can even things out. He is still missing his flicker at this point of time. But Team Liquid PH, they're putting a lot of priority into this mid lane, looking for potential punishes overall. And Sanford, despite actually taking the good amount of damage, still needs to go even and hold control over the EXP, even if he has to sacrifice a majority of his health.
Now Sanford dueling Nino right now, but here comes Dreams and Gebe from the back. Unleash the Beast, dashing away. Vengeance used as well. He's gonna try and push his tree members into the tower, but there's no backup from his team, and even the shortcut used so that Roundel can join the fun.
I think he could have outplayed it a little more there. Because you do get clean animations when you transform, when you unleash the beast. Oh, this should be a guaranteed
Flicker
kill.
Wave the Dragon, no Purify. JP knows it for sure. That is a dead Highs in the gold lane.
Again, great abuse of the windows. At this point, towards that top side, I'm curious to see whether Suyo is in a lot of trouble here. He should be dying.
He is in a lot of trouble. 2-man ganked by Sanford and Carl TZ. Team Liquid playing a lot more solid now. They're understanding of rotations even better than it was in game 1.
They're making some very solid decisions overall, right? More importantly, they're not hesitating on these decisions.
That's what we want to see, right? There was some hesitation, some reactiveness in game 1 from Team Liquid. There's none of that. You can see the experience really playing for itself. You know, trying to jump on Sanji, Eternal Guard knocks him up, surrounded by 3 other members. He'll have to run away there.
This turtle is definitely going to be contested. They brought the full fighting force here, not to mention, Yuktizzi just used his flicker as well.
You tried to gank the jungle, gonna jump back. Nino scouts him out. Dreams is there as well. Way of the Dragon onto the Hilda, right into the full burst. Nino cannot regen. That's another pickoff for Team Liquid, and now Dreams in a lot of trouble actually. Has to use his own Purify to get away.
Yeah, just look at this. Team Liquid just abusing the fact that they've got plenty of pickoffs, right? That's what they want to do. They honestly don't care about this turtle. It's just a means to an end, a POI to play around while they still get pressure across the map. When these timings open up for them, hold on, JP should be okay.
He's stolen, shortcut committed. Nino comes through, but yup, JP gonna be totally fine here. Sanford taking a lot of damage. Here comes the Yogi. Bautizi steals the turtle away, but they're gonna take a lot of damage in return. Sanford gonna be traded for the objective. JP able to get out just fine though.
I'm surprised he was able to steal that, but still, he does have a level lead for a reason. And at this point, they're all playing for Carl TZ and his snowball, right? They've developed quite a lot here. I think that Yuktizzi finally hit his item power spike, and he also has a Sky Piercer inbuilt. But here comes the dive.
Oh, they're diving the bottom lane. Sanji in a lot of danger. Has to flicker away. Way of the Dragon connects in the wrong direction on Nino. Highs gets the tower for free with the Salmon Force. Unleash the Beast. Sanford still following up on Roundel. He is able to dash out. JP with the 2-man knockup, but Sanji gets ambushed in the backline. Nino waiting for the perfect opportunity.
And he finds it. He finds it. Really good work here. And JP might be the next to fall, but manages to sneak back out. Doesn't have to use any of his battle spells, so plenty of resources saved. But in the meantime, these fights are getting closer and closer. Alter Ego slowly downloading the movements here, minimizing the overall damage, but Carl TZ is still the big issue.
Yeah, this Hayabusa is 1-0-4 right now on the Hayabusa. Team Liquid definitely still playing around him. It looks like he's not going for a Sky Piercer build. Immediately trying to go for the BOD as a second item, in fact, knowing that his team is ahead right now.
As they start to transverse through, looking at the first items. Oh wait, Conceal coming on through from JP, doesn't find anything. So it looks like Sanford likes to go for Thunderbelt first item instead of War Axe here.
It is a tankier version of Lucas here, and I personally don't mind it at all. It still leans into the Brave Smite and the Vengeance. We see the chip in trouble, shortcut drop down. The rest of the team actually not gonna take it, just used as a disengage tool for Dreams.
I'm surprised that Yuktz wasn't able to clean that up. The Skypiercer, just a couple more autos would have been enough to actually trigger it, but still gotta manage the resources. Even so, they still get value from it. They got Dreams' ult shortcut. They also got rid of his Purify as well, so they can just set up for the upcoming fight once the Eternal Guard comes off a cooldown.
Yeah, it's lucky for Dreams that Yuktz only has 1 kill right now, so he probably doesn't have that many Skypiercer stacks. A little bit more and he definitely would have gotten executed, but I think we are seeing the issue that Chip as a hero has been facing in the meta nowadays. He's really not as tanky as he used to be, and teams are better prepared to deal with the shortcut being set up, so it's actually risky to take it. It's not quite like the old days where every time a shortcut came out, someone was dead for sure, and Team Liquid, they definitely have the experience of handling that.
For sure, but I do think that they are underutilizing the Y walk, right? There's a lot of moments in this game where they could look for off-tempo timings to get into the backline, and I think that's the main issue here, is that Team Liquid PH, they've maintained tempo for so long, and they always have people sitting around some of the more crucial areas of the map, especially on top of those Y walk portals, shortcuts on the side. As you can see, JP, he's just covering this side to allow Yuktz a free rotate.
Yeah, and I think Dreams is aware of that. That's probably why he's not really able to maximize the use of it. If he gets caught out, then... Oh, shortcut actually used on Carl Teasy in the bot lane. Zamanfor's committed. Look at Carl! He's playing around them so well, but will finally be caught out. His team a bit too slow to save him. Sanford gonna connect with Nino in the tri-brush. Gebe still waiting, seeing if he can catch someone squishy in the back, but... looks like Team Liquid will not overcommit here.
Yep, Alter Ego, this is what I'm talking about. They finally got the read correct. They knew they wanted to be on top side. They knew that they wanted to delay it because they did it in the previous turtle, and Carl Teasy showed up in the long lane just as expected.
He actually survived a very long time, but there was just too many people there to handle. Dreams will find JP in the brush. Alter Ego actually having priority over the Lord Pit, but Team Liquid still very close behind, and Carl Teasy has just respawned too, so there still needs to be some finesse here.
Yep. But in the meantime, at least he still gets his purple buff. That's the most important thing, coming in for the purple buff assassin. Even so, I think after that... Ooh,
Flicker Wave the Dragon onto Nino, but I think he was trying to bait that, though he still ends up eating it. Shortcut comes out, here comes Gebe, JP dropped very low with the Zamanford. Yuktz flickers away, the Shockwave connects, picks up Sanji, killing spree for the Suyo, but JP and Yuktz are both so low, they're able to walk away. Now Carl Teasy and Sanford double teaming Gebe, but this Suyo does a lot of damage actually, and Sanford having to run away. Somehow, despite everything, only 1 death on Sanji and Nino.
Yeah, right now Sanford doesn't have a lot of damage. Keep in mind that yes, when you transform, that's when you're expected to have that damage, but he didn't go for War Axe, right? He did go for the Thunder Belt. So the initial burst will look good, but after that, it's gonna take some time. Oh, Conceal being called. For the side of TLPH, are they looking for Gebe at this point? I mean, JP's gonna try for it and sees highs. This might be a mistake.
Force JP too far out, punished for it. And Highs starting to hit that damage spike. Carl Teasy jumping forward, mistake! Right into the Blade Surge! Beautifully timed by Gebe. That's a killing spree now for Alter Ego.
And the mistakes have been made. Alter Ego will secure this Lord, and this is going to be a huge swing for them. TLPH maintained tempo for so long, and Alter Ego finally find the stopper to it.
And all of that was the impetus that Highs was looking for to finally get that Holy Crystal. Carl Teasy, he's been playing so clean up until now, but wanted to commit to the Ogi Shadow kill so badly. And Gebe already predicted the movement. Alter Ego, they've been looking for this chance the whole time. Lord will be able to take the bot tier too. It's just how much more damage they can do with it.
Ooh, Malefic Roar as well. I'm curious to see where Gebe is on his item progression. Has he already made it over to his 5th item 12 minutes into this game? I would doubt it. I think he probably got it as his 3rd item instead of the Blade of Despair, just to make sure that JP and Sanford can't just get away with jumping into their back line.
Yeah, definitely. Geve and Highs both have a lot of burst damage now. Nino still providing vision. Top tier 2 targeted. Even the Hilda ult just to force Karltzy back home. This tower belongs to Alter Ego. And now only inhibitors are going to be left standing for Team Liquid soon.
At this point, they're just going to utilize that pressure, take all the out-of-tier turrets here. Dream is thinking about it. He's just like, are we going to fight in between the turrets? He's thinking about it.
Commits to the Ogi Shadow kill. A good amount of poke damage, but not quite enough. 4-man knockup on the Eternal Guard. And Liquid are still able to walk back to the base.
Ah, sad. Dreams was not in position to capitalize on it just yet. But even so, Highs had already used the Zaman Force at that point, so it's better not to risk it, especially if your main carries aren't ready to fight. At this point, Team Liquid PH are going to have a pretty successful defense here. They do lose all their outer turrets. They still have their inhibitors, so no pressure just yet. Plus, it's only the first Lord.
Yeah, but the timing is actually becoming kind of rough for Team Liquid. Heist has already finished that Holy Crystal, and earlier when we saw the poke from the Rhapsody from Yuktz, it really didn't do all that much. The Granger has definitely not reached the stacks that he needs at this stage of the game, which actually puts Liquid further behind than you would expect, despite it only being a 3k net worth difference.
Yeah, I am curious about where Yuktz is in his own item progression as well. Does he already have the Malefic Roar in his side? I mean, last we saw, he had the Hunter Strike, he had the Sky Piercer. Not too sure from this point onwards whether he is on his has completed his 3rd item. In the meantime, though, let's have a look at the item list. Ah, yes, he's actually pretty darn rich as well. 4th item already completed with the Blade of Despair.
It does that little damage even with all of that. Looks like Tip actually a little tankier. Oh! What a dodge from Gebe! He predicted the Flicker Jikundo.
That was nice. That was real. That was real smooth. I gotta give it to him. That was really, really
That's
smooth.
crazy, actually.
With that being said, now that they know that JP doesn't have the flicker, the big playmaker is out of the picture, they can actually force this fight. Team Liquid PH, you gotta come to us. We're gonna start off on the Lord first.
Geve has been feeling it this entire game. He's dodged so many attacks, but that was the cleanest one yet. We see Dreams in the back line with Conceal. Nino already scouting things out. JP dropping low so fast. Highs picks him up. Geve still gets the Lord. And Karltzy trying to escape, but he dashes right back into the shortcut and gets stunned. Alter Ego with 2 kills and the Lord.
This just might be Alter Ego's game, because now with 2 members down and the Lord spawning at the perfect time, they will have an opportunity. JP will be back up for the defense, but Karltzy will be bolting over into the fight, but he's also playing Hayabusa, which is not exactly known for its great defense of inhibitors.
Yeah, a lot of heroes from Team Liquid's side are starting to lose their value the later the game goes. And you have the Lord pushing up top. That inhibitor already nearly dead. It's gonna just fall from a single crash. Bottom is gone. Mid is gonna follow. No inhibitors left for Team Liquid. JP not able to set up for a kick at all. Karltzy only just respawned. Dreams going in. 2-man stun. Really nice positioning so far. Shortcut comes out just to provide some extra shielding. Sanford trying to take the front line. Will actually be able to clear out the Lord, and not much to work with. Karltzy comes in. Ogi Shadow kill, but not able to execute anyone. No Sky Piercer. Karltzy able to dash back away. All of Alter Ego is still alive, and Gebe goes back in to get one more. Has the immortality. Will be able to respawn in a tough spot though. Finally gets shut down by Sanford. Karltzy looking for a bit more. Pops the immortality on Dreams. Conceal comes out. Team Liquid knows they cannot afford to commit any further.
How did they still trade 2 for 1? There were so many, like, Highs was so out of position at that point of time. The Winter Crown, they could have waited for the Winter Crown, but they still had to worry about the minions pushing in. Team Liquid PH, they lose everything, and they still traded 2 for 1 surprisingly in this fight.
Alter Ego are really feeling it in this game number 2. The momentum they gained from their previous victory is pushing them all the way forward. But they definitely did make mistakes, like you pointed out in that base. That could have been a lot cleaner. And actually gives Liquid a little bit of opportunity to start pushing out onto the map again. They need to regain some map control.
Going to continue dancing around, but this is a really difficult position to play for if you are Team Liquid PH. Their high ground defense isn't exactly the best. They've got Vexana. Yuktezi is okay when it comes down to the wave clear, but when it comes down to Lord empowered minions, that's where it's really going to be a bit of a struggle, right? And even so, he is one of those marksmen that are skill-based and will have to manage his resources accordingly. Even so, Alter Ego, with this much control around the map, it's got to be nerve-wracking to move around it.
Because you never really know where Dreams is going to be either. You have to move so closely together to make sure that you're not ganked as a single person by that shortcut. But it also gives Alter Ego so much information about where your team rotations are going to be. We are approaching the 18-minute mark now. The next Lord has respawned. Alter Ego, all things considered, doesn't actually have that much of a gold lead, but they definitely have way more control on the map.
Yes, they do. Once again, they're going to threaten the Lord once more, and Team Liquid PH have to respond, because what choice do you have?
Dreams, he's just waiting for them to respawn. Nino and Gebe are gonna take the front line, try to bait something. JP finally lands away of the dragon onto him. Gebe gonna be punished. Dreams comes in, maybe a bit too late as Cortese has picked off Roundel. Shortcut comes out, but they're already 2-man down. Alter Ego cannot look for too much more. They get knocked back. Danger now, being pushed into Team Liquid, and they're chasing him down. He finishes off Sanji, but he's so low on HP. Pops the Winter Crown. The rest of his team is here. Can they defend him? He dashes away, gets the shield, switches for immortality. JP with the knockup, but Heist is still alive. Zaman Force comes out. Sanford shuts him down. Dreams not able to save him, and now they will be on a retreat. Purify not gonna save him from the damage as Team Liquid wins the engagement.
God damn, that was a tough one. That was a tough one to watch, because Team Liquid PH got first strike on Alter Ego, finds 2, and then it's all literally up to Nino and as well as, it was up to Dreams as well as Highs to try and make that work out. And to be fair, Highs got 2 Zaman forces in the middle of that fight. Luckily, Yuktezi was able to outplay it, and honestly, it was very thin margins here. Highs had already done the item swaps as well and was very close to actually outplaying the scenario. Unfortunately, Samford, he's just got a point and click stun, so it's tough to play around.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego got a bit too overconfident with Gebe there as well. He was standing in front, trying to bait JP to jump on him so that he could iframe him again, but this time it didn't work out. So Alter Ego were missing a huge source of burst and their main objective taker in that engagement. Team Liquid now have the Lord. Alter Ego, they still have quite a few towers to play with, but this is not a situation they expected to find themselves in.
No, they did not. And now they've lost their entire lead here. Not that it matters at this point, the gold lead. Oh, it's just a number. They're gonna have to defend, but so far the team fighting has been really, really tight.
And Yuktezi has actually reached that power spike. Oh! 3-4-man! Jikundo finds Gebe! JP, he has a bone to pick with you! And the rest of Team Liquid are right behind him. Gebe and Roundel are already gone. Highs to half HP. Dreams drops the shortcut, tries to live off of it, uses the immortality, but he is getting picked off as well. Highs takes the shortcut into the backline, aims down Sanji, actually finishes him off. Highs with the Summon Force taking control of the fight. 3 people down, double kill, triple for Highs, and they are going to chase down Yuktezi. JP on the opposite side of the map. Nino actually not dying to that. Looks like Yuktezi doesn't have Sky Pierce's stacks, but Highs keeping Alter Ego in the game.
Oh boy, this game drags on even further. Did they forget about the portal? I felt like they did. And
They actually did.
He literally snuck into the backline because of that. Takes out one of the important members, Sanji here. Again, some great engagements coming out from TLPH. However, the follow-ups in these fights, they feel like once they get that first strike, that they get the impact that it will scare off their opponents to not retaliate. But that's just not the case with Alter Ego. If you're going to ego challenge them, they're more than happy to ego challenge back, and they are proving that they can do it.
Ego is in their name for a reason, Gebe. You can really see the personal vendetta against JP now. This is an insane game. It is so back and forth. Team Liquid, they have the gold lead, but we're 22 minutes in. That gold difference doesn't really amount to anything anymore. It is all about execution. Who catches the other off guard first? Highs and Yuktezi taking the front line, the spotlight. Oh boy.
Hey, it's a circus of mechanics here. Both sides really know what they're doing. They've got the fast hands to back it up. But at this point, they gotta add some macro into the mix. They can't just keep brawling it. Oh.
Oh, Wave Dragon committed onto Dreams, but he has Purify, drops the shortcut. He's gonna be able to walk out just fine, and because of that, Alter Ego get the Lord for free.
Worth it, and now play for this objective here, right? Gibe is able to recall and come back into it. It's totally fine, but they need to start working as a squad. They can't stick too close together because they should know that JP should have his flicker online once again, and it's gonna be tough, but they need to make sure they create enough space for Highs, and I think that Roundel needs to be able to kind of hover around Highs' position, knowing that TLPH are going to be looking for him.
Alter Ego knows victory is at hand. Neo literally just jumps into the middle of Team Liquid to try and bait things out. Dreams with the conceal, doesn't drop the shortcut just yet. Still safe, setting up, still waiting. Vengeance used on Sanford, he jumps in, but he gets picked off by Roundel. Kaltizi goes in, but the Winter Crown on top of High switches for Immortality. Purify used as well. He gets blown up by the Death Sonata, but Gebe on top of the crystal. Alter Ego have their eyes on the prize, and they don't intend to let go of it. They will take game number 2 and clean sweep Team Liquid Philippines out of the challenge season.
Woo! Alter Ego! Big stuff coming in from the muscling up, flexing on him a little. Both sides trying to show off, but man, Alter Ego, strong team fighting here. Great mechanics overall, and despite taking some heavy punches from TLPH, AE show that they've got a chin to take it.
But that was definitely one of the best games we have seen in the challenge season thus far. Team Liquid Philippines, they've definitely figured some things out. That early game was a lot cleaner from them compared to what we've seen so far. But once you get into the mid game, the ego challenges, Alter Ego are just so willing to take whatever angle they need to make things happen. And those dodges and mechanics from Gebe as well, just gotta give a big hand all around.
Yep, big hand on both sides. Imagine 23 minutes into the game, and despite all the fights, 18-16 the final kill score line. I definitely thought it was going to start breaking into the 20s to the 30s, but both sides managing expectations, item swapping to save lives. It's crazy how much we got to see in this match, jam-packed into a 23-minute game.
And even after all of that, Team Liquid PH actually ended the game with a slight net worth lead too. They were keeping up in farm the whole time, even though they were losing fights a left and a right. They're just missing a little bit of something. It is sad to see, because this means Team Liquid Philippines will be eliminated. They won't get to move on in the competition. And it's unfortunate, because I think a couple more games and they could have really figured something out.
I really think so too, but unfortunately, it's just the way the competition goes. You got to give it up to Highs though. MVP coming out big time. He was showing off some great mechanics in this matchup, and he's got some synergy with Dreams and as well as Nino here. It's clear to see that when he's working with his frontliners, he knows exactly what he wants to do. And GB and Roundel really help round off the composition, because Roundel, he doesn't necessarily need to be flashy, but more so he fills in the holes that AE is lacking at the right time. He is such a clutch band-aid, especially if GB is out of position.
Yeah, Roundel definitely isn't going to be on the forefront of most people's minds after that game, but I love what he was doing for Alter Ego. Like you pointed out, he is literally the glue holding the team together. Alter Ego had so many good ideas. They wanted to set up the chip for off-tempo shortcut plays, so Nino was actually in the front line a lot of the time, providing the vision and the confidence, the ego. There's a reason it's in their name in the first place. But the damage dealt actually leaned towards Team Liquid Philippines as well. So it could legitimately have gone either way all the way at the end.
Yeah, it really did. I think, both sides didn't exactly have the cleanest of finishes, but man, were the team fights epic. so fast, so impactful. And unfortunately, the first strikes were just not enough from Liquid. Alter Ego, they know how to pull it back, and a lot of it just came through highs. When you thought that the fight was basically done for, highs is like, no, I got enough damage for the whole team. Just line them up for me and I'll knock them down.
Waiting until the very end of the shortcut timing when the enemy team forgot about it to come through and dismantle their backline is such a smart idea. And you can see that he's so comfortable on this high ref as well. His mechanics are on full display, even able to swap between Winter Crown and Immortality mid-fight on such a high mechanic hero. Shows that these players are just on a different level entirely. And Gebe's dodge on JP that one time is going to be on every highlight reel, I guarantee it.
Yep, but then cut back to TLP, JP's like, nah, it's never gonna happen again.
You're done.
You're done, kid. Oh, it's great to see, because that's what you want to see, that both teams are not only looking to win, but are elevating, forcing evolution in their own gameplay when they fight. Like this fight here, Highs honestly shouldn't have gotten away with what he did, but still manages to do it anyways. And he got so very close to the very end here, but luckily with the help of that stun coming in from Samford, buys just enough time for Yuktisi to actually continuously kite and even sneak in some damage towards Highs.
And then after that, you see just how ferocious JP is being, targeting Geve every single time to remove him from the equation. And here, it looks like Team Liquid is gonna win. They have the Lord, they're 5v3. Do you think that Dreams is just desperately trying to defend, just drops down the shortcut for shield and stun, then Highs waits a couple seconds and comes through. Team Liquid, they don't even realize that Sanji is dying in the backline before the rest of them are falling one by one.
Oh, it's so crazy that they got away with that. So crazy. And even so, popping the Zama Force super early on from Highs, I thought this was a bit of a mistake, right? Dreams could have easily died here earlier on, but luckily with that last bit of health, throwing those shurikens, it allows Highs the space that he needs to create, you know, a single dash, create some distance between him and Sky Piercer users.
In the end though, the victory belongs to Alter Ego. A 2-0 sweep against Team Liquid Philippines to move on to the Last Chance Qualifiers. And honestly, I think that was just some peak MLBB gameplay right there. That was entertainment at its finest. Both teams just brawling it out, knowing what is on the line. And we still have more matches coming up today.
There's still two best of threes to round off who's going to qualify for that LCQ. And Alter Ego is going to be one of them coming in from Group B, taking down the Season 5 runner-ups here from the side of Team Liquid. I mean, it was a great match regardless. That second one really is got to be one that people need to watch just to check out how brawly it was, but at what cost.
Yep, at what cost, right? I imagine that both teams are gonna be exhausted after that one. Alter Ego, they can rest for a bit. They can watch the rest of the matches to see who their opponents are going to be in the LCQ. And Team Liquid will have some time to think and consider what kind of changes they need to make to prepare for the next tournament upcoming. I'm really glad that we got to see a return of Chip gameplay here. This hero has been having a hard time keeping up, and Dreams just showed us how it's done.
Hey man, he used to be so busted. I remember SPS Season 5, 94.64%. Every single time he got let through, he was basically 100% win rate.
Yep.
I think he got ruined one time out of the 4 games, so you had like roughly a 74 or 75%. I can't remember the exact numbers, but God, when Chip first came up, he was nasty, and we haven't seen a hero like that having such a ridiculous win rate other than Suyo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chip is in a good state now where he is kind of a niche pick, you know? You have to really figure out how to make him work, and you gotta have the coordination between your team to pull it off. That's how he was designed in the first place. So while we don't see as much of him as before, I think that he's in a pretty good place. For now though, we are actually gonna head off, you know? We're actually gonna swap places with some new casters with new energy and refreshed perspectives, because we're exhausted after that one. My name's Staffa. This is Gideon. Hope you guys enjoy. Gideon, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great after seeing this, coming into the SPS and one of my favorite, third-party tournaments here for MLBB competitive scene. It's an exciting time. But yes, a new set of casters are going to be coming in, so big shout-outs to both Fasha and as well as LaFell. They're going to be taking care of you guys for the next 2 best-of-3s.
Yep. For now, we will leave you off because next match, Game 3, is gonna be Team Liquid ID versus Team Flash AH. Not one you wanna miss. So we will see you guys later, though with different faces behind the desk.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
So give me the green light, the green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Give me the green light. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waist and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, faster. about when they see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 fast.
Hello everyone, welcome to the MLBB Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. I accidentally used a little bit too much energy yet. My name is Afel, alongside with me is Fasha, Bunny, Streaming. This is our first time working together, so shall I call you Fasha or Bunny or Streaming?
You can call me Bunny.
Oh, Bunny, alright, cool. Streaming was my first choice, but I'll respect that. I'll respect that.
I
How you feeling? You look good in pink, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm really honored to be here, definitely, because again, it's first time being part of SPS, and not only that, being able to partner up with the one and only Lafel, our caster idol right here. Malodi is in the house, so I hope to learn more from you, definitely. And looking at from the past two matches that we saw just now, the energy is so intense. I mean, talking about how Alter Ego was able to take down Team Liquid, it was just so intense, definitely. Now, going into the next match, it's going to be another Team Liquid, which is the Team Liquid Indonesia meeting up with Team Flash. So what are you thinking about it, Lafel, for this third match?
Whew, what am I thinking about it? Well, TLID is one of the teams that we thought would be one of the first teams to go to the Challenge Finals. But behold, TLID, the number 2 team of the world, was defeated yesterday. So now it looks like teams are figuring out how to take down TLID. And even though Team Flash KH, starting off in the Snapdragon Pro Series, not looking all that great. However, their match yesterday against Homeboys maybe a little bit slow, but they know how to work their tempo and able to defeat it. But now let's introduce TLID that we're playing today. It'll be Aurora, Fabian, Ezekiel, Weedy, as well as Aaron Shiki. Where Aaron Shiki so far still has been very, very reliable. However,
people have been shutting down Aran as well as Weedy. So without the front lines, TLID has a clear weakness.
Oh, I mean, talking about how they did manage to take down Flash 2-0 in the recent matchup. This is like a redemption for them, or is it going to be another thing to actually add on? Because the fact is, we do see that there is potential from both sides, and the adaptability, especially the fact that coming into the new metas with the gameplays being changed up from time to time again, it feels like, again, I mean, talking about how Team Liquid as a franchise itself, as the brand itself, most of the teams that has been performing well, when they come into a new metas, they have been struggling to adapt to it. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, here's the thing. TLID, them as 5 people playing the game, they're very Sigma. They're very skibbity. they're very Gen Z. So they really like just to play their own style, where we see how the meta shaping up, but they're like, nah, fam, I like this hero, I'm gonna use this hero, and then I'll win skibbity, you know? So they're really playing based on what they themselves feel great. But now we gotta look at Team Flash KH here. ATM, Chama, Cray, T, as well as Donut will be the lineup playing today.
This is tough because I think even on the open finals itself, Team Flash has been a bit difficulty. They had been struggling. Yes, there are certain success that we see along the run. Because of that, they still survive it out throughout that open finals and making it from the lower bracket to the upper bracket again, and still manage to come here into the challenge seasons. But the thing is, they had already a loss to Team Liquid Indonesia before this. So the question is, can they actually redeem themselves? Can they actually fix back all the mistakes they've done when they met up with Team Liquid Indonesia?
I feel like they can. It's just like, okay, we tried something against TLID before, we lost. So maybe we try something else. Where the match against Homeboys yesterday, they shot off interesting strategy. Number one, having Sky Piercer on the jungle as well as the gold laner, so that there's a lot of burst damage. That's very interesting. And number two, having Carmilla with the Cursed Blood, it's like amplifying the damage that Chama and Donut does. Is very interesting. You don't see a lot of Carmilla, but maybe that's the kind of thing they need to use going up against CLID. It's like, aha, you thought I would be A, but I was like, nah, I'm going for C.
I mean, that could be it. The essence of surprise coming into the gameplay is what is needed for. Okay.
Yeah, were you surprised? That's what they gotta do.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
I actually thought that you were trying to bark on me, but yeah, definitely a great idea to be portrayed here into the game. I mean, even the fact that we talked about how a test of adaptability, and not only that, the fact that they have to redeem themselves. Can they actually learn off the response well? Because you talked about their strategies as well as the tactics that they use against Homeboys, and I feel like at this point in time, we saw how many times that even unorthodox picks of the lineup itself can still be fruitful if it comes to your comfort zones.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because really, I kind of feel like going up against teams that are very, very strong. If you just use the normal, the conventional, they'd be like, dude, this is like pizza. No, pizza is actually complicated. Something simpler, like hey, what's the topic for today? Oh yeah, we gotta talk about the head-to-head. Aaron Shiki going up against Donut. If you're looking at the numbers here, Donut has better average kill participation as well as average KDA, which is pretty weird because Aaron Shiki is actually very aggressive as a gold laner. He likes to move in, get some kills. He's very hard to kill, which now we're looking at the average KDA having dropped down quite a bit. This does mean that other teams have been finding ways to find Aaron Shiki. So Aaron Shiki is not as invincible as he was before.
And the fact that we also need to actually take a look on the stats where we are taking Donut from the fact they fought off with Homeboys yesterday. So those are particular things that we need to be aware. Either because the fact that Team Flash was doing well against Homeboys, that's why they got that stats for himself.
Or Homeboys sucked.
Oh, don't say that! No! What the hell? We're supposed to be Malaysian! We're supposed to be you know? But then again, going into the prediction-wise of both of us, I feel like, wait, why is it 0-0?
Okay,
Lafel?
So you're saying TLID. One of us has to be right, one of us has to be wrong. So I'm gonna put Team Flash 7-0, 7-0, 7-0. That's what's gonna happen
Okay.
for today. We're gonna end as late as yesterday, where we started off on day 5 and we end on day 4. It's gonna be 7-0 for Team Flash.
Oh my god. I'm scared. I'm already scared.
You wanna go to the draft?
Yes, let's
All right,
go.
here we go.
Let's go to the drafting straight away. And wow, already picking up their own first pick. We got Suyo already been taken out by Team Liquid, even Eritel as well as T-Grail. Now Team Flash, on the other note, once they saw the response coming in from Suyo, they picked up Eve as well as Granger.
Yeah, I feel like if you're looking at a tier list, S tier Eve, S tier Granger. Granger is absolutely amazing, but honestly, the Iritel is very good going up against Eve as well as the Granger. The Granger, in terms of her burst damage, is just a little bit more than the Granger, but going up against Eve, where when she uses her ult, she just stands still. So it's very easy for her to maneuver around the ult and then actually kill the Eve very, very fast. So we saw this stats just now, how Aaron Shiki, the gold laner, will be piloting this Iritel. Just with that hero, he can counter a lot what Team Flash KH wants to do. So he has to be, essentially, he has to be very good with this pick in this match.
And the fact that Team Flash also picking up the alpha as well. So those are the things that is also crucial to be think about coming into Team Liquid. Yes, Team Liquid has a really good response now, but Team Flash, it looks like as if they do feel like they are well aware and they want to actually go all out, at least on the front line itself. And now looking on the ban side, we have Liu Yi, we got Matilda, Hayabusa, as well as Khalid been banned off. Going into the side of Team Flash, Fanny, definitely one of the top bans of the past few days. Joy, as well as Dushin and Sicilian.
Yeah, it does look like Team Flash KH, their idea for this game is to have longer range than TLID. Picking up the Eve, picking up the Granger has one of the longest range that any team has. But they banned out the Sicilian as well as Farsa, long range mages as well. So they're really trying to win off of range. But it's unfortunate that you can only ban 2 heroes, because TLID has shown before they can use picks like Novaria, like Xavier, that has long range as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking on the side of how we are seeing that Team Flash would like to avoid any close range, I mean, there's still a lot of pools of mage to be picked up here from Team Liquid ID, but on the side of Team Flash, I mean, if it's going to be a long range, they have to be aware of how Team Liquid, if they have at least an opportunity to go into the backline, it's gonna be risky as well.
And now Hilda getting picked up, so able to disrupt the Suyo just a little bit. Team Flash KH now is building their front line. There's still a high loss that they can maybe pick up later just to make it like very, very tanky for the front side. So like basically making a barrier where Iritel will have difficulty going to the front lines. Now TLID going up against Team Flash KH, Team Flash predicting they want something long range. Farsa, Sicilian getting banned out. I wonder here whether Ezekiel will go for long range, or he just wants more utility by picking something like the Valentina up, the Vexana up, so that you can disrupt the front line. So you have 2 ways to go in this, either long range or destroy their front line.
Oh.
And they go for the Vexana.
They go for the Vexana. I mean, Vexana is a really good pick. This definitely the fact that you have that Eternal Guard, it can definitely be just dropped down anywhere that you need it, and you can be far away a little bit, far off from any team fight unless you are being tagged off. And either way, they will be able to cover the team's ground, especially with Lucas on the side as well. And we've seen how Lucas been adapted into the gameplay so far after the meta has been changed. It has been phenomenal, and if you have a really good tanky items to build himself, he can actually be, I mean, I've seen a lot of teams has been using Lucas as a sacrificial lab, and it has been very fruitful to either side of the team itself.
Yeah, honestly, Lucas is a very cool hero. I really like the Lucas pick here, but you can counter it with a Phobius. But that does mean that you have to put the Hilda in the silent. But no, they pick up the Carmilla. So this is going to be Hilda and the EXP. And this might be Team Flash KH using their strategy where they used against Homeboys yesterday, where the Carmilla Curse Blood, hitting maybe like 3 people and just maximizing the damage that Cray and Donut can do.
I mean, like, if it's not broken, why fix it? So this is Team Flash already sticking up to what they feel that the strategy was perfectly done and executed yesterday. They're gonna actually repeat again for today. Let's see if against Team Liquid, if they actually saw what happened, can they actually counter it out, and can they actually find some way to actually cancel what has been done from Team Flash?
Oh yeah, for sure. Going into the game, we have to look at, honestly, both teams, they have a good draft for front to back kind of team fight. So not a lot of flank potentials, except for the EXP. Like someone like the Lucas can really dive to the backline and really disrupt it so that TLID has an advantage in the fight. For Team Flash KH, I guess Chama, but honestly, we're looking at a draft here where both teams, in terms of the team fight, likes to play front to back. So this matchup might be a little bit honest. It's really about who has the better mechanics. And if you guys hear my cat, that's my cat.
I can hear it.
Okay, you can hear
yeah,
it.
I can finally hear it. I was looking for it yesterday where you were casting with Husky, but now I can hear it. It's so cute. But anyway, welcome guys to the SPS Challenge season. This is match number 3 for today. They are trying to get into the LCQ. It's going to be Team Flash versus Team Liquid. We've already talked about the drafting. We've already talked about the lineup. Now it's up to them to figure out if they can actually figure the game plan right here. So far, we do see most of them are trying to actually focus more onto the top lane. We do see the setup is being done a little by little, try to actually make sure that maybe there's a possibility they'll find a break in. Now, Lafal, I know that you've talked about the itemization or the fact that what they're going to actually try to do it. But for the earlier games, who do you think has the better skill set to actually push in and go in for the team fight?
I mean, once you hit level 4, I kind of feel like Team Flash KH, they have a lot of ways to actually start the fight. So I would say that they have the advantage. But TLID, as a reputation of how they've been playing, they are looking to be the ones that actually have a better early game presence. So in terms of what the players have showed before, I would say TLID. But in terms of the heroes, I would say Team Flash KH. And looking at here, T is down solo, looking like he wants to get a farm. But oh, look at the gauge from Team Flash KH.
RWM being put out already, and here or not, Iron try to go in all out, but doesn't get anyone. So far, this is just a tease between the two teams.
Yeah, and this is where the conversation was before. When it comes to the heroes, Team Flash KH has an advantage. They have a lot of ways to start the fight. But you saw there how TLID, with their experience, they know how to fight.
Ooh, but Aaron will be shut down there at the moment, as we can see it. Going out all out with the Eternal Guard, shutting down, Turtle will be stolen, but at the same time, TLID was able to take down 1 kill before Team Flash shut them down for good.
Yeah, honestly, that was all Team Flash KH. Like, they got the turtle and they got 2 kills. That's a very big win for Team Flash KH. So when it comes to the early game here, it looks like they have the priority. So now TLID, it's not that big of a gap when it comes to the goal. It's still around 600, 700. It's like, whatever. You can still fight around it. But they got to make sure that the next engage is going to be a little bit more clean, because we saw the engage from TLID. They got punished by Team Flash KH by just diving towards the backline. So maybe avoid that from happening again.
I mean, they are pretty much focusing. Most probably they saw that the turtle was up for grabs and they thought they could have stolen it, but unfortunately they kind of make themselves a little bit open. So now we do see Team Liquid, they have to step it up just a little bit more further along the line. Going into every single mid corner as well as into the bushes, we do see Team Flash, they are covering their grounds very well.
Yeah, okay, so now TLID, they're trying to gank the EXP lane. I feel like it's more about giving Aran space, because there's no way that just the two of them can kill the Hilda. And Team Flash KH, they're actually going to the gold lane. So now we can see a little bit of a difference when it comes to their priorities here. Team Flash KH, they want to help out Donut, but TLID, they want to help out Aron. So very, very different philosophy here from both teams.
And we do see that they keep on trying to gang up against Aaron, and it's really tough. And we know for a fact that it's not going to be easy, and Aaron has to be really careful because so far he doesn't have anyone to cover things up. And it seems that Fabian tried to actually go in with ATM, but he pulls away instead. And it seems that they know the information coming out. The turtle has already been spawned, and this is the contest that might be occurring.
So a few things that both teams have to be careful of. Team Flash KH, be careful with Weedy. Weedy can suddenly go in and actually get a big implosion. So far, they already got the turtle. I don't think Team Flash KH needs to fight here, so they do back off. So Team Flash KH, very decisive, just wants the turtle. Once they got it, they backed off. TLID, they were unable to respond because Fabian wanted to get his buff first. So now in terms of the tempo, Team Flash KH is looking much better.
I like the discipline coming in from Team Flash. Definitely they know what they need to be done, and so far we do see they're going to gang up against Aaron. RWM been picked up. Aaron having a little bit of difficulty of movement, and it seems that Aaron has to pull away, but at the same time, we do see Ezekiel coming in. He said that you need any help, but Donut, he's coming in a little bit. He wants more, and Aaron, he gotta be careful there, but close enough. They did manage to steal the time, but here on out, starting off straight away, Fabian takes down Frey, and immediately they're gonna go out with ATM as well. Everyone struck to the side of Team Flash, but nobody's coming in, and it's gonna be Witty all alone, been gang up and been trade off by Chima.
Yeah, I feel like TLID, they needed any kind of trade, so they waited in the bushes for Cray to move and then punish him. But then Team Flash KH was able to fight back, able to kill Witty, so it becomes an even trade. But it's not an even trade because Donut was able to get the bottom turret. So now Team Flash KH, 1,600 gold lead. And if we're looking at the gold laner, honestly not that big of a difference. But once Sky Piercer has been built up by Donut, I feel like this is the combination that they're trying to achieve. A lot of burst damage with Donut as well as T, making it so that they actually have the advantage when fighting the team fight with Team Liquid Indonesia.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, if Witty was able to actually pull away, that could have been a really good side coming in. And Witty has been spotted out by ATM. Gonna go one-on-one, but at the same time, Team Liquid Iron gonna pick things up. But ATM was able to back things off before it turns into ugly.
Yeah, ATM is a little bit too tanky at the moment, especially when we look at T as well as ATM. Both of them have the Revitalize. It will take such a long time to kill the front lines of Team Flash KH.
And ATM looking forward to Aaron Shiki all out against him, but just a little bit more. But ATM overextension will be punished by Ezekiel. At the same time, right this instant, Jamad will be focusing more on the objective, getting the third turtle at the same time. But Team Liquid ID got the trade they need, even though they lost the turtle.
Yeah, I feel like that was very much worth it because ATM was chasing after Aaron Shiki, prompting TLID to help him out. And because everyone was focused on Aaron Shiki, no one was on the turtle. So even though ATM sacrificed himself, but it made Chuma's job so much easier. So I think that was definitely worth it for Team Flash KH.
Team Flash, seems that T has been spotted out. Trying to actually go in. They're still trying to actually tease out a little bit of those team fights at the same time. ATM still looking for a ways, but at the same time, right here in the mid, Kima will be taking down Aaron immediately, not realizing it's quite open at the mid lane. They were too focusing bottom, and now they managed to take down one.
Yeah, right now the siege potential that Donut has as this Ranger is very strong. But Fabian is taking the opportunity of getting the second turret at the top lane. And he might be able to get away, but ATM will not. He gets taken down. Killing spree for Ezekiel.
Ezekiel, with even the RWM been picked up, it's still not going to be able to control any of the situation coming in from Team Liquid ID. So this is a great 4-4 points coming in from both sides. Team Liquid still managed to neutralize just a little bit further now with only 100 points or 100 of economy-wise between both of the teams.
Yeah, we can see that Team Liquid ID is able to basically survive this onslaught by Team Flash KH by playing the map. Fabian, instead of going for kills, he went for the objectives. He's able to get both turrets at top, and because of that, a lot of gold went back to Team Liquid Indonesia, and the fact that they were able to get a few kills onto ATM, that helped their gold as well. So Team Liquid ID, by playing the map, by playing macro, is actually able to get back some gold. So make sure that they can fight Team Flash KH in a more even playing ground.
Lot has already been spawned. So far, we do see both sides have already been able to actually open up their own lanes, but just at most right now, Team Liquid has the better advantage with all of the traits of the top lane has already been cleared out. Now trying to actually go in to tease the Lord, and we know for a fact that ATM is just looking for a way in. If he can actually find out to go all out to take down at least some, or even shut down Team Liquid a little bit before they try to go in for the Lord, they might be able to do so. But so far we do see Donut does clears out the mid lane turret, and they still try to go in for the Lord. Still not gonna be done just yet. Lord still have a half line here. At the same time, Ty doing his best, try to actually skirt away Team Liquid. They're hesitant. This discipline coming in from both teams are very... but here on out, Eternal God being put out straight for ATM to be shut down by Aaron Shiki. But at the same time, Kima coming in to fight. Team Liquid ID still surviving it out. And now pushing in. Ty is gonna go all out to Aaron Shiki, but they cannot do anything as Team Liquid managed to survive it out. Donut is not satisfied. He tries to go in, but Team Liquid ID survives it out.
That is very clean, but right now Weedy looking like he wants to find a target. He used the conceal. They don't know that Weedy is inside of there. Team Liquid ID played that so well in terms of they got a catch onto ATM and then they're able to kite away. You saw how low everyone's HP is, but everyone was able to get back in base, reset, get the HP back, and then fight again. This is good coming in from both teams, honestly, where they're using the Lord as bait, where they're trying to force the enemy to get out of position. And TLID was able to force ATM to get out of his position to overextend and then immediately catch him. So that was a bit of a mistake by ATM by taking the bait that TLID was showing with the Lord. It is something that they have to be a little bit more careful in further trades.
Oh, agree. I mean, the fact that there was such disciplinary coming in from both teams, waiting for the right time, and we saw ATM was just going back and forth, trying to figure out which target would be the best one to open up for Team Flash, but the overextension, what made Team Liquid was able to just shut him down for good and opening wise, and even with Kumar trying to go in, and there was upon a time where Team Flash tried to trade it off. They let go of their objective. Ended up, it didn't do anything. It couldn't actually be done. And they lost a lot, as well as losing one lifeline to the side of Team Liquid ID.
I mean, like, at least I feel like the Lord is still, like, you know, like it's still there. No one has taken it so far. But one thing that I guess Team Flash has to be a little bit more careful is Aaron Shiki, where the thing about an Iritel is that she is able to lower the enemy's physical defense. So if Aaron Shiki is able to tap ATM a bit, making his physical defense go down a little bit, that makes it so that as tanky as Hilda is, it's not as tanky as you thought that she would be. So just be a little bit more careful. If you're attacked by Aaron Shiki, you have to be aware that you're not as tanky as you thought you are. So it's something that ATM has to learn. If not, he will get punished over and over and over again.
And Lord being spawned here at now. They have done the triumph on the early runs, but they didn't manage to actually pick it up because of the loss. Now let's see if the second trial they can actually make it happen. Fabian is overlooking to ATM. They know the information, the location wise. Kumar trying to do his best, at least try to lower things down. But Aaron is on the front side as well, trying to find a way to go in. And there's a lot of a mixed match as well right down below, and they're still trying to do it all. But Weedy will be stand up, and it seems that we're going to go all out right here. Weedy having a lot of pressure at the moment. It's going to be the first blood by Kumar, but at the same time with a trade off by Ezekiel. Donut takes down Aaron as well. So now it's going to be 3-3 at the moment right now for both sides, even though Team Liquid is losing the 2 lives.
Yeah, this is where Team Flash KH is using the advantage of range. They understand that at TLID, they have a lot of bodies. Weedy, Aran, Fabian has very short range. They have to show themselves. Letting Donut, oh hold on, speaking of Donut, Donut has to use the Wind of Nature to get away from Fabian. But right now, the Lord has been secured by Team Flash KH because of the range advantage that Cray as well as Donut has, making it so that before the fight even begins, TLID already lost a lot of health.
Oh, this is tough. But this is just the first lot. Doesn't mean that it is easy for them to actually break, but it will help march off the minions to clear out some of the turrets, especially the fact that they've already done the first layer for the mid as well as the bottom, so that could clear out at least the top lane as well as some of the levels 2 of the turret itself. Now, Donut will be clearing out the top lane straight away. And now Team Liquid ID, they're trying to actually at least let probably Fabian all alone will be pushing himself right at the bottom while they will be trying to clear out the lot themselves. And so far, we do see the second turret has already been cleared out at the top as well. A lot have been done. And here, separation of Fabian is what is required. But Fabian has to come in because at this moment right now, it's crucial for the last level of turret to come in.
Oh, but if Fabian can do it, looks like Fabian
Oh,
can do it.
Fabian
He
can
can
do
get. Yeah, he got the inhibitor, and he's going for the face.
Crystal.
No, he's going for the face.
He's going for the crystal. Can he do it? Can he do it? He can do it on his own. He can do it on his own. Oh my God, Team Liquid ID doing it very, very fashionably to a point that nobody could expect. A Team Flash, they lost their own objective just because they were too focused on the Lord. Oh wow.
That was a painful defeat. I gotta tell you, because I saw the minion wave and I saw Fabian, and even you called it.
Yeah.
It looked like TLID need to call Fabian to help, but at the same time, I was looking at the turn. It's like, wait, that's very fast. Fabian is doing a lot of damage, and it looks like even Flash KH is like,
Wait, what?
there's no way he's gonna end,
and
right?
because of that, Fabian was actually recalling back. We expected, Fabian's gonna call back. He's not gonna finish it off. So we went back to Team Flash again. We're focusing off. Okay, they think that there's a possibility. We're just gonna go all out on the mid lane. It's already a little bit more for the last layer of the turret, but no, he came back. He clears out the last turret and he goes all out to the crystal. And it was too late for Team Flash to even recall.
That was
Oh.
anticlimactic. I gotta say, it's like, oh my God, this happened, this happened. It's like you can already see the TikTok where you hear chaotic voices on the team fight, and then Fabian's like, it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna do my thing, and it's like, okay, it's literally no one coming to stop me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The elevator music, just just enjoying himself, doing whatever he does. But I mean, a great job coming from Team Liquid ID. I mean, you talked about this. You said that sometimes you kind of need the surprise element, and I was expecting from Team Flash because we talked about how Team Liquid ID, they were able to take down Team Flash 2-0 in a very straight manner wise, but didn't expect that Team Liquid ID was the one who brings the surprise element here for our first round.
Damn, I can't believe it. My prediction is already wrong. I thought it was gonna be a 7-0, but I guess that's not possible anymore.
I love that. No, please.
Yeah, Team Flash KH. Sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. I'm pretty sure this is a learning experience for them because honestly, ATM could have stopped that. When Team Flash KH was pushing in, they don't need everyone to be there because they have a lot of AoE, especially with the Carmilla. So you don't need every single person to be there. You can send one, maybe two people back to base just so that you push Fabian off, like make it so that he can't actually do what he did. So it's something that they should learn, not to put all your eggs in one basket. Consider the unexpected and then try to play for it, because this one I feel like it's just tunnel vision. They tunnel vision
yeah.
too much to try to beat TLID then and there.
I mean, not to discredit Team Liquid ID though, because again, at the earlier runs, you talked about how Team Flash has the battle levels coming in for their own skills. Team fight-wise, they definitely have a better damage to shut down Team Liquid ID, and we did saw it. There was a lot of really potential putting out from Team Flash itself, but the trade-off that was coming from Team Liquid, the disciplinary that was done by Team Liquid, respectfully, I mean, when they saw how ATM was so ambitious, try to actually go all out, at least try to hold down, and that's what's required for Hilda, right? When you know you have a Hilda, a really tanky heroes to be the front line, to make sure that if anybody wants to mess around with my teammate, I will be the one to guard it out, to put up a big wall, and you have to do so much to shut me down. But at the same time, ADM, too much of the overconfident. You talked about how Aaron Shiki, he can actually just shut down most of those tankiness and take it down easily. And Team Flash, once they lost ATM, they kind of actually falter a little bit. They actually kind of staggered because the fact that, oh, our biggest wall has been broken out and this is not going to be good for us. So they become very, very scared to fight off with Team Liquid. But Yezikiel, I love how he always put out that Eternal Guard just right on time, making sure that at least Aaron Shiki will be able to go in all out to ATM.
And no wonder ATM died so fast. I look at the item.
Yeah.
I skimmed through it the first what you call it, like the first slide.
Yeah.
And then once I saw Ezekiel's items, like, oh, no wonder ATM died so fast. So first of all, he had arcane boots, which gave him penetration, and then he had the glowing wand, which made it so that ATM couldn't regen as much as he wanted to. And the third item, he went for a very early Wishing Lantern, so that the higher the HP that ATM has, the more damage that Ezekiel did. So that kind of makes sense of how even Ezekiel was able to do a lot of damage onto ATM. I was unaware of the items that he built during the fight.
A great job coming in from Ezekiel. I mean, this is where the fine line, even though you can put out between the damage wise coming in, or probably the survival wise of tank to meet off with Mage. Definitely Mage has a less health lifeline when it comes to one-on-one, but because of the damage that was put out by Ezekiel, and this is where, you know, it was just, oh damn. I mean, even Team Liquid was just not impressed, to be honest, because they're like, oh yeah, we won. What happened?
It's like we want to win, but not like that. Not like that. We want it to be cool. We want it savage. We want to destroy them. And it's like, and then I was like, dude, at least we won. It's like, yeah, I get it, but that wasn't cool though. That wasn't cool. I'd rather lose, honestly.
But yeah, looking back into the movement-wise of Fabian itself, I think pretty much we saw how much freedom that was given to Fabian as well, especially the fact that he was controlling pretty much, and that scrimmage that was done because they were trying to actually contest for the turtle, that's a little bit of a extension. And we talked about how when it comes to Team Flash, they have a better superior, and I think Team Liquid ID was just a little bit mishap when it comes to that contest for the turtle. But other than that, after that, Team Liquid was able to redeem themselves back out.
Yeah, if we're looking at Fabian's rotation, when we're looking at the heat map, look at how he's really farm-centric, where he just wants to get items as fast as he can so that he can have more impact in the fight, because he's just like, I'm gonna get all of my jungle. Okay, all of my jungle good. He could not get inside the jungle of Team Flash KH, so he doesn't even try. He get two turrets up top, and then just push bottom, and then end the game. So Fabian is really thinking about how he can get more money, and it just so happens he have an opportunity to end the game, so I'm just gonna do that.
I think that was a risk, actually. I mean, we didn't actually expected that. Possibly the fact that if Team Flash was a little bit on feet, they were, as you talked about, how if they were actually going to go out for the first slot, especially it's just the first slot, they shouldn't actually put too much of their hopes or even overconfident to a point that they thought that, oh, we're going to actually finish off the first layer straight away right here, right now. It's too much of hopes and dreams to be pulled out with just one decision making, and they could have actually precisely be disciplined on what they do. Like, oh, even though we have plan A, we have to be careful. We are looking forward to plan B as well. So those are the things that Team Flash needs to be aware of. But again, Team Liquid ID, congratulations. We're not gonna actually questioning that winning. It's a great win. It is still a great win, even though it's not the typical win that you expected. But other than that, going into match number 2, I think Team Flash will definitely be more aware and be more aware of their decision making coming into their fight, because again, every single time they keep on trying to go for the objective, they feel afraid every time they lost their team fights or if they lost their team members. So those are the things that Team Flash needs to be more established and more firm on their ground.
Yeah, I can't wait to open up my TikTok and see that clip over and over and over again. Everyone's just gonna do it, right? It's unfortunate. Team Flash KH, they thought with the first law they could do it. You know, they could end it. You're saying like we can do it, but in Cambodian. But yeah.
Are you thinking about
how
what
do
to
you
say?
We can do it in Cambodian?
Yeah, googling right now.
Young Arch TV Ban. How do you say it? Yung Ak Toy Ban. Yeah. Yung Ak Toy Ban. That's what they were saying. Yung Ak Toy Ban. And then just like, no. And then Fabian's like, got bisa Cambodia see, and then just ended the game.
Great. That's coming from Lafel, our mixed lingual guys. Seriously amazing. This is why he
Google
is
is
our
big
idol,
help.
guys.
Google is a big help. But now, going into game number 2, Team Flash KH actually had a pretty good draft. Like we saw in team fights, they did it well. It's just that TLID had better decisions, right? So it really comes to the question: does Team Flash KH have to really change anything? Because technically, their strategy worked. It's just that, you know, just mistake. You know, like something that my friend always tells me is that nobody is perfect.
Your friend is very wise.
I hate my friend. He's very negative. We're not really that friendly anymore.
Okay, noted.
Thank you.
Shout out to the friend who is not a friend anymore. You still did a good job giving the wise words. But anyway, coming into this second match, I do agree there's not much to be done. I mean, drafting wise, even the respawn coming from both sides was actually really good for their own lineup. It's just a matter of how they're gonna actually persecute those lineup. Now, going into our second round drafting, first ban of Team Flash is gonna be Hayabusa.
Oh yeah, Hayabusa, very good ban here for Team Flash KH because essentially what Fabian did in game number 1, he can do it a little bit better with the Hayabusa. And this also shows that maybe Team Flash KH, they want either a Suyo or a Granger first pick. So by having a throwaway ban, they kind of force TLID to ban out both those heroes. So either way, Team Flash KH will have some kind of priority here.
Definitely
Looks like Aaron
something
Shiki is singing,
to
by the way.
talked about, right? I mean, like we do think that if you allow Fabian to get away very easily, it's going to be a little bit tough. And looking on the side of Team Flash, they're actually
what's your command?
quite hesitant. They want to
Your team
actually
is banning.
push more off the jungler. They want to deny more of the pools to Fabian, or will they actually figure out that should we also prioritize the populous or the signature heroes that Team Liquid ID might potentially pick up? Now, Jushin is pretty much a popular ban. We do see a couple of times that
She's amazing.
yeah,
She's
definitely.
absolutely great. She doesn't even wear shoes. That makes sense.
There are also shadows.
Oh, Louis gets banned as well. So it looks like TLID, they're just batting out control mages here, like Louis, Jushin, but also because Team Flash KH, they themselves banned out the Fanny, made it so that TLID, they have a little bit more options in terms of the ban. But either way, this kind of shows a bit what TLID wants to do, and that's to move freely. And you don't get to move freely going up against a Louis and a Jushin.
Okay, so that means mobility-wise will be the focus-wise on Team Liquid ID. Now, Team Flash, they still have the last ban. Are they still going to focus on junglers, or are they going to actually try to figure out what Team Liquid is going to do? Will they actually take away at least a possibility of mobility? Yep, they ticked up Matilda. Matilda, you know, when it comes to his the movement of Matilda to be used in a map, definitely you're not gonna allow that disruption to come in. I mean, circling eagles, that's one of the popular heroes, or even the heroes that to be put out. But on the side of Team Liquid ID, who they will ban? Will they actually pick out even more of the heroes to not or deny most of their mobility wise?
I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like Granger is a pretty good ban, unless they were very confident after game number 1 that they can still fight the Granger with the Irrital, but no, they just ban out the Granger. So Team Flash KH here, Suyo is open if they want to prioritize that. I don't think Joy was that prioritized in game number 1 just now, so Suyo looking to be the priority, but then TLID, they can just pick up the Joy themselves. Or Harry, okay, never mind, they take the Joy. Letting TLID pick up the Suyo.
Suyo will be picked up. So
Maybe later though, because you know Joy is already picked, so they can take it third. Maybe they can prioritize Eve. Eve apa benda Eve. Harif, Eve Harif, yes, that's the one I was thinking of. I can't remember Harif. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go, Harry.
They picked up Harry. This is the 21st or 21 times that we've been picked up, and even Eve has been picked up as well. So 2 great heroes to be picked up by Team Liquid ID. Question is, Team Flash, how are you gonna respond this?
I would say Gato Kacha is a pretty good pick, or anyone that can really dive to the backline, or Phoveus. Phoveus can deal with the Harif very, very well. So I'm thinking like Phoveus, Gato Kacha, just get your front line strong so that you can deal with TLID. The other option is get your gold leader now, because it's confirmed gonna get banned out. So Moskov, Irritel, yeah, Moskov gets picked up, and then Gato Kacha here. There you go. Damn, I'm smart.
You are smart. I mean, only the fact that you're predicting
Suyo,
the
there you
7-0, but yeah.
People think I'm dumb. There.
You're not. Nobody thinks you're dumb. You.
You haven't seen my comment section.
No, but you're predicting the heroes very well. You know what? I'm just gonna let you predict the last 2 heroes. I mean, like, because the fact that you're doing so well, you're on a run right now.
Okay, now I'm gonna start losing then. So TLID, I would say not too many heroes are like disruptive towards their lineup right now, because having the Suyo, Harif, as well as Eve, this is one of the best openings that you can have in the draft. So they're betting out the Farsa, so you're looking at long range heroes still. I was thinking of the Farsa. The other one I was thinking about is the Sicilian, because the Sicilian can scale up very well alongside with the Moskov, making it very difficult to deal with Team Flash KH once you go to the late game. So Sicilian could be another option. If not, what are there? I guess a Vexana, just for more interruption. Team Flash KH, they should be looking at the EXP at this point. Or if they're worried about Weedy, then looking at the Tigreals. Oh, Badang. Oh yeah, so they're looking at the EXP. Badang is a very interesting band here.
Badang is a very interesting band.
I do like Badang though.
Oh, you like? Some people actually find it a little bit
Annoying?
yeah.
Hey, you know that's why I like it, man. You know what? It's like, if I can't win, at least I'll make you miserable.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the main core. I mean, pretty much most of the time, if you come down to the last point of the lineup, you definitely put Badang. It will still prolong the fight itself to a point that it's either your opponent gets tired and then you ended up be able to switch things around, you know, for it.
So now Team Flash KH, the final ban here, which also interesting just to point out, even though ATM was punished quite a lot in that game, they still ban out the Hilda, and Tigreal, as we were talking about, got banned as well. So now the pickup here is the Phoveus. If you really want to fight against Phoveus, a good pick would be something like the CC. And then in terms of the mid lane, you can go for either the Valentina or the Sicilian. Other than that, you can also go for something like a Valentina for a little bit more control for Harif. Another option is Aurora, but Aurora doesn't have enough damage. So Aurora is kind of like much lower in priority, in my opinion.
That's true. I mean, and the fact that Aurora, not just the damage wise, when it comes to mobility, it can give more risk to Team Flash. But you said it already, Sicilian will be picked up straight away. So one more heroes to go for Team Flash.
If not, they can just pick up a high loss just to make it very, very simple. Yep, there you go, high loss.
You are on a roll.
Hey, what can I say? I've been doing this for years. TLID, final pick here. I don't know.
Why now? Why now you say you don't know? You were on a roll. Say it now. Say it now. You gotta say it now before he picks. Please,
Hold
please.
on, hold on. Romer. Jawhead? I don't know. I feel like I'm missing a very what you call it, obvious pick here. Like there's one other one that's really obvious I can't think of right now. The other one is Jawhead. I don't know why I think of Jawhead, but that's something obvious. I'm like, it's something obvious. Why can't I think of it? I'm set.
It's
I'm
okay.
upset.
It's okay.
I got everything right.
Yeah, you got everything right.
And then I forgot about the show.
How could you forget the ways of the dragon? But still, that was really a good pick. I mean, like, you pretty much predicted every one of it was right. Only the Cho one, it just slipped your mind. And on the wise of drafting, I feel like all the response, it's really good from both sides. Again, lineup-wise, we don't really have to worry much. Team Flash as well as Team Liquid ID has what they want in their own idea of their own gameplay. The question is, Team Flash, you made not just the biggest mistake, but pretty much the ultimate mistake that you shouldn't do. Hopefully they will be able to learn from that coming into this round number 2. So let's go in straight to the land of dawn, guys. This is match number 3, round number 2. If Team Flash give this win to the side of Team Liquid ID, they have to say goodbye, and we're gonna see Team Liquid ID tomorrow for the LCQ.
Yeah, this is an elimination match, something to really remind everyone here. With the draft that Team Flash KH has, they can actually fight the side lanes, because with the Moskov you can use the Spear of Destruction to immediately go to the side lane. So, you know, it's one of the ways to prevent what happened just now happen again. But Team Flash KH, again, I kind of feel like they have a very strong early game here, especially with 2 Revitalizers there, and then VD is there saying Chuma, and be like, yo, what's up? And then he immediately gets out of there, because you don't want to overextend in the early game.
Yeah, and we do see a little bit of the damage coming in to the side of Yezekiel, trying to actually put down the mid lanes as well. So far, I do feel like this is pretty much just to make sure that they don't overextend to their own territory, but we do see there is going to be a little bit of extension coming in right there as we Widdy coming in. Fights comes through, Tai getting a lot of damage, but Widdy had to pull away, but Jima not allowing Widdy to pull away that quickly, but they had to pull away right here. Fazden also tried to take him down and backed off as respectfully from both sides.
Yeah, that was a good try by Favian, going inside of the jungle of Chuma, trying to steal away one jungle camp so that he gets level 4 much faster. But as we saw the levels just now, Chuma was the one that secured his own jungle. So Favian was not able to capitalize on that one. So TLID tried to win the early game a little bit there, but it was something that Team Flash KH was more or less expecting, and they played around it very, very well. In fact, looking at the map here, where TLID is, that's where Team Flash KH is as well. So both teams have made their due diligence by studying each other up, knowing each other's movements.
Oh, but there you go. Hylos coming in with the glorious path. RWM been put down as well, but TLDI was able to actually back away. RVN's gonna actually try to steal away. He did manage to steal away the turtle into the hands of Team Liquid ID. But Tai will be Fushin, pursued by Weedy. But would he be able to actually take it down? It's gonna be ATM who takes down Fabian, but the traders come through. But ATM still not gonna deny it. He's gonna push out to Yezekiel. Weedy comes along to finish his off, and double kill goes into Weedy.
Yeah, so that was 2 different team fights where you basically have the damage squad going up against the tanky squad, where we see the frontliners diving the backline for both teams. I would say they got a pretty good trade for both, but definitely better for TLID as they got 2 kills and 1 turtle. So it's actually the reverse of what happened in game number 1.
Ooh, and Weedy, gotta be careful there. Was just trying to disrupt the farming wise, but then again, it's okay. He did get the information, and somehow it does give an opening to the side of Aaron Shiki to actually get the gold crab. And somehow, at the point of right now, at least inside the goal lane, they are doing well, just controlling themselves. Now, it seems that Weedy is overlooking from every single, and I like the fact that Weedy is just always everywhere to make sure that he's on guard.
Yeah, Weedy is doing 2 things. Number 1, providing vision, and slowing down the jungle path. Like, one thing that we can see here, Weedy is down in the bottom side of the map, he sees Tai, but he doesn't see Chama. And just with that, Fabian automatically knows that he's at the top. Looking at Aran, he's also just staying inside of his turret. So with one person, either you see him or you don't see him, you know exactly where Chama is.
Oh, but they are going all out to tie just a little bit. But no. Okay, disciplinary-wise, not going to overextend. Just a
Yeah,
little
especially
bit.
because the turtle is spawning. Like if you use all of your skills, like if it's the jungler, 100% go for it, right? But because of the roamer, you don't want to expand every single thing for that person.
I mean, it's a bit wasteful of the resources that you want to pull out. So once the turtle spawn, this is where the fine line of you want to actually do it. But here on out, Tai does try to actually pull away into Aaron's area. Aaron's just going to wait for the right time. They do try to tease the turtle wise, and somehow they're just gonna wait it out. So far, we do see that Fabian is still on his farming on side, so they're just gonna wait it out for a while. Tai is also overlooking on the location of Fabian, so he has to be aware of this. He has to be really careful before being taken off and backed up from that backside. It seems that Tai is gonna go all out to Fabian, but Glorious Pass comes through. Now ATM and Tai sticking together to go it out. RWM being picked out by Ezekiel, but nope, they're gonna actually pull away, not gonna allow it. But at the same time, Kima also try to fight it off with Aaron and Winnie, but still not gonna beat up. Aaron pushed it out to the side of Tai, gonna go all out right this instant. Had to move away with the Avatar Guardian, but ended up being taken out as well. And Fabian gets the turtle for himself.
This is an interesting way that Team Flash KH is doing this, where I kind of don't like it, where yes, you're able to get onto the jungler, but going up against the Suyo has a lot of mobility and is pretty tanky, honestly, so you're not going to be able to disrupt him that much. Like, you're putting all your eggs in one basket of controlling Fabian, and absolutely no one is helping out Chama. No one is helping out Cray. And if no one is going to help them out, they can't follow up. They can't help you do damage. So I kind of feel like if you really want to control Fabian, just send one person. The other person should be helping out the backline. So I don't know. I kind of feel like they're, misusing their priority here.
They, again, this is a little bit of tunnel vision that you talked about. This is Team Flash, again, showing off himself. And at TM, we do see, look at this, Fabian is just doing on his own. And even with the glory that has been put out, is still not going to be able to shut down anyone. Because Team Flash, every time they put out that ulti, it doesn't fix up anyone.
Yeah, definitely full control by TLID, 4,000 gold. That is huge. That is huge. And now Weedy is trying to get the buff, unable to get it, but he's able to leave the jungle of Team Flash KH. And honestly, even if he dies, it really doesn't bring that much impact towards TLID. Looking at the items here, already finishing up 2 items for Aaron Shiki. He's just waiting for his Holy Crystal. Though I would argue at this point of the game, there's no magic resist for Team Flash KH. Aaron Shiki probably does a lot of damage at this point. So if TLID wants to force a fight, they have the resources to do so.
And the fact that Turtle is going to actually respawn soon, and Team Liquid ID, they still actually try to actually hold it out. And I like the fact that they allow Fabian to just farm his own himself. Glorious Pass had to pull just for them to go for the escape. This is what they always do. Just use that ulti just for escape route, and it's not in the favor of Team Liquid. And look at that. Another turtle been picked out, and RDM been pulled out right here. Even the Zamav has been toned down, and at the moment right now, they try to go all out to Donut. Donut already been taken out by Aaron, but at the same time, Aaron, a little bit of overextension will be punished by Tai, but a really good win already for Team Liquid, getting the turtle and a trade-off for themselves, and even getting the 3 kills.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. TLID can force a fight because they already have 2 items on Aaron Shiki, and Team Flash KH doesn't have magic resist. They could have forced it, and they definitely did. And we can see a difference of what happens when one person helps out Cray in the backline. They were able to get a kill onto Aran. If if T did not cover for Cray and just 100% go onto Aaron Shiki or Fabian or Ezekiel, Cray would have died there. So something that Team Flash KH has to consider. Protect your backline. They can do damage. You just need help. Throw away the toxic masculinity and ask for help.
A little help or a lot of help can go a long way, and that's what is needed from Team Flash. Now 48 seconds left. Lord will be spawned out, and this is where the crucial timing of Team Flash. They've already lost all of their second layer turret, so they only left with one layer. So they really have to be careful if this Lord been picked out by Team Liquid. And Fabian, again, from time and time again, he is still doing farming. He's surviving. He's already freedomly going all out. A little bit of extension, but it's okay. It's just pretty much getting info of whereabouts of the Team Flash.
I'm just saying this. Fabian is 4 levels of ahead of Chama. That's how much farm he has.
Yeah.
He's 4 levels ahead.
It's crazy. So much freedom is done, and the fact that Team Liquid ID, you do what you want to do, we'll just keep them on guard. Like 4 players can just let go of this, like hold on and control this 5 players of Team Flash. That's how much confidence they have, or how much confidence Fabian
Wait,
has.
what?
But Donut takes down Aaron Shiki. That's a little bit of overextension, but we have Fabian right at the Lord. They have to do something to control it off, and even with the Spear of Destruction, does not able to take it off. Fabian still have enough. Glorious have been picked up, but Lord has already been taken off. Now going all out. RWM been picked up at the moment. Aaron and even Avatar of Garden also been booked out as well. Now Tai having a little bit of difficulty trying to take down Aaron. Still survive it out. Does manage to take down at least for the trade it off. But Fabian once more, he tried to go in for Tai, but unfortunately it's not going to be easy. Even Witty trying to find a way to push through, but Team Liquid ID say it's done. It's a done deal. We've already got our win. Doesn't need to be bothered anymore.
I'm so happy that the front lines actually help out Chama, Cray, as well as Donut, because at this point, 10 minutes in, 25,000 gold in total is not a good place for you to be, but at the same time, it's not the worst place for you to be. You have the damage, you just need some space. TLID, I don't know what happened that caused Aaron Shiki to move forward, going up against 4 people. I don't doubt that he has the damage to do it. It's just that Team Flash KH, they have a lot of crowd control, and you don't have Purify. If you have Purify, maybe it's better for you to go for that trade, but because the lack of Purify, I feel like Aaron Shiki definitely made a mistake there.
He goes in. He wants to go all out with the Zaman Force to ATM. A little bit of extension. Even coming in all out now. Glorious Pass been put out. They did manage to take down the turret though, but now Lord marching in. Can they actually pull through? They want to actually go in for the mid lane as well. Clearing out the minions. Gray is already overlooking. Try to clear out. Not gonna allow any extension coming in from Team Liquid. They have to just pick it up for just one turret for now. Oh, but they're going all out. RWM, Slane's already been taken out by Cray right here with shutting down by Arishiki. Now they're going all out. Double kill going out to Tai as well. Now they're going all to Kima as well. Kima had to pull away. Clears out the minion. But at the same time, can Kima survive it out? And we see the Donut coming all out with Witty. Just a little bit more. Can he go in? But the overextension will be denied immediately by Fabian. And now getting team wiped out all the way. The win comes into Team Liquid IDS and with 2-0.
People expected TLID to be very strong here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Now, by defeating Team Flash KH, they have the opportunity to fight more, because now they only advance to the LCQ. Not going to the Challenge Finals just yet. More games to be played, but winning 2-0 here does, I would say, recover some of the expectation that people had for this team.
Ooh, I mean, okay, this is a better fight or game that we see or witness coming in for the victory. I think Team Liquid also will be satisfied compared to the first round itself, and the fact that they are in a better formation, even though there was a little bit of mix-hap on the mid game itself where you talked about how Aaron Shiki was a little bit overconfident with the overextension, but it doesn't matter because again, from time to time again, we do see that Team Liquid ID has so much hope to Fabian, and even Fabian has so much confidence for his own team that he can do whatever he wants around all entire map itself. And Team Flash, however, it's how do I say, probably not the right word, but I don't want to put them down, but it seems like they're very hesitant and afraid to go all out to Team Liquid ID because they don't want to make any more mistakes.
I would say it's the understanding of the draft where they had a game plan where they want to disturb Fabian, but I would say if he's using something like a Suyo, an Alpha, a Fredrin, something that is very tanky or able to heal up, is kind of not a good idea. If it's like a very squishy hero, say like a Hayabusa, a Joy, a true assassin, then yeah, you can do that. But the Suyo is an assassin fighter. He has damage reduction. He has a lot of dashes. So going straight for him he kind of doesn't care. He might even ask you like, bro, what are you doing? Like, hello? Do you not see the Cho and the Phobius on your Sicilian? Hello? Nani? What's going on? You know? So I would say Team Flash KH, good idea, bad execution.
Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to drafting wise, great response from both sides. And the fact that it's just pretty much the decision making of the right timing of what they want to do and who they want to actually target here on out into this round number 2. But Aaron Shiki, deserving wise of the MVP with 4 kills. Even Weedy himself, I love how, again, he's allowing all of the players of Team Liquid ID to do whatever it takes. And even despite the Fabian, there were certain times we do saw that Fabian was denied of overextending or even try to actually infiltrate the territory of Team Flash. It doesn't really matter. He was just on a roll. I'm just gonna do my thing, and that put a lot of great success coming in from Team Liquid ID themselves.
Holy cannoli, look at the damage that Team Flash KH does, which is not very much. I mean, look at Chama, 17,000, Grace 16,000, Donut 16,000. And then when you look at the tanks, 13,000, 14,000. When your assassin, mage, and marksman does as much damage as your tanks, holy caramba, that's not great. I mean, look at the damage for TLID. Like that's a big difference.
Yeah, it is a big difference. I mean, looking from Yezikiel as well as Weedy, right? That's how much of Yezikiel putting out that RWM just right on time and denying every of the opportunity from Team Flash itself. And that's what you want. That's what you want from your teammate itself, so that you can do so much. And for the side of your tank as well, he's able to survive it out. He's gonna be the one who just initiate and let all those damage bursts coming in from the rest of his own teammate as well. But Aaron Shiki getting the MVP wise, we do saw Fabian was on a rising, but Aaron Shiki was definitely the one who pulled it all together here for round number 2.
Yeah, for sure. But to be fair, for TLID, personally for me, I would give the MVP over to Weedy based on how Weedy was the one that really controlled Team Flash, right? Because the movements from the early game make it so that there's no aggression. And then movements coming in from mid game basically shows their position. And then movements coming in from the late game is just complementary, because by that time, TLID is already very strong. Weedy doesn't need to do too much. He's just there, providing space, and if he needs to catch anyone, he will do it. So I feel like Weedy made the game very easy for TLID.
Yeah, and the fact that that's what you want from your own roamer, right? You want someone to actually deny anyone who wants to go in for a fight. And even so, I think pretty much, yes, it's a pretty much risky motion coming in from Aaron Shiki to actually be taken out at that bottom lane. But I think they wanted to give so much space to Fabian that didn't really matter much, because at the end of it all, they got the lot, and it was the first lot to be put on even more on the fact line, right? It's the first slot, and it was so much pressure for Team Flash to even shut it out. They did manage to clear out the minions, but once they push into that mid lane, it didn't even bother. They didn't even care whether the minions was clear out. They go all out straight into the crystal and shut them down for good.
And there you go, folks. Team Liquid Indonesia was able to take down Team Flash KH in a very clean 2-0. Where Team Flash KH actually looked very strong in game number 1, but still, when you lose, you lose. There's really not much to talk about there. So, Team Liquid ID gets to play tomorrow, where Team Flash KH, they get to play, just maybe not in SPS, just in rank. But I feel like they need to train a little bit more, especially when it comes to the chemistry. Bunny, don't look at me that way. Lights out for Team Flash.
No, I'm just saying, you did amazing. I mean, like, you already got the idea. You already predicted all the heroes very amazingly. I was like, wow, that's, I mean, why am I surprised? Like, you are Lafel.
Yeah, why are you surprised?
Yeah, come on, it's Lafel. But then again, a great job to Team Flash. I mean, to see them survive it out from the group stage itself and moving into the challenge season, we know how much they really want to be here. But unfortunately, Team Liquid ID, they want to get it even more. So we are going to see them for tomorrow match for the LCQ. We still have one more match to go, and it is going to be Aurora versus Todak. And this is actually also another redemption story because we did saw on the first game itself for the bracket itself, whereby Aurora mixed with Todak, they shut them down for good. So Lafel, what are your thoughts on this before we go for the break?
Oh, sick! Oh, this is sick. I love it. Todak played so good yesterday. And Aurora, okay, not so much, but Aurora's still strong though. So, this is gonna be a good match. This is sick. Yeah, I'm happy.
All right, we're gonna go for the break, guys, before we start out with our last match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Here we go!
Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't a stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is save it from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient. That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand fear in the face. That only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm impatient. All I need, is a little love in lonely places. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Study joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. Study joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Study joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Study joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I get to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, I ain't going back. So give me the green light.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster.
And now, we'll be watching Aurora going up against Todak, where we're looking at the numbers here, and it's Aurora favored. Aurora is the northern light sky color thing, but I'm colorblind, and hence, it only has less meaning to me. Welcome back, my name is Lafel. Alongside of me is Fasha Bunny Streaming, but also known as just Bunny.
I thought you
Bunny.
were going to say streaming, but thank God you got it right. Yes, it's Bunny. And it's a redemption story to be told again for our last match of the day. I mean, throughout the days, we've already said goodbye to Alter Ego, to Evos, to Team Liquid, who's managed to be able to take down Team Flash. So now we need to say goodbye to either one of these teams. And you said you actually witnessed Todak yesterday, how they were phenomenal yesterday. Do you think that they can actually do better? I mean, to the status wise, we do see Aurora is in a better shape compared to Todak, even though they did amazing yesterday.
I mean, with that being said, honestly, the community, they have been criticizing what Aurora has been doing because they actually are not looking all that great. But before we dive into that, we got to talk about the lineup here. Edward, Demon Kai, Yue, Renegade, as well as Domeng. And again, we'll be looking at some of their highlights a little bit just to see where they fell short. Where, just to put it simply, Renegade was unable to bring a big impact to the game. Where many of times the opposing side always bait out Renegade, and once he uses his skills, there's really no initiation from Aurora, so it makes it a bit simpler to deal with Aurora.
And the fact that we see that those are the patterns that Aurora put out, the playstyle definitely portrays or even will be read by Todak coming into this game, and they actually use it up against them. And going into this highlight, this is yesterday, right? They fought off with Bigatron Alpha, and showing off at this pattern wise, it's no matter how much they did manage to actually redeem themselves, try to take it off. There was a really good fight both sides for Aurora, Bigatron Alpha. It was still a lot of the mishap that was done. Do you agree on that?
Oh yeah, a lot of mishap, but again, this is one of the things that a lot of Philippine teams have been doing. Even though they made some mistakes in previous games, they will find a way how to recover, understanding where the mistakes is, and then basically fight back. So Aurora, yes, they made some mistakes yesterday, especially for their front line. Hopefully they can fix that today, because today they're going up against Todak, Momo, Zayed, Zaim, Hazelnut, as well as D, where based on yesterday's performance, all 5 members of Todak definitely stepped up to the point where it was more difficult compared to other games to find an MVP, because everyone made game-changing plays throughout their match against AI esports.
And the fact that it was a better performance we've seen Todak here at the challenge season itself, it shows how much of improvement they've done, and hoping that the fact that this is their last chance to come into the SPS, and this is Malaysia pride is on the line. We've already have SRG already waiting at the end of our challenge finals itself. We're hoping to have at least one more to come in to the finals as well. So can Todak come through?
Yeah, Todak showed 2 different winning strategies yesterday. Number 1, using the heal from Matilda. However, I don't think that they will have that luxury going up against Aurora, because Renegade as well really loves using that Matilda. So one half of their strategy yesterday probably is not going to be shown today. The other strategy is where they're playing the map with the Luyi as well as the Hayabusa, moving around and actually capitalizing some advantages, especially around the gold lane. So Aurora definitely watched a lot that Todak showed yesterday, and Todak saw a lot about what Aurora did yesterday. So for today, it's really about the adjustments, how they really play around with the knowledge that they have acquired.
And the fact that their play styles is either they go for the early engagement, early dominance of if you can actually go all out on that level 4 skill wise, and then not only that, how you adapt to it respawn wise. If you cannot control on the early games, can you do so at the mid game as well? Because so far right now, drafting wise, every single matches that we saw, there's not much of lackness that we see. respawn-wise from both sides, from the side of Team Liquid ID we saw, even from the previous game as well, like Alter Ego, or even from the side of even the first match itself. So far, respawn-wise has been amazing. It's just a matter of your persecution and the right decision making. That's all.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a slapping competition?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Aurora going up against Todak here.
Okay.
As we're looking at the head-to-head here, Demon Kite as well as Zaid Senpoi, both Suyo as well. Honestly, both these teams, it's like a slapping competition. They will slap each other, and it's not about how hard you slap, but how much slapping that you can take. Because that's kind of like what they do. I take like 2-3 slaps and then I back off, and then I slap you back.
Okay.
Very masochistic, but looking at the numbers here, Demon Kite as well as Zaid, average kill participation a little bit higher for Demon Kite, but honestly the kill participation is a little bit higher because when Renegade is unable to start the fight, it's usually Demon Kite that is the one starting the fight. So Demon Kite is good in the sense that he's a jungler, yes, but he knows how to play a tanky playstyle. So he knows how to start a fight when his team cannot.
Oh, I like that. I mean, like, that's the team or roles that you have to fit in.
Okay, so
Oh.
put 6 on Toda and 3 on Aurora. Yeah, there you go. That's my personal prediction.
Oh no!
Yep. I call this a 6-3, where if you do the math, it's kind of like saying 2-1, but we're not saying 2-1, we're saying 6-3.
Okay, it just have to be divided. Okay.
Exactly. My prediction is for the mathematicians out there. I want to make sure if I'm gonna give a prediction,
You gotta do.
only the smart.
Yeah.
Only the
You
smart.
gotta read between the lines.
Yep. Wait, someone changed for A, but still, same logic applies. I know how to do numbers. I had my UPSR, PMR, and SPM. Oh no, Aurora got Matilda, what?
Wow.
Oh, but Toda got Jushin.
Oh.
Both
Oh.
teams let it go a lot.
Oh, okay. So we are going. It's been a while since I see this. I mean, like, remembering wise on the last few seasons of the meta, where it's always going to be Suyo, Jushin, been banned off, and if you let them go, they will definitely be picked up. And now I feel like, wow, Toda definitely picking off straight away on the dash itself.
Oh yeah. Now Aurora with that Matilda. You really want something a slightly bit more tanky in the jungle. Now the Suyo has been taken away. Maybe they'll pick up an alpha here. If they don't pick up an alpha, probably gonna get banned out. And maybe pick up. Yeah. Oh! The Zas I did not predict. I predicted the alpha, but not the Zas. And Toda immediately answers with the Gato Kacha. This is something new. It hasn't been picked up in the SPS so far.
Yeah, and we haven't seen it performing. I mean, I think we did saw Zaz been picked out on the challenge group stage, if I'm not mistaken. There was one time and it didn't really go in the favor of the team itself. I'm kind of lost which team was it. So that's the reason why I think that pretty much Zaz was not in the popular pools to be picked out in our XPS. The fact that we do see most of the time it doesn't really click or connects the proper persecution that was needed. But then again, going into the banning wise, I like the fact that they really respectfully ban off all the possibilities like Lyoyi, Yiv, Big Ranger. We even got Fanny, Joy, Harith been banned off, and now it's going to be Lucas been picked up to be banned off as well.
Yep. Something that we have to pay attention to, because the gold laner, both Harith as well as Granger, top picks have been banned out. Now the top priority is the Iritel as well as the Moskov. However, D has shown that he is very good on the Beatrix, able to win a 1v1 against the Iritel. So Toda, they do have the option. If they want a priority, maybe they pick up something like a Moskov. If not, they're gonna wait for what Doming wants to pick up and then counter that matchup, because D does look like he has more tools in his tool shed.
Looking like he is much more aware of his role, and I like that. That could actually give him an opportunity, even though with the top popular picks for his own play will be denied a bit. I mean, there's still much option to be opened up right here. And from the side of Toda as well as Aurora, right, we do see mobility wise are coming from Aurora. Toda wise, they do have most of the time going in for the back line, as well as they will be able to pick up some of the plays as well. Now, Glue will be banned off by Todak, so they're denying anyone who has more slippery move or even mobility wise so that they can actually catch up on guard with Aurora themselves.
Yeah, so Aurora has the Matilda. You really want something tanky in the EXP lane. Lucas, honestly, even Fovius. Fovius matches very well with the Matilda. Fovius ban, Glue ban, Lucas ban. So now Aurora, they have options like, honestly, maybe even the Badang. The Badang, the High Loss, something that takes a long time for Toda to take down. That's their priority, because Zas requires a little bit of damage. It requires a little bit of time for him to actually dish out the damage, so you need something tanky. So I'm looking for Aurora, something like a EXP, a High Loss, or a Chow.
Yeah.
So Toda, they can pick up a Chow here to deny it away from Aurora or the High Loss. Both can be denied. If not, they can pick up a Moskov here. Moskov or Ito.
It depends on which they actually want to focus more. Do you want to actually focus on the fact of they want that tankiness first of all to be guarded up, or they want to actually have that more secure of Moskov and they have the damage wise? Which side would they actually pick it up? I mean, on this point of ride, I think like Toda, they have already pretty much the solid rounds. They can actually just pretty much picked up the tankiness and decide next once coming in for the respawn of Aurora itself. So they picked up the High Loss, so now it's up to Aurora.
Yep. Again, they take it away because High Loss and Matilda is very, very scary. And Aurora, they don't have a choice but to show their gold laner here so D can counter a little bit later. Unless Doming wants to pick up a Beatrix and taking away from D, forcing D to pick up something like the Moskov. That's really the play here for Doming. Either pick up the Moskov, Iritel, or try to take away the Beatrix. When it comes to the EXP lane, Cho has been used by Edward before. Other than that, what other tanky EXP laners? Even the CC has been banned out, so EXP is a little bit open here for me.
And Hilda be also one of the options. I know that for a fact. Oh,
Benedetta!
Picked up. And also another hero that hasn't been picked out by inside the SPS line as all.
Yeah, the Benedetta can go on to Jushin, so ignoring the High Loss, ignoring the Gato Kacha. But now, honestly, both Iritel and Beatrix are very good pickups here. The other option is Claude. You, if possible, you want something with a little bit of a mobility.
Yeah.
Because going up against a Benedetta is going to be very difficult.
Oh, you gotta think it through, because so far right now we do see most of our heroes that are coming out from Toda, it prioritizes more of picking up and a single focus fight orientation. So you need something that can actually move away as quickly as possible, getting much damage. But no, they picked up Bruno instead, and it's still a single fight as well as a more orientation on the side that you really need to be focused on. And I think Toda is more in the side of comfort zone, I guess.
So Bruno is good for Matilda, because when you go up against Matilda, when she has the Flash of the Oasis, she has a very big shield. So if you have a full burst damage, you're just attacking the shield. You're not attacking the HP. So burst damage is not a good answer. You need damage per second, DPS, to really deal with it. Bruno is a good in-between because he has DPS, but it's also very bursty. The only reason why I didn't really mention Bruno is because when it comes to the early mid game, Bruno is incredibly strong. But when it comes to the late game, it's not that Bruno is not strong, it's just that I feel like Moskov scales a little bit harder. So looking at the lineup here, looks like Toda, they want to move the game a little bit faster. They want to start off the tempo, they want to force out the fights. Compared to what Aurora has shown, very balanced here when it comes to early, mid, and late. So even if they go all the way to the late game, Aurora is looking to have a bit more advantage compared to Toda, where Toda primary damage is going to be on D, but Aurora damage on Domeng, Yue as well. Can even be from Edward depending on what he builds, but I think Edward is going to build a little bit tanky.
Let's see. This is our last match of the day. First round, Aurora Philippines versus Todak Malaysia. Who will move into LCQ surviving still in the SPS, and who will we say goodbye? So far right now, in the favor wise of drafting, definitely Aurora is in a better respawn wise compared to Todak, in the fact that it is actually good. There's still a possibility in the fact that Toda has the idea on the early games as well as the mid game. The question is, can they proceed off on that late game as well if it actually goes to that stage? But so far, going in for both sides of their own lanes, there is a slight equation where we see that Demon Kite goes out to actually infiltrate some of their own buff themselves, and we do see Demon Kite also able to actually go all out to survive it up for his own lane as well.
We can see the mid laners here, both the Jushin as well as the Zas. You can see the idea of where their composition wants to go. Yue on the Zas went for Weapon Master, skills very good in the late game. Zaim Senpoi picks up the Mystery Shop, meaning you'll get your items a little bit faster. So really, Toda wants to go fast, Aurora wants to go slow, but Aurora goes back in.
Stepper comes in, try to go all out to the side of Demon Kai. Will be the first blood from the side of Zaid. And at the same time, even though they try to go the Evos session, almost able, but here on out, Demon Kai goes all out to Hazelat. Ooh, close enough to be taken up for the trade, but at least Hazelat was able to back off.
Yeah, and again, this is what Toda wants to do. They want to speed up, they want to get kills, they want to get objectives, they want all of this taken away from Aurora. Aurora tried to fight back, but again, probably not the best of idea. Right now, the turtle has been secured by Zaid, and Aurora has to back off, but Zaim Senpoi is not allowing them to do so.
Zaim, nicely done with the pick himself. He knows for a fact that he just needs to take one into the territory of Team Toda, and that's where they can actually just gang it up. And that's the requirement that is needed for Aurora to be very cautious of where he goes in.
Yeah, this is very aggressive coming in from Toda. If you're looking at the purple buff in the minimap, you can see Hazelnut as well as Zaim is providing vision, trying to really slow down the rotation from the jungler. So this is also their way of making sure that Aurora gets their late game very, very slowly.
Zayn, gotta be cautious with that with there. I would try to actually pull in, but Zayn will be by his side, not to worry much. At least at the time, Toda is always overlooking everyone's corner to make sure there will not be any backstab.
Yeah, we can see a quick rotation towards the gold lane, trying to prevent D Senpoi from actually getting some of his items. But it looks like Aurora, they're not going to be all too aggressive, forcing the fight for now. Probably because Demon Kite wants a little bit more items for the alpha before he really commits to anything.
Let's see. So far, liking how Toda is controlling the tempo of the gameplay, and even so, no matter how much Aurora try to go in for the rotation-wise, Toda will be aware of the situation and coming along right now. Everyone is just pushing on and marching on for their own needs.
Yeah, Toda will speed up a little bit more in the second turtle fight. Because right now, they don't really have that much damage to fully kill anyone. Especially because Yue is already at level 5, so he has access to his ult, making it very annoying for you to take him down. So I feel like Toda, they're gonna get 4 kills, but they're gonna get kills around the turtle. So Aurora, they can play around this. Either don't contest, or get kills as well, you know?
And we do see D a little bit ambitious there, try to go all out to the side of Domeng, but at the same time here, when actually try to contest for the turtle, we do see Momo is overlooking, stunning off straight away Yue, but still not going to go be opening. Glorious Path been picked up, but is it going to be easy? Nope. He pulls away straight away, not denying any of the way of Todak to go out. But at the same time, we do see Zaid comes through, but at the same time right here, Renegade comes in, and at the moment, pushing off to Stratusfly, Hazelnut will be trying to go all out, but it's not going to be easy because Demon Kite was able to back away as quickly as possible.
Yep, and now the fight continues. Edward goes to the back line, tries to go for Hazelnut, but Hazelnut now has the shield. Apparently still surviving, but gonna get taken down by Renegade. Toda gets the turtle, but they have to sacrifice their roamer.
Still a win though, it's still a win, doesn't matter. Even though Romo was taken off, they did get the turtle, but on the side here, it's just 200 of economy wise compared to both sides of Aurora as well as Toda. Oh, that spear was able to take down a little bit of the life from Zaim, so he has to be careful of that, had to pull away before being tagged off by Aurora.
Yeah, but we can see the good thing from Aurora here, where I was talking about how Toda, they want to get some kills, but the heal in from Renegade prevented Demon Kite from dying. Without that Matilda, that alpha would have been done. He would have died then and there, and Toda would be very happy. The fact that Toda only got a turtle is not something that they want. Yes, you have to be happy with the turtle, but at the same time, you kind of want the kill. So honestly, this is good for Aurora. They understood what Todak wanted to do and they denied it.
Looking on how D still overlooking most of the threats that have been put out by Todak. But at the same time, Hazelnut has been tagged off by Demon Kai as well as Rene J, denying of entrance. But at the same time, Momo comes through with a glorious pass, also helping off Hazelnut, not allowing. But D comes along. Right this instant, they're trying to go all out fight. Being stunned off away, not allowing Momo or even D comes in. So the casualty was avoided.
You can see how Todak is trying to pick off anyone from Aurora, but Aurora, they just don't let that happen. Every single time someone looks like they're overextending, Renegade pulls them away. Yue gets inside of his alien and then he's fine. So Todak's draft win condition is slowly depleting here, and Aurora is the one with better scaling. So as of now, even though Todak has the gold lead, honestly, Aurora is looking much stronger now in terms of team fight presence.
And the fact that the third turtle is about to come out and they're going to actually try to contest this. But they'll actually go in, just a little bit more glorious pass been picked out by Demon Kai right here. But turtle already been picked up. No casualty whatsoever because it was denied immediately and Aurora was not going to go all out for the extension. So at least so far right now, it's just pretty much on the objective side of both economy.
Yeah, but the fact that Aurora is able to trade down bottom, this is good. Because what Todak wants to do now, they got all 3 turtles, no kill so far. So what they should do is try to get as much turrets as they can. Preferably all the outer turrets. If that's the case, then they're still winning in terms of how they want to move with their draft. As long as Aurora gets to trade, this is even playing field, and Aurora wants an even playing field. And I feel like slowly Todak will understand that.
So close, was caught off by the glorious pad, but at the same time, not actually allowing it. He did manage to actually pull out a fight right here. Zaim, just too much of the damage coming in from Edward, will be taken down immediately. But at the same time, Yue going off all out, and Momo had to pull away right this instant. He has so much damage, he's been pulled out. He will be taken out by Demon Kite as well. Now try to trade it off. Dai will take down Demon Kite as well. Now they're going to push all out to Edward as well. Deny it immediately. He tried to chase out and will be able to take down by D Sempoy. Not able to take out Renegade, but at least it's a good win coming in from Todak, but at the trade of 2-2.
Yeah, but again, that's the trade that they want. Domeng actually got the turret up top, so trying to equalize. But this is what Todak has to do. They have to force out fights. It's unfortunate that Zion Senpai was taken out. Preferably, you want him to not die alongside with D, but the fact that D was able to get assist and a kill makes it so much better because you're moving the speed of your getting items for your gold later. So either way, very good trade by Todak, but also good response by Aurora, making sure that they get some trades, both in kills as well as objectives.
Balanced fights by both teams. At least for now, we do see there is a clearance of the coverage from the turrets being taken down. Only Todak has one more turrets right in the mid lane, so they still cover out the 3 levels ground. The question is, can they still survive it out? Lord has already been spawned out, and Momoy, as well as Renedier, is already overlooking, clearing out every farm out. The question is, can Todak make it through?
Yeah, Domeng now has the Demon Hunter sword, making it more difficult for Momo as well as Hazelnut because now there's an anti-tank item onto Aurora. Domeng staying in the side lane is very dangerous because Todak, they want to move as 5, but Aurora, they can move as 4-1. So no matter what, Aurora looks like they have map control, but now Domeng is actually going for the Lord.
Glorious pass been picked up. Domeng is right behind. He's already spotted out Zion, but at the same time, Lord has already been picked up by Todak. And they had to pull away. They need to pull away, but not going to be allowed it. Renegade comes through from the back line, takes down one. At the same time, had to pull away Hazelnut. Just crawl it off for the Avatar of Guardian, but it's just one kill for the side of Aurora. Lord has already been taken out by Todak. It's still a win-win from both sides.
Oh yeah, a win for sure, but now Aurora, they want to get this mid lane, and it looks like they're gonna engage, they're gonna force this out, they really want this.
They want this almost close enough to take down Momo as well as Hazelnut, but still not enough. Great defense mechanism coming in from Zayn as well as Zayn. Now the Lord marching is right down below. Aurora is already repositioning themselves. Can they actually clear it out? Can. It's just a first level Lord, so it doesn't need really much, and I think prioritizing coming in from the Todak itself, so far they are being very disciplined.
You can see the understanding from Aurora. It's like every single time Todak takes one thing, we need to take one thing as well. Oh, but look at that engage coming in from Hazelnut. Maybe not the best idea.
Not the best idea. Glorious have been picked up and they try to actually at least take down the turret. So much resources has been picked up. But then again, they have to be careful. Also, they try to take down Demon Kite as that moment as well. And it's not really good in the risky motion coming in for Todak. But at least they did what they needed to do. The damage has already been done.
Yeah, for me, it's not the best idea. It's a good thing that they caught Doming. If they got a kill, 100% worth it. The only thing is, I feel like it's hard for you to get a kill onto Doming at that point. And I feel like you will have to trade maybe 2 members for Doming. That's the only reason why I feel like, okay, maybe not the best idea because he sees it coming. But honestly, very good attempt. The fact that Todak no one died, it was good. Honestly, a lot of action here, Bunny, despite it being only a 4-3 game.
Agree, and they're starting out Momo already. Momo trying to find an initiation, just waiting for the right time. They're almost able to clear out that last layer of the turret, or second last layer of the turret for the top lane. If they can do that, that could actually give more of control for the map of Team Todak themselves. But at the same time, right here, they are being very, very careful. Now, clears out already, more coverage coming in from Todak. The question is, they need to be cautious because, again, you talked about how Demon, at the moment right now, Doming is also having a lot of damage coming in, so they have to be really careful.
Yeah, a lot. The fact that he has the Demon Hunter sword makes it so that you see Momo and Hazelnut dying much faster than they really should because they're not all that tanky, but now
Oh,
your pathway.
Glorious pathway been picked up right there. Just trying to actually slow things down, but they are not committing. Okay, it seems that they feel much of the pain coming in, and they also not allowing the fact that Aurora doing pushing in, and I think they're trying to bait it out. They try to actually make sure that Aurora comes to them first, and I liked it, but then again, they have to be really careful as well.
Yeah, you can see every single time Todak wants to start something, Aurora, they don't hesitate and they move back. Where some teams, they try to fight back. They're like, oh, you're trying to get into my jungle, bro? I'm going to take you down. I'm going to show you who's boss.
Come in,
But Aurora's
come in.
like, no. We understand. We know that you're strong right now. We're going to be strong later. So if you want to fight, we'll just say no. Okay? Fighting is bad unless we win. So they're just going to wait until they find the opportunity to go for the fight.
Yeah, and now they are trying to actually try to tease off the Lord as a first place. Momo as the opener. Glorious path been put out right this instant, but actually go out to Renegade. But at the same time, right this instant, it seems that from the backside it's gonna be Doming comes through, clears out. Hazelnut takes down Renegade first of all, but Zaim also takes down Yue, and Zaim takes down the Lord for himself. But at the same time, so much damage has been put out. D will be shut down. Momo try to go all out to Edward, but still not gonna be enough. Even with Demon Kite as well as Doming goes out for the backline, they could not do anything.
That was incredible by Todak. They read that Demon Kite was going to go for the Spear of Alpha, and they were able to dodge it. That's number one. And then Doming went to the backline, but before that, they want to push in.
They push in, Demon Kite was taken out by Zaim. One more player to go. It's going to be Edwin. Try to survive it out, but the turret has already been down. Go all out straight away, just a little bit more further, but Edwin managed to pull away. But no, Zaim denies it immediately. But the respawn has already been done. Yue and Renegade is right. This is a Lord. Clears out the last layer of the turret for the top. And right this instant, it seems that Todak is ambitious. They are aggressive. Avatar of Garden goes out right this instant, but doesn't catch up anyone. And this is where Todak is losing a little bit of lifeline right here. Glorious has been put out. Still not enough. Lord has been cleared, but the crystal has been done, and Todak gets the first win.
And now Todak, their revenge is on the way, because before it was 2-0 for Aurora. But in game number 1, despite Aurora getting that Matilda, Todak was the one that came with the victory. And the final fight around the Lord, that was one of the best team fights that I've seen from Todak. And this is an action-packed game, but if you look at the kills, it's only 5-8. Really not a lot of kills, but a lot of action in this one.
A lot of action that I feel so much respect from both sides. Todak was so disciplined. Aurora was even more disciplined to respond to it. No matter how much Todak tried to feed them off, try to bait them out, the moment that Momo comes in, they will say like, come in, the water's fine. And then Todak pulls away and say, no man, you don't want to fight? Sure, why not? We'll just slow things down for a little bit. And I like the fact that no matter how much that both of them are pulling and pushing each other, it still goes out to Todak to just make the final decision.
Yeah, honestly, the final fight, I would say the big MVP for that one is Zayat, because Domeng hit his spear of destruction to the backline, and then he tried to kill Zayat, he tried to kill D, he tried to kill Zayat. So what really happened was that D actually dashes away from Domeng and immediately goes to the front, and Zayat basically 1v1 against Domeng, and Zayat was just dashing around, avoiding Domeng's skills while dishing out the damage, and that's how Zayat was able to kill Domeng. If Domeng was untouched, he would have wiped out Todak. So the fact that Zayat immediately went for Domeng, killing him first, made it so that Todak won the team fight.
Yeah, and it was amazing. I feel like most of the time we do see that the pop-off coming in from Zayat. Look at that, 61,000 damage by himself. Oh my god, that's
a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's crazy. That's how much potential we put out, and I feel most of the time we put out from the early stages, right? How Aurora was in control. I mean, you gotta admit, there was a lot of control that was done by them actually at the earlier start. But then, coming along, I mean, that's just crazy that, wait, am I seeing it right? Why is it like the damage dealt coming in from Aurora is much more compared to Todak though?
Because Todak started the fight every single time, and Aurora tries to run away. But I wanted to cut you off because I saw the kill participation 100% for Zayat, 100% for Hazelnut. I kind of feel like the majority of Todak, except for D, because D was far away in the gold lane.
Yeah.
The majority of them has 100% kill participation. Even Edward has 100% kill participation. So you can see how the teams played. Like, this is so synchronized. This is so, like, a lot of chemistry for both teams, that every single fight, everyone is involved.
I like it. Seriously, Todak, I mean, it's really amazing to see them performing so good tonight. And again, we're talking about the crucial last stage of them surviving here. And it's not that they're gonna be confirmed to go to challenge finals. It's the fact that they're so ambitious and still surviving it out. And Zayat Sempoy as the MVP with 305 is really a good opening coming in from Team Todak.
Yeah, he definitely deserved it. Zayat has grown so much as a player, and every single time, let's look at the highlights here. Looking at the fight, Todak finds a way to initiate because they have a lot of ways to do it. And Aurora, what they want to do is kite out, because what Todak is showing is that they're a skill-based team fight team. Once the skills are there, they're looking very strong. Once the skills are on cooldown, that's where you re-engage. And this is what we've been seeing from Aurora. They go back after maybe 3 seconds. 3 seconds, immediately go back in. But Todak was ready for that. So that's also impressive by Todak, understanding that their skills are going to get kited, so they don't overextend, number one. And number two, they just wait again for the skills to come back off cooldown, and then they fight again. So a lot of movements coming in from both teams.
I mean, even Renajay, we saw in the highlights, right? He did manage to try to actually go into the backline, but it was denied completely by Team Todak, no matter how it is. And this is where they try to go in for the first lot. And Demon Kite, Domeng was actually right at the backline, and he couldn't do anything. It was shut down completely by Zayat as well as D, and the fact that D had to pull away, but still they managed to pull through, and they did manage to take down immediate 3 players on the side of Team Aurora. And as the time goes in for the Lord marching in, they still want more. They go all out in for the mid turret, and Edward had to pull away, but the respawn comes in from Team Aurora. The respawn was still not enough.
And you saw in that Lord fight, Edward and Domeng tried to stop Zayat from securing the Lord, but Zayat's retribution was on point. He got the Lord, and he one-shotted Domeng. I actually didn't know it was a one-shot. I saw them fighting, but I didn't saw that it was a one-shot. It was just a one-tap, and then Domeng's dead. That's how strong the Suyo was in that game.
I mean, again, we talked about how Zayat was doing all the turtle objective works. He took 3 turtle on his own. He got the lot on his own with the help of teammate as well. So that's how much of power and control wise coming in from Zayat. And looking into the movement wise, he was doing his business. He was doing what he needs to be done inside his own territory.
Something to note here is that he started with a double buff rotation, sure, but look at how much time he spends in the river down at the bottom side of the map. He is always looking for an opportunity to get a kill down bottom. He rarely goes to the upper side of the map. Even when it comes to invading, he will invade the bottom side a little bit more compared to the top side. He really wants to make sure that nothing goes wrong in the bottom lane. So we can definitely see Todak has a pre-planned rotation coming into this game where Zai just says, I'm paying attention to one part of the map up until say 8 minutes. After 8 minutes, sure, I'll move around a little bit more. But for the first 8 minutes, I'm just gonna be hovering down bottom and then we'll see what we can do from there.
I like the fact that the focus orientation coming in from Team Todak is really on point. The vision is there and they literally pull it all the stunts so that they can get their first round win. Now, we still have one more match to go if Todak wants to finish it off already for tonight. But will Aurora allows this? I don't think so, because knowing how Aurora is, they pretty much did a really good solid ground. We talked about how defense-wise, baseline was really good. Just the problem is that Todak was just a little bit far superior, and decision making on who they want to target was just a better positioning. Now coming into second round, I think Aurora will be adapting even more. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I feel like they will adapt. The question is where, because I feel like the draft was okay. I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. It's just that both teams did the right thing. It's just that Todak was able to do the right things a little bit more, where Aurora needed a little bit more time. If Todak, was not as aggressive as they were, then Aurora would have won. So in this case, how we talk about this team made a mistake, blah blah blah. But in this case, I would say it's more about Todak outplaying Aurora. So it's more about Todak being good rather than Aurora being bad. So I do feel like, knowing Aurora, they will make some kind of adjustment. My question is, what is the adjustment? Is it in the draft? Is it in the rotation? What's it gonna be?
I mean, going into the fight orientation itself, I mean, you talked about that when it comes to the power spike, it could have actually go into Aurora's side, right? Because when it comes to Todak, they might actually be able to control that early games as well as mid game. But going into that mid game itself, I think we did saw so much power that was done by the team of Aurora itself. So possibly when they saw that Todak is going all out aggression, maybe they might actually mirror it this time and do the same thing as well, because they saw how maybe slowing things down is not good, because now Todak is getting a little bit too confident to fight with us.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Start fighting fire with fire. So instead of trying to outplay them, just play their own game. It's very risky, but at the same time, actually a very good idea, because Aurora is very good in team fights as well. So might as well just bring in the heat. I do agree. Maybe get something. Yeah, get Edward back on something a little bit more tanky so that he can survive a little bit longer in the backline, and give Doming something that can fight much earlier. Moskov can fight early. It's just that because he is such a short range hero, he usually gets punished. This time, get something a bit longer. I do agree. It's definitely something worth trying, especially because this is an elimination match. You don't want to lose by saying only we did X, Y, and Z. You don't want to hide things at this point. You just want to go all out.
Yeah. I mean, that's also no, like a lot of times that we keep on seeing during the early stages of our tournaments, it's always people trying to say like, is the teams are trying to hide their strats? Are they actually playing the mind game as well? But then again, it all comes down to, even though they try to hide their strat, it doesn't mean that you're hiding it and you're trying to actually give that opportunity for your opponent to straight away win against you. So Aurora, even despite that you might want to actually be cautious with your strategy so that you can use it right into the challenge finals, you also need to put a stop as well to Todak, because so far right now, Todak, idea wise, really good, confident wise, built up very wisely throughout this challenge season as well. I feel like if they keep this up, it could be also a good win coming in.
Yeah, I feel like the only question mark is probably that Zask, right? Because we haven't seen the Zask before, so this is Aurora definitely not hiding strats. They're using something new that we haven't seen. So for folks that don't know the I would say the strength of the Zask is strong against an assassin jungler, because as a mid laner, you're always gonna get ganked, you're always gonna die to assassins, but Zaz doesn't die to assassins. So Aurora played a little bit more defensive, So maybe just change UA back to something a little bit more aggressive. He might get ganked a lot, but just take that chance.
And we see another ban off already been picked up here. We got Eve and Fanny been banned off. Loyi and as well as Jushin been banned off Aurora. That's respective because we did saw Todak already picking up Jushin and it was actually good. I mean, looking on the side how Zaim was also being able to will be able to separate Aurora from time to time again. That's what they don't want to happen again here for match number 2 or round number 2 itself.
Aurora is in a bit of a tough spot. They gotta ban Granger, but if they ban Granger, Toda will pick up that Suyo.
Yeah.
And if they don't ban the Granger, then Toda will get the Granger. But the good thing is Aurora can get Suyo Matilda. So really Aurora is playing with fire here. Where they ban out the Lu Yi, opening up the draft a little bit more. And we can see they're taking their time to say, what do we rather fight? Do we rather fight a Suyo? Do we rather fight a Matilda? Do we rather fight a Granger? Because if they let go of the Granger, they can get Suyo Matilda, and that's very strong. So they don't want to fight a Granger, but this does mean that Toda might prioritize the Suyo here. If not Suyo, probably Matilda.
Yeah. So those are the two crucial things, and it's very risky, but I think we did saw how Aurora picked up Matilda and it wasn't really fruitful, and I think that a lot of time that Renegade tried to go into the back line, he tried to go and denies it immediately. Every time Toda making sure that he survive it out. So, but at the same time, it seems like Toda says, you know what, maybe we want to get the Matilda instead for us. We want that mobility wise, even though Aurora was not doing its best using that Matilda. But now, with Matilda being picked up, Aurora will definitely take the Suyo.
Yeah, I feel like Suyo Harif would be very strong here. So they pick up the Suyo. Toda, they can fight the Harif with something like a Iritel, but yeah, it's still a skill matchup. It's not like 100% you would win that one. If they don't want to pick up the Harif here, they can already pick like a Phovius. Nope, they still pick up the Harif. So Toda, they want a little bit more control here. They gotta pick up their jungler. Zaid is more for assassins. A good pick here would be Alpha, but maybe he'll go for something like a Nolan. But if you want to pick up a Nolan, you can pick up later. So pick up a Marksman, Iritel of Moscow, and a Phobius, yeah. Oh, he goes for the Hayabusa. Oh yeah, I forgot he can use the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, also a great mobility wise. I feel like now more of Toda prioritizing on how they want to actually move and pull away as quickly as possible to be very, very sleeky and very slithering coming in to fight with Aurora compared to what we saw on the drafting wise of previous one where they prioritize on all out front closure fight immediately on Todak sides compared to Aurora, who make sure that they have a really good distance. Now they picked up another hero.
Yeah, Edith is a Philippine special. You can use it in Rome, you can use it in the EXP, a lot of crowd control, but notably as well, one of the rare tanks that deal a lot of damage because she's a tank marksman. So Aurora really pulling out all the stops here, picking Filipino favorites. So both teams don't have a mid laner so far. It looks like Aurora, they're aiming for D here, and in big respect, they're saying, okay, your Bruno is strong. I'm using the Hive as your goal laner here, but I don't want to fight against your Bruno. That's big respect for D.
Oh, that's really good. But you talked about how no matter what, D has a lot of pools of heroes they can still pick, and you even mentioned how he's very good with Beatrix, so those also another signature heroes that he can still be picked up. So now going into the band side of Toda, they have so much mobility wise, they have an ability to go into the back line. The question is, they need someone that, or they want to avoid anyone that can deny their entrance. So now they're actually betting off Tigreal.
Yeah, I feel like you want to target Renegade because throughout SPS, Renegade has been the one a bit underperforming. Not saying anything bad about him, but that's a good way for you to win against Aurora. So they picked up the Matilda, they banned out the Tigreal. Another signature for Renegade is that Cho. Teams have been figuring out how to deal with Renegade's Cho, but if Todak wants to respect it, then they can definitely ban out a Cho and maybe eventually force this Edith to go roam instead of EXP.
And they even ban out Valentina there, making sure that they don't want anyone to actually take their ult. So those are the things that we want to think about Aurora. When it comes to ults, there are things that they don't want Todak to actually reflect back on them. Crucial wise, what kind of heroes that you think that they will want to deny from Todak itself?
Because they already have the Harv, they're not afraid of a lot of mid laners like the Farsa and the such. So Aurora themselves, they can pick it up maybe a little bit later. But if they want to hide where this Ev is going, then yeah, pick up your mid here. Valentina is a pick that Todak might want. Valentina Aurora is something that, sorry, not Valentina, Vexana Aurora is something that Todak wants. So you can deny it by picking up one of them here. I would prefer Vexana, but no, they pick up a Sicilian, which can fight against those two heroes.
Okay, and you talked about how respectively they've also banned out Cho, another signature heroes coming in from Renegade. So a little bit of pools coming in right now from the side of Aurora, being decreasing even more further on the line.
Yeah, Vexana will be a good pick here. Iritel is the traditional pick against Harif. The other pick is, of course, the Moskov. So it's really about comfort here for D. He has a lot of options. If he wants the B-Trick as well, he has shown that he can win the lane. For Toda, I do see Vexana as a better pick here compared to the... Like, Aurora is a good counter to Harif, but Vexana is, like, good overall. So, yeah, they pick up the Vexana as well as the Iritel.
Right on the money. Again, come on guys, this is Lafel. We're talking about Lafel, is always on the dot. So the last one, I want to know the last one. Please, 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 please. Can you pick the last one, please?
Honestly, CC is good. CC, EXP, and then let Edith be the roamer is very good here. If they don't want Edith, if they want Edith to be EXP, okay, Khalid. Khalid is okay, not entirely the best, but I feel like it's still fine. So Khalid for the roam and Edith for the EXP.
Okay, I mean, I've heard Staffar always say that he always not in the favor of Khalid to be a roamer. I mean, but if you actually have a really good idea of when to prosecute, and it can actually be done. But on your thoughts, do you agree on that motion, or do you think that Khalid is still a really good roamer?
No, Khalid is amazing. Is amazing roamer. It's just that like the right things have to happen compared to like just a tanky roamer. So what Khalid is very strong at is the early game. He deals a lot of damage, like tremendous damage with no items. It's kind of unfair how much damage he deals. And his passive makes it so that he can roam around the map so fast. So if your team has a lot of damage in the early game, Khalid is an amazing hero. Absolutely amazing. Where it falls off is that because you have a lot of damage, you want to fight. Like you really want to fight. But if the other team is ready, they will probably kill you off first, or they'll just avoid you. So that's probably the reason why Staffbot doesn't like the Khalid. It's just that you know what he's trying to do. So either fight back or just stay away.
Alright, this is it. Round number 2 for our last match of the
see
day.
Here? See here?
Oh.
It's like you know what he's gonna do, so just fight back.
Oh wow, that was a really close closure coming in from Energy, but then again, it's okay. Still a close call coming in from the side of Aurora. There's a lot of intense coming in from both sides. Back to the land of the Dawn. So far, Toda versus Aurora. Toda is still in the favor with 1 point for themselves.
Yeah, Doming really showing dominance here, handling against D, but that's the strength of Harif. He is a lane bully. So yeah, just take your advantage. And now Aurora, they might even gank this, knowing how low he is, and probably deny him of the minions. Sorry, minions. But now Attila is there trying to back up a bit, but I don't know if she can.
They did came in straight to D, Sempoy, getting the kill, the first blood they needed. I mean, not just denying it, not allowing him to recall immediately because they know for a fact that was the opening they needed. Now they're looking for more. They will be able to actually steal away some of the defense goal-wise played from the side. And oh no, D, you're overextending, giving any more kills coming in from the side of Renegade. Not the best decision coming in from Toda.
Yeah, Toda really should cover for the goal lane a little bit more, but this is where you see how you use the Khalid. You have a lot of damage, so you want to fight. The moment you identify which part of the map that there's not a lot of people, that's where you go to because you want to give immediate impact. And Renji has immediate impact. He has 2 kills now.
And you do see Elizayat getting the turtle and pushing on all out to the side of Hazelnut. Almost close. Will be stunning off straight away. But Renegade getting Momo first of all. Had to sacrifice himself. At least giving the leeway to the side of Hazelnut. But Hazelnut, gotta be careful here. Renegade is overlooking. And it seems that they're not gonna allow Renegade to come along into infiltrating the territory. Pushing all out to Renegade just a little bit more with a shadow kill. Can he get it good? Just a little bit more. Finally push through. The trade has been done by Todak. At least getting 1 kill.
But yeah, Bunny, you called it. Aurora will fight fire with fire. Instead of playing slow and calculated, they want to fight. And this time we definitely see the adjustments coming in from Aurora, where they're putting a lot of pressure onto D. Not a lot of pressure right now, but in the early game, it really impacted them. Considering that Aurora has a Sicilian, makes it so that their late game is still pretty strong too. So they're really matching up the best of both worlds here for the early game as well as the late game.
They're pushing Toda immediately. They're giving Toda that fear in their eyes so that no matter how much they want to actually survive it out, they're denying it. And here on out, D again, been punished, been bullied out time. But here on Station, they will not allow it. Zai takes down Renegade. Even though they try to bully it, finally they come through to actually back things up.
Yeah, we can see the communication coming in from Todak where Momo is telling the team, you guys don't need to gank my lane. I know how to handle Edward. I may not be able to kill him, but I myself won't die. So might as well go to the goal lane. Bad look at goal lane. Look at Domeng.
Oh, Domeng overextension. Zai getting another kill for himself. 3 kills all alone to make sure they can get the trade. And I like it. I do agree. Because the fact that Edward is pushing off Momo, but Momo is allowing at least Todak to find a way for them to rotate around, to close off, as well as control the map itself.
Yeah, the moment Todak understand, oh, you want to go for the Wakata, they just immediately go. And then now they're starting fight back. Looking at the kills, it's 3-3. Goalie is still over for Aurora, but the moment that Todak is able to control this turtle, it might turn things around.
Let's see. Momo is already pushing into Renegade, denying it. Yue also comes through. Demon King at the same time. They're going to pull all out. Oh, Zai just a little bit too close. They're not also having a lot of damage, but at the same time, they did manage to get the turtle. That's the disruption they needed. They push all out to Team Aurora, denying them to go in for the gang fight.
Yeah, and Todak, in a way, will get stronger as well. Once Hazelnut, even though he's the roamer, but once he has 2 items, it's going to be very difficult for Aurora to burst against Todak. So Todak can still fight. Oh, no, okay, that's a bit, sad. But whatever.
Oh, but they're going all out to Renegade just a little bit more. Momo takes down Renegade immediately. That overextension was just unnecessary.
So that was a bait. He's like, I know you want my jungle, but you're gonna die for it.
And so Red has been taken out by Demon, but at the same time, Zayed goes out for the shadow kills just a little bit more. He wants to finish it off. No, unfortunately, able to back away as quickly as possible, but he could have actually go at least in the favor. But at the same time, right here, the Kushiri goes all out. Eternal Guard goes out to Yue just a little bit more. Not able to tag them out, but at least they did a lot of damage that's done.
Yeah, at least Todak kind of understands how much damage they're doing, but they fight Renegade again!
They fight Renegade. Renegade was just out in the open and too close into the filtration of the territory, and that is not what Aurora wants.
Yeah, but Zayed is able to get top turret there. This is very interesting, knowing that Zayed is very comfortable going 1v1 against Demon Kite, and he played that matchup very, very well, making sure that a shadow is inside of Zayed, where even after he uses his ult, he can teleport back onto him and then get a kill. So yeah.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, like, I like the respawn coming in from Toda, and it seems that, yes, it's Zayed goes in and out from the bushes, getting the info that is required to actually expose the location of Aurora. But at the same time, right here, right at the back line is going to be Renegade as well as Demon Kite. Zemaphore has been put out, but doesn't catch on, but did manage to take down Z at least at the point. Demon Kite, on the other note, was able to survive it out. So at the same time, they're still not done yet. They still try to push it all out. Zayed just a little bit too open and ambitious, but Momo did take down Domain, but at the same time, Edward trades it off.
Yeah, right now, Aurora is actually winning the team fight. They're able to take down Todak. Momo gets a double kill, but can he get more here? Renegade in a very tough spot, but again, the speed of a Khalid makes it so that he's able to get out of those tough spots. If D was able to survive, it would be much different. Aurora in this game, they really respect D, making sure that he dies a lot so that he doesn't contribute to the team fight.
I mean, again, this is the same case that we saw on round number 1 where respectively both teams are doing well. They respond well, they are able to actually win it off, trade off each one another. Now this is gonna be the last turtle. They're gonna actually contest it out. Renegade already been spotted out by Momo. Momo's gonna make sure that they are gonna deny it, but at the same time Aurora already depleting onto the lifeline, but at the same time they crucially goes out to the front, and with the other side of Zip, Zion with the Eternal God takes down immediately, but Yue trades it off with Momo. Also, Domain takes down Hazelnut, and at this process, it seems that they managed to trade off 2-1, and this turtle might be open for Aurora to get it.
Yeah, right now, Domeng is honestly way too strong with this Harv. The moment he sees all the CC being used, he just goes in, and we can see that he does tremendous damage. So the moment he opens that Zaman Force, it almost tells Todak, don't come close. Let me get things for free, as they got the mid lane for free.
Oh, now clearing out both sides, or even the 3 sides of the first level turret itself is going to open up even more of the map control for Aurora and Todak. Great respawn wise earlier on, but now with 7-7 and even economy wise are more on the high rise of Aurora with 3,000 much more inflated to the side of them. This is not going to be easy for Todak.
Yeah, the moment D can deal damage, it will be good for Todak, because Zaid and Momo both deal physical damage, and if D is able to reduce the physical defense of Aurora, then they're in business. But that's where Aurora comes in. They make sure that Domeng kills D first. Once D is out, Todak lacks that damage. So Todak, they just need to achieve one thing. Let D survive. If D manages to survive a team fight, they have a chance. They have an opportunity. But until that happens, this game is all Aurora.
This game is all Aurora to control, and even with the split push that has been done by Zaid, it's overlooked by Demon Kite. That's how much of the area-wise map awareness is shown by Aurora. But at the same time here, Renegade, a little bit overextension will be punished by D at the same time. 7-4 has been pulled out. D7-4 will take down immediately. And now pushing on all the way. Not going to be enough to take down Domain Desert. They're pulling all out stun, but they still survive it out. Hero now, they try to pull in. And Yue will take down Zaid immediately, but still Momo's not done. Takes down Domain for the trade, and 3-2-2 right this instant is not gonna be easy, as they had to pull away before becoming another casualty. So it's 2-2 for the kills.
Yeah, Momo and Hazelnut is really doing a lot for the team. Momo doing a lot of disruption, and Hazelnut making sure that when Momo actually dives forward, he has a get out of jail free card here. So both of them are doing good, but you look at D here, 1-4-1. He was able to influence the fight just now a bit, but only just a bit.
Oh, the Lord will be taken out by Demon Kite, almost close enough by Hero. Now they're gonna go all out for the gang fight. Takes down immediately Renegade as well as Edward, and now they're closing in straight away to the side of Yue as well. Now 3 players down. D a little bit had to be cautious there. Zaman Boss almost tags him off, but they're not done yet. They're gonna go all out on the mid lane, clears out turret first of all, and they have to slow things down for a while. Lord still marching off at this moment, so Todak needs to be aware of the split push.
Yeah, but that's a hero play from Todak. They're like, I see an opportunity, everyone dives in. That's where you see your friends trusting you. I don't know who made the call, but they're just like, I don't care if they get the Lord. We're gonna get kills. They got the kills. This time, D Senpai was able to survive, and not just kills. They got 2 turrets in mid. In a split moment, Todak got a bit of control back from Aurora.
Oh, here and out, they also try to actually steal away the buff. Let's see if this is gonna be in this favor of Aurora, though they are, and the map control wise, they still have that favor. They have that coverage wise. Todak does manage to neutralize a little bit, but they have to be aware once the march comes in, and this is where they need to build out the defense.
Yep. So far, just something to make sure is that they've been baited by Renegade quite a lot. Renegade is 3, 6, and 3 right now, which doesn't look good on him, but at the same time, he's making it so that all the attention goes to him and away from Domeng. So maybe Todak will do the same thing by killing Renegade off first, but try to reserve some skills for Domeng, because if Domeng is not, it's the same for both teams. As long as the gold laner is not in the fight, you basically win that fight.
Okay, Shadow Ghost comes in. Oh, there's a little bit of tease there, but nope, it's not gonna overcommit. Just a little bit of them trying to spook away the team of Aurora from overcommitting themselves. Now, the march of the top turret is coming along. Let's see if Aurora is gonna commit that. They go all the way to the side of Edward, pushing off all the way. Do see Hazelnut also try to go in all out for the backline. Doesn't spot anyone, doesn't pull in, but it's just a teasing. And with you see right here, Zahid try to go all out to Renegade again with a shadow, but doesn't go for the commitment wise. This is again a spook from both sides, a respective wise decision.
Yeah, Todak is trying to bait as much skills as they can from Aurora because they know once they use their skills, they have a short time frame for them to fight back. And this might be a big fight for this purple buff.
This is going to be a really good fight indeed. And we do see that Hazelnut is putting his eye right to Renegade. At the same time, they stun out immediately to the side of Zahid. And at the same time, coming in all out, Domain King will take down D immediately and also shut down Momo. And now Hazelnut had to pull away before becoming another casualty. They cleared out 2 players and Aurora did manage to win that buff fight.
Unfortunately, D is not piloting this Irithel well because the moment he uses his ult where he dashes forward, that's where Domeng immediately drops the Zaman Force on top of D and then just charges in. So essentially what Aurora is doing, making it so that it's a 5v4 because D is really not impacting the fight at all. For I don't know, the past 5 minutes, Todak is forcing Aurora to use their skills first so that D can actually go in. But Aurora, they don't feel threatened. They don't use their skills until they see D. So this is really becoming a problem for Todak where Aurora is not taking the bait. They're just like, you can do whatever you want. We're not going to use our skills until we see your gold laner.
And the fact that they keep on persisting, allowing that, or even denying the fact that Todak try to actually bait it off and they're not actually falling into it, is the reason why Todak is having difficulty for initiation of the fight itself. And second Lord itself is already in the hands of Team Aurora. So now there's more to come and they need to be aware of it because they're now left to one last layer of the turret.
Yeah, we can also see a big difference in gold in the jungle as well as in the gold lane. The gold lane over 1,000 gold difference, and in terms of the jungle, Demon Kite is almost 2,000 ahead. Todak, this is going to be a very difficult defense for them to do, and look at that, Zahid is already taking a lot of damage.
Coming in already, the first last turret's already been done. Now Hazelnut try to just defend as possible, as quickly or even as much as possible. Pulling all out, Domain is just overlooking, not gonna actually overextend himself. He's just waiting for the right time. But here, no, D is a little bit too open. Oh, managed to pull away. But at the same time, right here, Momo pushing off all the way, trying to pull all stuff, but will be the first one to be taken out by Renegade. Domain takes down that turret and takes down Zahid immediately. Now Zahid a little bit too close for that equation. Now they're pulling all out for the as well as the crystal. But Domain takes down Hazelnut, and now they're just a little bit more further, getting another kill. The crystal will be in the hands of Aurora for this second round match.
So this match is going to go all the way from a best of 3 now, essentially becoming a best of 1. Aurora wins game number 2, and we were talking about Matilda, but both teams that have the Matilda looks like they have lost the game, and now it's match point for both teams.
I mean, again, from time to time again, we keep on seeing Matilda is supposed to be the one that can jump into the backline, get the required opening that is needed, and both teams, every time they use it, they could not find a way because it's such discipline coming from both sides. I mean, we did saw how Todak is. They make sure that their backlines are covered, secured, and this is the same case as Aurora as well. When they try to go in, even no matter how much time Hazelnut try to tease them in, bait them out, try to go into their own trap, Aurora says, no, we're not gonna come in. The water's not fine for us. We're gonna let you guys do whatever it takes to bring us to you guys. And those are the resources that was wasteful to a point that Aurora was able to punish them.
But if you look at KDA, Hazelnut is actually doing well, 0-11. But when you look at D, 2-6-3. This game, it really is a 5v4. D was not a part of the majority of the game. So I feel like a very fast adjustment that Todak has to do, either in terms of the rotation or the hero, put D in a good spot. If D is doing well, the entire team is doing well.
And the fact that even on the early stages of the game itself, D was being bullied. We have to say it. It's the straight up word for it. They were bullying D from the start. They're denying him to actually stacks up, denying him to level up as well, and that's the reason why D was having a very hard time to structure himself off. And the fact that at that late game as well, he tried to actually at least go to the backline all by himself, and it was just too risky. He had to pull away, not even getting anything for the Tracer. But Domain Kite as the MVP with 816 gold per minute. I mean, that's superbly amazing as well, with Demon Kite with 779 gold.
Yeah, again, Doming did a lot of damage, 58,000. If you look at the rest of his team, they're doing okay damage, but really not as much as him. And then when you put it into a comparison, he only did 31,000. Everyone else is way above him. So we can definitely see a big difference of what happened when they fully focus on D, where D could not have a higher damage than everyone else. And then for Aurora, no one can keep up with Doming. Doming did way too much damage. They couldn't even compete.
That's a lot of things need to be aware of coming off into this last round, the best of one between Todak as well as Aurora. So far, I feel like Aurora has a really good response. Lineup wise, I think that we talked about how the drafting wise, both of them have a really good perfect stance for the fight itself. It's just a matter of how they want to actually portray or persecute those skills wise at the right timing. But MVP wise, Domain Kite with 735 KDA, 816 GPA, the average. I mean, pretty much this, even though it is high, it is average throughout the SPS wise, and with 80% of kill participation, so much damage put out by him that made Aurora really good here for round number 2.
I feel like the name of the game is early aggression on that gold lane, because in the previous game where D had Bruno was able to put a lot of pressure onto the Moskov, and in game number 2 the Hive put a lot of pressure on the Iritel. So I kind of feel like you got to speed things up. How you were talking about Aurora, they need to speed things up. I kind of feel like that's the name of the game for both teams. Whoever has a better start will have a better ending.
Yeah, that's kind of true though. And the fact that we talked about it, how if they fight fire with fire, can that actually be the one change the momentum of Aurora itself? And that's shown because from time to time, because of the fact that D was having difficulty being bullied from the early stages, that's the reason why I think Todak was a little bit spooked. And even when they try to go in for the team fight, and this is where the fine line that finally we see that it doesn't matter, lost the Lord, but go all out, at least get the kills that is needed so that they can trade off straight away for themselves.
Yeah, honestly, like, again, our MVP, doming on this Hive needs to be respected. I kind of feel like just be safe and just ban it out, because I feel like other gold laners, D can have an okay time fighting against them, because as much as Aurora was able to bully out D, they were able to do it because of doming. It's not because they have the Khalid. The Khalid came just to give added pressure, just to give that extra push, because 80% of the job has been done by doming. Everyone else just put in, 5% here, 5% there, and then they get the job done.
Definitely. And the fact that even on that second kill itself, we saw how they were already waiting for D itself. D was already just respawn and try to go in, and yet they denied immediately. So that's how much respect that is put out by Aurora, saying that no, we gotta shut down D first of all before anything happens. So round number 2 wraps up. So that means we're gonna go all out for round number 3. Did you expect this, Rafael?
I mean, I was the one that says it's gonna be 6-3.
Yeah.
Right? just putting it out there, I already called it. Yeah. Game number 3, both teams had enough time adjusting to each other. We're gonna see whether Matilda is gonna be the priority again going into game number 3, because again, both games with Matilda have lost, but again, it's not the Matilda's fault. It's just that you're sacrificing something else for that Matilda. For example, sacrificing a Suyo, sacrificing a Harif. You're always, because you want that Matilda, you have to let something go. And so far in this match, it looks like it's not that worth it. As strong as Matilda is, other picks are just a little bit stronger.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that we keep on seeing how team have been not having the best time with Matilda, this is where the fine line, which heroes will be the better off pick right here from this round number 3. But before we even go to round number 3, we need to give them a little bit breather so that they can actually reevaluate. Are you talking to your cats?
Ayam. Ayam berdemil. Okay, go to break. Bye-bye.
Looking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Looking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild.
And we're back for the final game of today because as you guys can see up here, the score is 1-1. Todak going up against Aurora, where Todak was able to win game number 1, but Aurora was able to come back for game number 2. That's my cats again. They're fighting. But again, we see whoever is able to speed things up are looking to be the stronger team for that game.
Exactly. I mean, while we have our own fight here at the SPS, it seems that your cats are also looking to you to say like, cuz our fight too, man. We're fighting right behind you, looking for your attention. But looking onto the side of the attention that is needed right here for round number 3 is that fire plus fire is the thing that is very, very crucial point for both sides. Who gets to actually dictate the early games can actually control throughout the next few minutes of the game as well until the late games once they require a good stronghold of their own opponents. And I know for a fact that Toda has been performing well. I love their respawn wise. I mean, that back and forth, how they even able to even things out once they lost some objective. yet they managed to pull through. The question is, once they actually try to bait it out, it's not going to be easy with the fact that Aurora is just better off with Respawn.
Yeah, either ways, we can definitely say both teams are looking very strong. Even in the games that they lost, we can definitely see them fighting back. A lot of trades here and there, whether it comes to kills or objectives. So again, both teams are not disappointing us in the quality of game that they've really been showing us for today. So for game number 3, I would say the draft is going to be very important because as strong as Matilda is, letting go of power picks, Suyo, Harif, looks like it's not an even trade because even with Todak having the quote-unquote counter with the Irrital, it doesn't look like it's strong enough. Either D is not that practiced with it, or Doming is just that good. Personally, for me, I'll just ban it out. I don't want to risk it, especially because again, this is an elimination match.
It is a crucial stage where if you don't survive it out, it's already a goodbye. And the fact that it's not even a test of you going to challenge finals because you have another journey along the side, which is tomorrow. You have another matchup that you have to be considering, and those are the things that you have to be aware of. If you actually do not go all out here, and you also want to make sure that some of your strats are completely also being not read by the rest of the opponents for tomorrow, it's also something that you have to think about. But then again, don't need to bother about tomorrow. Just think about how to survive tonight so you can go in. But at the same time, right here, we do see Aurora betting off Low Yi again. And why are you like, oh?
They changed it up. D's not playing.
Wait, what?
They're subbing in Sheehan.
Yeah.
Sheehan is like from their academy team. So this is quite a risk here. Putting in one of your rookies in to sub in for the gold in essentially the final game there. I mean, we were talked about earlier, right? If you can surprise your opponents,
Yeah.
then they're just not ready. So now I wonder what Sheehan is gonna bring because one of his top heroes that he used before was the Natan, but that was when the Natan was really meta. I don't know if they want to bring that Natan or Sheehan has been practicing a different hero.
Wow, okay. This is definitely a surprise element. Banning off is not really a surprise. We've already seen this a couple of times. Ranger has already been banned off. So that means, again, the priority-wise that we talked about, Matilda. Is it still going to be in the same pool? Or will they actually prioritize other heroes? Picking up Suyo instead. Picking up Harith instead. Because still, we see Harith still in the open.
But personally for me, if I was Aurora, I would take that Suyo
Yeah.
because both Demon Kite as well as Zayed has shown that they're very strong on that Suyo. But seeing how Doming perform, honestly, it's respectable. You can pick up the Harif here. It's just that you don't know what Sheehan is capable of. Because usually people fight fire with fire. So Harif is magic damage. You fight with magic damage. You fight with Lunox. You fight with Natan. And now Aurora, they do pick up that Suyo. So Todak, I wonder if they want to pick up the Matilda here. Maybe Matilda Harif is good because Aurora having Matilda and Suyo is a little bit much. Having Suyo and Harif is a little bit much. So the pressure is on Todak here. They need to make that big decision. What are they willing to sacrifice?
What are they willing to sacrifice, and who are they willing to fight once it is in the hands of Aurora? Because again, Matilda-wise, I don't think either side has been performing well using that hero. But when it comes to Harith, you have to be careful. So they're taking away Harith, and they picked up Matilda as well. So those are the two heroes being picked out by Todak.
Yeah, like I said, you don't want to risk it. And now Aurora, they might think about taking away that Phoveus. Because Phoveus with Matilda is a little bit too strong. And then pick up a priority mid laner here. Maybe something like a Valentina. Or if they still want that Sicilian, they can wait for a bit longer and pick up something like a Tigreal, something like a Cho. So that Renegade doesn't get banned out.
Okay, that's also a crucial thought because previously we did see Cho as well as Tigreal was banned up, so it kind of actually closed off a lot of the pool's heroes that were signature to the side of Renegade. So priority-wise, they picked up the Khalid Roman as well as Phoveus.
Yeah, so looks like he doesn't want those picks anyway, but he does understand that it could get banned out. So they pick up the Khalid. Toda, unless they have a surprising jungler here, they should pick up the jungle. Because again, unless Zayt is having a secret jungler that we have not seen so far, this should be the spot for the jungle. If not, immediately use something that can fight against the Phoveus here. Something like a not Lucas, because actually Phoveus is strong against the Lucas, but interesting pickup here by Todak.
Lucas. I mean, yeah, if you actually have a really good build-up, because we've seen so far throughout the SPS, even this week, after the insertion of Lucas into the metas right now, we keep on seeing most of the heroes or most of the players are using Lucas as a pretty much a tanky fighter so far. So probably Toda is looking into that sideline so that at least have a point where you have Lucas to survive out most of the damage that will be burst out by Aurora itself.
I mean, again, when you have a Matilda, you want someone to be very annoying in the front lines. And that was Phoveus before. Maybe Lucas is the new thing. Toda, they're banning out the Vexana. I guess at this point, they should try to respect the Sicilian as well. But that's the thing against Yue. He has so many hero picks. One of his signatures is that Valentina, even though he didn't use it, but you always have to be worried that he's capable of using it.
That's also a little bit crucial coming in. Alpha will be banned off by Aurora. Looking on the side of Aurora, it seems that they're denying a lot of the long-range heroes right now. So they want to make sure that there's any distance that is coming their way from the Todak side. They will make sure that at least they want to go all out for the close range. Long range, they don't. They want to actually make sure at least most of the team fights will be right in the face.
Yeah. Todak right now, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4 mid laners so far has been banned out in this game, really shrinking the hero pool for both Yue as well as Zaim here. Notably as well, a lot of the signatures from Zaim has been banned out, so they do ban the Sicilian, where a lot of long range heroes are out. So the priority right now is Valentina as well as Farsa. Those are the two very strong picks in the current meta, but then you can go for the lower tier heroes like the Aurora, like the Xavier, like the Kadita. But again, the two heroes that we're looking at is the Farsa as well as the Valentina.
Let's see if they're gonna actually ban out Farsa or Valentina. At this point in time, I think there's a possibility they will ban off Farsa, because we did see a lot of the popularities coming in from Farsa when it comes to the Feather of Airstrike. It's really good to be used out for that long range. Much of the damage has been put out, but no, they ended up picking up Hayabusa. Also another, not to say long range, but more to mobility wise, you can see that Hayabusa that was used by Zaim himself, whereby it was able to go back and forth. So those are the things I think Aurora pretty much take note of the details wise, but Valentina will be picked up by Toda themselves.
Yeah, Aurora has a lot of options here. I'm looking at Aurora, the hero, as well, Ruby, Aurora as well as Farsa here. And Toda, this is what I've been saying. Unless you have a secret jungler that you haven't shown to Aurora, you don't pick it up, because Alpha and Hayabusa gets banned out. Again, as I was thinking before, something like the Nolan, but something that Toda has not used before. They might be able to pick up something like a Bane, a different kind of fighter inside the jungle. So I'm thinking Nolan, I'm thinking Bane. Other than that, I'll be very surprised.
Let's see. And the fact that I feel like they're
Oh, Veil!
Veil!
Oh, Veil! Yeah. It's a good pick. It's just that a lot of teams have not been using it, but Veil is very strong, and yeah, it's just a very difficult hero to pilot. That's it.
Oh, okay. I'm 50-50 on that side. I mean, Veil has a very annoying range-wise as well as damage. The question is that when it comes to mobility-wise, you will be easily targeted, and those are the things that is very crucial on Aurora's side. But I think from all the lineups that we see, Aurora has it down already. Going into Toda, they still have one more picks to go.
Yeah, they're taking the time to pick this up, but we already see the coach leaving the room, so they already picked up their. Wait,
What?
Lucas jungle? Is this Lucas Jungle and Hilda EXP? What? So I guess I was right. They gotta pick up their jungler now. I didn't know it was Lucas. Wow.
Okay.
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 That's exciting.
Huh. Okay. I mean, okay,
Eden has done it before, and honestly, it looks very good. It's just that Gideon complains he doesn't have flicker, so it's harder for you to get to the backline. But hey, I'm all up for it. I want to see if this is Zai. Zai don't do tanks. Zai do damage. So I want to see what damage items he builds on this Lucas. And again, this is an elimination match, and we talked about how you have to surprise your opponents. Todak did too. Number 1, Lucas Jungle, and number 2, putting in Shihin. This is a big risk. We have to see if it works out.
we hope that it's gonna work out. Sometimes surprises can actually make a lot of difference, but again, sometimes it might backfire. But let's hope it's not gonna be the case here on out. It's gonna be round number 3, Aurora versus Todak, Philippines versus Malaysia. Which pride is gonna go off to the LCQ?
Yeah, and right now, this is a very interesting draft by both teams. We were talking about how Matilda has lost all of the games, but we will see if game number 3, it will be the same story, or this time Todak's like, no, we figured it out. Now we'll be good. We have heart, it's all good. We just want to see how much damage does a Lucas do, because so far Todak is very magic heavy. Not sure how much physical damage that Lucas can do and what kind of itemization he's gonna prioritize.
Ooh, and I think that we can't discredit Hazelnut, right? Because you also said about it. I think Hazelnut did a lot of job on round number 2. Compared to what we saw, how Renegade was using Matilda, I think Hazelnut was already got it down by how he was using Matilda on his side. And it was the reason why how Hazelnut was always picking off Team Aurora and try to actually drag them into their line, try to drag them into the bait, and those are the things that I think Hazelnut was doing well, and hopefully that could be the case here for round number 3. But so far, trying to cover up both of their lanes, we do see Team Aurora try to actually turn things around right at the top lane, but so far, not much of a casualty between both teams.
This is very interesting how we see Doming on this Beatrix is winning a lot, and Renegade gets caught.
Close enough to get the kill, but still survive it out, not to worry much. And Todak still going all out with the 3-player situation right here, and it seems that they know Turtle is already up for grabs, so let's see if they want to contest it out. Right this instant, Renegade is overlooking on the back line, brought it out, Hazelnut as well as Zayn, but it seems like Zayn will be opening to get the Turtle, but they're gonna go all out for the fight. Zayn is just a little bit too close. Unfortunately, will be taken out by Demon Kai, but at the same time, right here, had to pull away. They're not done yet. They're gonna go all out to Hazelnut. Just a little bit more further. Can he get it done? No! Hazelnut was able to pull away before becoming the casualty.
But this is such a big win for Aurora. Immediately taking control of that buff as well. Zai dying very, very early. This is not a good start for Todak. And we were talking about how momentum is a big thing in this matchup. And Aurora, we've just won one fight. Able to get 2 kills, able to get the turtle. Actually, no, Todak got the turtle, but still a big advantage for them.
Zaman Force has been pulled out to Renegade. Just try to slow things down, but it's not going to be easy. Renegade will be able to push away or run away as quickly as possible, and those are the things that we need to be aware of. So far right now, one-on-one, Momo as well as Edward. Let's see if they can actually go through. Momo still doing well, covering up for the lane, but at the same time, right at the top, it seems that they want to have a fight, but Team Aurora resisting it.
No, Bunny, like don't look at the EXP. Honestly, it's just wet noodles. Like nothing is gonna happen. It's like, oh no, sakit. Oh no, stop hitting me. It's like nothing's going on. All right, it's a tank versus a tank. They'll trade, but they'll heal, and then they trade again, and then they'll heal. Most of the fight is everywhere else. You know, something to teach you. EXP lane is not as exciting as it was before.
Yeah, but they keep on focusing. I cannot say anything. But at the same time, I do like the fact that Aurora is covering much much of the ground of the maps. We do see that Edward as well as Demon Kite, he's everywhere. He's always securing much of the buffer here on out. They're going all out to Hazelnut. At the same time, pushing off straight away. Reggie will be taking down Hazelnut. Yui takes down Zaib. But now Momo wants to try to trade it off, but it's not going to be easy. And as well, we do see Demon Kite try to push in straight to Zaid. But unfortunately, even with that Sacred Beast form, they cannot do anything.
Yeah, 2 members was dished out, but good thing, look at the top lane. Shihin is getting all the gold for himself, and immediately look at Momo. Momo is pushing Doming away, so this is the trade from Todak. It's like, okay, most probably you'll get the turtle, but we will get the gold plating. So looks like Todak's idea here is to give all the farm to Shihin and then see what he can do with it, because again, like we saw how good the Harry was in game number 2. We'll see how Shihin pilots this against Aurora.
Let's see if this is going to be in the favor of Todak. So far, this is where we see finally Todak has slowed things down. Aurora, very vicious, very on fire. And Todak, on the other note, is just try to slow things down. Try to actually make sure that they have the resources they need.
Yeah, and now they already swapped lanes. Todak kind of understood that Aurora will start punishing the top lane, so they send Shihin down bottom. And now, Renegade taking quite a lot of damage, and Momo looks like he might be the one to go down, and Aurora is just racking up that kill. But still, looks like Todak's strategy is just like, just get Shihin farm. Like, at this point, this whole draft, this whole rotation is to make Shihin strong. So, this is a big risk where Todak is putting all their eggs in one basket.
Let's see if that eggs in all basket will be able to sold out straight away to make sure that Todak gets the win. So far, we do see they did manage to get the steal of the turrets, but at the same time, Aurora was able to trade it off. Still slowing things down. Aurora trying to find a way. Todak, on the other note, being very cautious.
Zahid so far hasn't had a good game, 1-1-0. We can definitely see him doing quite a bit of damage, but in the same breath, he's so squishy. Like, he dies almost immediately towards Aurora. Heck, Aurora is 2,500 ahead, and they don't see this. Look at the back, look at the back.
Oh, look at the back. They try to go in for the backstab. Yue takes down Shihin. Edward takes down Zaid immediately. No, they did not expect Aurora getting up straight into their territory, and this is where Todak just falters immediately, getting more kills in the side of Aurora.
Yeah, we were talking about how momentum, tempo, speed things up. Aurora is doing all of that, and Todak, they don't have the way to fight back. Their risk is not working out. I mean, like, the game's not over, but it's not working out just yet. We haven't seen the payoff towards their investments.
Oh, and even the turtle has already been picked up by Aurora, so 2-1 for the turtle itself. Even the economy-wise, Aurora is in the lead. Kill-wise, is also in the lead. So Todak, you need to find an answer right here, right now. And it seems that they're going to go out to Zaim just a little bit too close there. Renegade trying to find the info is quiet. Trying to actually lock onto Hazelnut, but at the same time, Yue will be able to clear out. And now, they're trying to push in. Can they actually go all out for the fight, or will they be a little bit disciplined this time?
Yeah, Shihin already has the Feather of Heaven, so 2 items in. Still don't have the Holy Crystal. I feel like now Todak can fight back. I wouldn't say win, but they can start fighting back here. And looking at Demon Kite, having a lot of gold here, same as Doming. And Shihin, even though Aurora is 5,000 head, Shihin is not that much different in terms of gold when compared to Doming as well as Demon Kite. Maybe around 1,000-ish, which, considering how bad the game looks like, is honestly still respectable. But Aurora is just going to keep on building that gap by getting all of these objectives.
And there you go. They're already prioritizing on the top lane. Renegade will be trying to be tagged off. It seems that Momo kind of try to go in all out for the overextension. Let's see if they can go all out.
Ooh.
Hey! Zai takes down Domain immediately. At the same time right here, Zamopo has been pulled out right away for the side of Edward. Edward will be immediately denied. And at the same time, Renegade right in the open try to recall. Are you sure you want to do that? Nah.
Zai Temple?
At the
What?
same time, we do see finally Todak popping off.
I mean, like I said, with 2 items on Harif, you can start to fight back. Not necessarily win, but you can fight back. But heck, Todak's just like, nah, win. They immediately win the team fight. And this is why item timings is so important. Once you have that item, you don't hesitate. You just go for it, because items are great, you know? Items are amazing. They're
Items are the best
great. You know
friends.
what? Yeah.
It's like diamonds are girls' best friend, items are our best friends. So anyway, coming all out, it seems that they're gonna go all out to Momo. Momo a little bit too close, but yet still managed to survive it out, not to worry much. But Zayn, a little bit of overextension. Will Aurora actually accept that challenge? Nope. Seems that they will be backing off. I like the fact that Todak finally found the respawn that is required. So actually, they at least neutralize just a little bit the situation.
Yeah, we can see Todak backing off because the Lord has spawned. If you want to die at any point of the game, this is not the time. Anything before level 8 is not heavily punished, but after level 8, every single death means a lot. And now they want to go for Domeng.
They go for Renegade as well, and Renegade a little bit too close. Circling Eagle comes in, but no! Dimaka takes on his enough for that overextension. Yue also having a little bit damage here. Zaid goes out for the Sacred Beast form. Going all push for the side, but still not much of the damage is done to make sure they able to take it out. But still, this lot might be open with only 4 players surviving for Todak.
Yeah, that was a good attempt by Todak. If they were able to kill Domeng, that's actually huge. But something to note, Shihin still has his Zaman Force, so it's not like Todak can't fight back at all. My only worry is that Zayed will not have the Sacred Beast form.
Oh, but they go all out to Momo first of all. Momo had to pull away, but at the same time right here, Zaman Force been pulled out, doesn't catch anyone, and Zayed will be taken out by Demon Kite immediately.
Yeah, that's the worry. He doesn't have the Sacred Beast form, and now even the Zaman Force has been used, so Todak is not looking strong at this point.
Kizuna also had to pull away, and Zayn will be able to survive it out, but at the cost of Zahid being shut down as well as Shihin.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shihin here, a lot of resources have been given towards him, but not looking all that good so far. And again, this is just the thing. Like you're putting all your investments on a rookie, and he might have the skills, he might have the mechanics, but whether he has that mentality, because he doesn't have a lot of experiences going up against world-class teams, he might be a little bit afraid, he might be a little bit nervous. Shihin, in the span of like maybe 2 more minutes, he has to get his hit in the game. He has to find opportunities wherever he can.
Oh, and it seems that Zayn will be immediately shut down. Now they're pushing in with the Zaman Force, but can they actually do so? No, Domain takes down Hazelnut, but at the same time Momo takes down Domain. Zayn having a lot of pressure, try to push in with the Sacred Beast. Still not enough to get the damage they require. There's a 2-1 trade for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, Shihin now has the Holy Crystal, so it's a very big item pickup for Shihin. But we can definitely see that Zayn Senpai is not having a good game. The added range that Yue has over him makes it so that even before the team fight happens, Zayn is the first to die. We saw how D was bullied out in game number 2. This time they're bullying out Zayn. Zayn cannot have a good position for him to terrify anyone. So Toda, they're really fighting at a disadvantage. They have to wait for Aurora to make some kind of mistake and for them to capitalize on it.
See, Momo already actually exposed Renegade. They're trying to actually make sure that they have the input they require. Lot touching in. Yue is right behind. Renegade is also coming in. Domain clears it out for the mid. Let's see how they want to actually push it out. Now, Lord will be cleared out as well as getting at least more of that turret lifeline depleted. But they're not going to actually be able to clear out that level 1 just yet. Todak still have a really good defense, denying Aurora to come through.
Yeah, but Aurora is controlling the waves as well. But Toda is defending it. Domeng has a lot of range, so he can free hit this turret. Toda will have to sacrifice some HP. Oh, but Zayn goes on to Domeng.
Domeng coming in right
Oh,
here.
Yue.
They're also having a lot of pressure, but at the same time, they're going to go all out with Renegade. But Renegade takes down Hazelnut before he was traded off by Domeng Kite. But pushing in right now, Demon Kite takes down Zayn Senpai straight away. And it's still not a good win coming in from Toda as they all trade off for only 1 player.
Yeah, but it's Domeng, and without Domeng, they can't push. So I do agree, it's not the best, but it's something. Now they can at least breathe. And we're looking at the items here, looking quite good for Shihin. It looks like he wants to go for maybe the Bloodwing so that he can survive a little bit longer. The only damage item that Zayed has is the War Axe, but it actually looks like it's enough because that's a big burst damage that he was able to deal against Domeng. So Toda, that's basically their Hail Mary play. If it went well, went well. If it doesn't, then the game ends there.
But they're going all out straight to Yue, just a little bit too close. Circling Eagle comes through to the side of Renegade, but nope, they're denying it. I like the fact that Renegade is always covering backs, not allowing Todak to try to tag them off once they are moving all alone. But Lord already been spawned. This is going to be the second Lord. Aurora is already putting their eye on it. And at the same time, Momo trying to go in for the backline. Let's see who is going to actually spot out. Domain is right in front of them. He's going to go all out to Domain just a little bit more. Not going to be able to do so. They backed away and gets the Lord for themselves.
Yeah, Aurora, they made a very fast decision. Just force out the Lord, and honestly, Todak could have stolen that because we saw Demon Kite actually miss his retribution timing. It was a good thing that Doming had a lot of burst damage, making it so that Doming was the one that secured that Lord. So Todak, now they have to do another defense against another Lord. This time, the Lord is much stronger where it will slam against it. So it looks like this is going to be a confirmed at least one inhibitor taken away from Todak.
And the fact that this is already last lifeline for the side of Team Todak itself, and it's going to be very hard. But as the march comes in, they will try to clear out first of all, making it a little bit impossible to come through for the spit flush. At the same time, Lot is already at the top side. Let's see what can they do to survive it out.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like Aurora will get 2 inhibitors. Todak is actually waiting for Aurora to come in. They're not rushing to trade their HP to protect their inhibitors. They're just like, okay, do you guys want to end the game now? Because it looks like Todak, they feel like they can actually win a team fight. They're inviting Aurora to come in, but Aurora does not take the bait. They just get 2 inhibitors, they don't force out the third, and then they get out. So Aurora understood what Todak wanted, so this is good by Aurora.
Good response coming in. So now they're just gonna let the time comes by because they still have that third Lord to be spawning out within 80 seconds. They can do as much farm as they needed to actually buff things up even more. And the fact that Team Todak right now is much more focus on trying to clear out all of those marching waves coming in. So at the same time, they need to be aware of the location. So far, we do see Momo is in the bushes. He wants to get as much info as possible so that Todak gets the input they require to fight it off.
Hey. Okay, not sure why Zaim Senpai used his ult there, but
Probably a mistake.
yeah, maybe a misclick because he should have used it to engage onto Aurora unless he actually wants a different ult. But I'm not so sure which ult he wants. Maybe he wants the ult coming in from Veil for added damage. But I kind of feel like the Raging Sandstorm from Renegade is probably a little bit more impactful. That being said, the Lord will spawn in 20 seconds-ish. Aurora is respecting Todak's damage here. So, yeah, I feel like the next team fight, if Todak gets a wipeout, they might be able to end the game. But the same can be said for Aurora.
Let's see. And the fact that I like how much respect is coming from both sides. And Todak is very cautious. They're trying to be very, very cautious on how Aurora is actually facing the fight between both of them. And even the fact that Todak was trying to actually defend it wise, Aurora also making sure that they do not underestimate the power of Todak itself. Now, Lord has already been spawned. They're trying to wait it out until Todak makes their move, unless they will be able to steal it away right this instant.
Yeah, look at Zaim. He wants to flank. He has the Khalid ulti. So Momo has to provide vision to show where everyone is so that Zaim can actually go in.
Let's see. Zaim is just at the back line. Somehow, just waiting for the right time. Spot out Team Aurora. Todak need that initiation or even that cue for them to come through. So far,
Yeah, but the thing is, Zayat doesn't have the sacred beast form now.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be a little bit of while before he gets it back.
let's see.
Oh, Sheen.
In coming in right here, it seems that they still don't know that Zaim is right behind though. That's the thing. And Aurora, I like the fact that even though they don't know, they still being cautious. They're not allowing it. And at the same time, right here, it seems that Renegade pushing in straight. Are they gonna go all out? It seems that Zaim's gonna go in for initiation. Goes all out to Renegade first of all, but doesn't get the kill. Zamapo has been put down immediately. Not gonna be enough though. Renegade had to pull away straight away, but it's gonna be a good win as Domin takes down Zaim, and Renegade had to pull
Oh, no,
away.
the
At
game is
same time,
over.
No,
Game
we
is
have
over.
Demon Kite all alone. Right, this is at the crystal because they were so focused at the mid. They made that that sneaky move to get the crystal itself, and Aurora wins this to move on to the LCQ.
We see two backdoors today, and both are by Suyo. Todak, they made a risk, If it paid off, then great. But we definitely see that Todak is a very strong team. They just need to build that chemistry a little bit more, maybe a little bit more strategies under the belts. But still, going up against Aurora, it's a commendable attempt.
We have to say goodbye to our Malaysia team, but they did their best. I mean, talking about how they survived it out throughout the group stage coming into the challenge season, it has been amazing to see their improvement, how much they've adapted into the meta. And we did so on that first game itself. It's not that they didn't do their best, they did amazing job. It's just that from time to time again, Aurora was able to adapt, and once you have Aurora able to control the momentum from the start, it's not easy to respond back after the fight itself.
Yeah, and again, Aurora just used the chaos to their advantage, where Todak is waiting for the right opportunity to engage, which is the right thing to do. But Demon Kite, with his experience, he's like, okay, I see what you're doing. You want to fight us. And I can see a world where we lose that fight. So instead of going for the fight, he ended the game. And that also shows just the luxury of experience, where you've been through many different battles. You've seen many different outcomes, where you can see how you can lose and you can see how you can win.
Yeah. The title of the game for today is Suyo having a really good backdoor, and you must not have tunnel vision, making sure that you always be aware of the map. And I think that's pretty much the only mistake that was done by Todak. If they actually did not focus too much on that mid, the fact that they were a little bit too ambitious to fight off at that lot, they could have actually be able to slow things down, or probably be able to have a really good more response coming in between the fight with Aurora. But going into the MVP, Demon Kite with 60% kill participation, UA with 80, as well as Renegade with 70%.
Yeah, if we're looking at the damage here for Todak, it's unfortunate that Shihin could not do that much damage. He is the highest damage in Todak, but not by a lot. 45,000 for him, 42 for Zayat. And the thing that we have to consider is Zayat only has one damage item. The rest is defense item. Zion's Sempoi is 1, 4, and 0, and he did 34,000 damage. So we have to put this into perspective. Momo did not have any damage items, and he did 30,000. So Shihin probably needs a little bit more exposure towards international tournaments for him to have that confidence to deal with no matter who he faces up against, so that he can deal the damage. Because we saw in that game, he could not deal the damage. And this is our MVP from Aurora. It's Demon Kite. And Demon Kite, again, an amazing jungler, able to get the Suyo, able to get the win.
Able to get the win with 849 GPM. I mean, Aurora-wise, it's a terror. I mean, once they actually adapt that fire plus fire gameplay, that is where Aurora stands out so much, to a point that Todak was also in a bit of fear to fight it off. But in a respective wise, I feel like Todak was very disciplined. It's just a matter of crucial of how they were really aware of where the positioning wise of Aurora, where they want to actually go on the fight. Even with the fact that Hazelnut keep on trying to go in the back line, it was still not favorable. And this is where we see 3 times in a row, Matilda been picked up, it didn't connect the dot.
And I believe 3 times Suyo picked up, and Suyo won all 3. This shows how strong the Suyo really is. And a lot of teams still feel like they can fight against the Suyo, which honestly they can. There are counters for Suyo, but 9 times, I would say 7 times out of 10, the Suyo would win, especially where we live in a world where there's a lot of amazing junglers out there. So props to Aurora. They have not made it to challenge finals just yet. They just qualified for the LCQ. We had 4 teams qualifying for today, and tomorrow they will have to fight again.
Yes, sir. Let's take a look on the highlight of
Yes, sir.
Demon Kite. I mean, I want to see actually how the movement of Demon Kite itself, like how he was actually able to control the map itself. This is where the fine line of Todak was really hard, trying to actually go all out to Demon Kite as well as Renegade, but that was the mistake. With overextension, they were punished from time to time. Even at the start, Renegade was able to push through, and it takes down Zaim as well. That's where the fine line, and the point that they trade off 3-for-1 kills. That's how much power that Team Aurora was pushing on in the early game.
I actually wonder what is the win rate for Lucas at this point, because I've seen some Lucas games, but more often than not, I kind of feel like he's losing. But yeah, if you're looking at Demon Kite, he's the initiator and he's the finisher. So essentially, we have the people who set up the fight and the people that end the fight. And Demon Kite is doing both. He's working overtime here. He is working hard for that MVP. Not saying the rest of the team is not doing work. I'm just saying Demon Kite is really putting a lot of responsibility on his own shoulders.
Yeah, and the fact that if you see how moving it is, right? He goes in and he goes out immediately if he feels like threatened, but he will be able to come back again and finish the job. And that's what we see from all the adaptability and how much so fast the response coming in from Demon Kite itself. And he knows when's the right time to strike it off. Even at the point where we saw all of them were ganging up. They were actually already hiding at the back line, just waiting for Team Todak to come in, and they didn't even realize it. They just shut it down. But great job coming. I wasn't even was realizing that Demon Kite was already at the crystal to take down Todak at the base.
Oh, Lucas.
Oh,
Lucas' win rate is 9 out of 19. He has won
52%.
9 out of 19 games.
I mean, I think Staffa also said about this throughout the SPS wise. I feel, okay, we have a
you go. That's
multiverse
our-
there. Hi.
That's our Malaysian casters. I mean, like, to be fair, you can say we're Malaysian casters.
Oh yeah, of course. We're Malaysian casters. We're all Malaysian casters for the English desk. But at the same time, I feel like at this point in time, Staffa also talked about how Lucas inside the SPS with the metas has been a 50-50 situation. Sometimes you win, but sometimes it can be backfired. So it's not really a popular choices compared to how you say Suyo has been phenomenal in the SPS.
But isn't that like everything? Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. It's like,
But
honestly,
you want
it's
to make sure you always win, though. At least within 3 games, you want to make sure you win 2. You cannot
Isn't
be
it-
always like 50-50 at the same time.
But isn't it just like living? Every single day you have a 50% chance of living and 50% chance of dying. Just because you're healthy, you're young, you eat well, you go to the gym, doesn't mean that death doesn't come to you guys. Death comes at any time. Life is a 50-50. So, don't wait till tomorrow. You might regret it.
Again, Dr. Philosophy from Dr. LaFell. Thank you so much. But anyway, congratulations again to Aurora. Let's take a look back on what has happened throughout this 5 days. Started out with Blacklist as well as Onyx to be able to take down from that upper bracket, and then they pushed into the upper bracket, which one of them had to be qualified. So it was Onyx Philippine who managed to qualify, and Blacklist, we saw how they were during the early stages of the game on today, whereby they had to win against Evos to qualify to LCQ.
Yep, for Group A, 2 Filipino teams are able to move forward. Where Onyx, I gotta say, they made it look easy. Not dropping a single game at all against Evos or Blacklist. And Blacklist, they have qualified to the LCQ. So that's for Group A. Now let's move on and check out for Group B, where looking at Group B here, a little bit of a struggle for both teams. But in this case, both Indo teams are moving on to the next stage. RQ struggled a little bit going up against CLPH, but overall had a good time going up against Alter Ego, and they qualified to the challenge finals. CLPH able to take down RG Singapore, and Alter Ego, it wasn't an easy time, but they were in control for the majority of the match against CLPH, eliminating them, and now they advance to the LCQ. So that's Group B. Let's check out Group C.
Let's go to Group C. So Alter Ego as well as Bloody is going to LCQ. Who else is going to actually we see tomorrow? Going back to the recovery or revamp of what has happened. Started out with Evos Holy as well as TLID taking down their own upper bracket. And Evos Holy was made off with TLID. They were the one who qualified to the challenge finals. But TLID, long runs to fight it off. And finally, they pushed through to shut down Team Flash earlier on to qualify to LCQ. So they still have one more match to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, Evos Holy really showing up by being able to take down TLID to qualify to the challenge final. So they definitely deserve that one. And then for the final one, let's look at Group D of what has happened throughout their journey, where Bigatron Alpha, not the smoothest run, but still, Group D was very difficult. All the teams here are incredibly strong. BTR did qualify to the challenge finals, and AI able to take a game off of BTR. AI able to take a game off of Todak, but they still got eliminated. And unfortunately, Todak could not get that revenge against Aurora, even though they improved from a 2-0 to a 2-1. But overall, Aurora is the one to advance to the LCQ.
Oh, but we still have to give props though. I mean, again, it's amazing to see that improvement. Now, what we have in store for tomorrow, wow! After we see those who have already qualified to the LCQ, Blacklist is about to meet Aurora for the first match itself. Now, Alter Ego, on the other note, will be redeeming, or I would say they will have to have a rematch again here with the Team Liquid ID. Oh, this is very interesting, but they also still have a lifeline here at LCQ. If they lose at the upper bracket, they will be dropped down to lower bracket. So they really have to be careful. So for those of you guys who wants to check out tomorrow's schedules, it will start out with Blacklist International meeting with Aurora at 3 p.m. Whereas for Alter Ego versus off with Team Liquid, it's gonna be at 5 p.m.
Yeah, I reacted because it's Philippine versus Philippine and Indonesia versus Indonesia. So it's just like, hey, you know what? MPL Philippines, MPL Indo, hey, what's up, guys? But yes, tomorrow we will have 5 total matches, and you guys can see it's tabada. Tabada means that whoever wins moves on, and whoever loses, like you say, doesn't die. You know, they just move down. But yeah, a lot of tabadas tomorrow. So if you want to know what happens for game 3, 4, and 5, you gotta check out all the games.
Yes, you have to check out. I mean, we only have 2 more slots to give away for the challenge final. So it's crucial to know, is it going to be Indonesia teams or is it going to be the Philippine teams? And I know there's a lot of fans are rooting. So if you guys want to support your teams, make sure to be here at 3 p.m.
Yep, 3 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I don't have it. It's whatever. That's tomorrow's schedule. I think I'll be casting tomorrow. So it's gonna be interesting for me. I wanted to say 3 p.m. inshallah, because like things could happen, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it.
No, Lovell, the best part about it, Lovell is gonna cast for the last 2 matches. We're gonna actually cover 3 matches, you know, and that's already tough for us. So you're gonna see me as well as Husky to actually cast on the 3 matches, and you're gonna see Lovell as well as Gildian for the last 2 matches. But on the other note, do you guys know that there's gonna be SPS Mobile Master? As always, we do. Yes, there is SPS Mobile Masters. Location-wise, still a secret, but date-wise, we do have the month. It's gonna be April 2025.
Yeah, let's check out the video because we already prepared one for you. Let's check it out.
Welcome to the 6th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We've had an exciting season filled with dramatic upsets and exciting matches. And this will definitely be the case with this new season, where it starts off with the Mobile Open, where teams from APAC, LATAM, and EMEA will compete for their spot in the respective Regional Mobile Challenge. Winning teams will qualify for the Regional Mobile Challenge, where teams will have to go up against even better teams for their spot in the next and final phase, the Mobile Masters. Only the top 12 teams split across APAC, LATAM, EMEA, and China will qualify for this prestigious event. Which teams will represent their region and claim the title of being the best of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and who will ultimately be crowned the champion of it all. It's a long but exciting road ahead, so stay tuned and follow us for the latest information and updates.
Yo, that's big. Mobile Masters will be happening around April, but 12 total teams. I saw 5 teams from APAC, which is our region. Yes, it's our region. And then 2 teams from LATAM, 3 teams from EMEA, and 1 team from China.
Ooh, one team from China for invited team. So is
Yeah,
that
ni
giving
hao all
us
the way.
a little bit of clue of where is it going to be for our next location of SPS Mobile? I'm not saying. I'm just.
Okay.
I'm just giving a little bit of it, but no, it's not it. We're not sure yet. So let's see what is it going to be like once we reveal the location of SPS Mobile Masters. You guys have to be on the lookout for them. But other than that, we do have the SPS challenge finals that you also have to be taking note of buying the tickets already. So please be aware of it. There is the QR code. Scan it off already and buy it because you don't want to miss out the action to see it live. The challenge finals of your idols to meet off to be the crown champion.
Yeah, my brother already bought it.
Oh,
As in my little brother. Yeah.
oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, he's like, hey, can you get one for me? And I was like, no. So he
Yeah,
has to buy it
support
for himself.
my career, please buy it. Why you think everything is free? No, life is not free. You gotta work for it, and then you get the success rate after that.
Yeah, I think overall, I don't know how many tickets he bought, but he used like 25 ringgit.
Wow.
Maybe 5, maybe he bought the more expensive tickets, but hey, he be flexing, y'all. People with jobs, whoo, got money.
Got the moolah to support the SPS. So be there to support your teams as well. Get the hype because it's not every day you get to meet off with your idols and also to actually gather with your friends as well to actually witness the crowning of the champions. It has been a great day. Thank you again to Lafel to be part of it. Any last word before we actually close it off?
No, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here's a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand fear in the face that only I give to me. All I need, understanding all the passion. All I need, is a little love in lonely places. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into art.